is here.
It's live.
Okay, hello everyone.
Are you staying this time, Candy? No.
No, I gotta take care of something. I'll be back.
It's okay.
It won't take me long.
It's okay. We know mommy has to go to work. Okay, we won't burn the house down.
There's a lot of space.
I will.
Or you'll go outside.
Y'all know it's live, right? Hey, everyone.
Yes, we do. We do know it is live.
Is it actually live now? Or is
It
it
is
Memorex?
actually live now.
Ooh, it is live. Look at that.
Oh, I heard her.
Oh, that's mine. Sorry, I was unmuted. Too much shit going on. So what's shaking?
Not much. How about you?
Well, you know what I'm doing. Gonna break the world.
Yes, you are. And a lot of people's brains too. They're gonna snap.
Hopefully. That would be cool. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. So how do I stream this on my channel? I don't know how they do that.
I don't know.
I guess
I would not know. Maybe do your own hangout and then you share. You're sharing the screen, maybe.
Probably.
My guess.
My camera showing anything?
Nope.
No.
Now it is. Now it's showing your face. Yeah.
Just my my avatar thing?
Yeah.
Thumbnail, whatever it's called. I'm gonna unplug my camera. Oh, that was the mouse.
Oh, let's see if I just broke this shit. Yeah, I broke it. So what's the word? What's the buzz? Oh shit, there's 15 people on already. Coriolis effect. Being bullshit. Ain't that the truth? You're eating, so we can't hear you, Zulu. You muted. Can't hear you, man. Use your mic. Well, hello, everybody. I guess I'm the only one here. Zulu, you're muted. Or you're not muted, but your mic's not working. He broke it. Now you're muted. Nope, nothing. My sign language isn't that good, man. Haven't used it in years. Shooters don't take into account, Shannon. There's no shooter that takes Coriolis in effect. Nightbot. And Zulu has left the building. He'll be back. Excuse me. Hey, there you go.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with this. It seems like it's very sensitive. Maybe it's upset with Skype because I had that up.
Maybe.
I know it doesn't like it.
I can't blame it.
Doesn't like being on, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know how she adds. I don't know how you add people, take people out. I don't know.
Don't know. Wouldn't worry about it.
Well, I wanted to send Wes the link.
Oh.
I know he's home doing.
Does she have it locked? So I wasn't locked when I came in.
What up, Rob? Mr. in the Shadows. I like that.
What's up, brother man? How you doing?
Hey, Rob.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's shaking?
Oh, that's crack-a-lacking. What's good, Mr. Mark, Mr. Brian? Howdy, Candy.
She's away like usual.
What you guys doing tonight?
Nothing. Just came on to talk and BS.
Proving the earth, flat around, proving it.
Well, what is it they say? You never be able to prove it one way or the other. Is that what I hear all the time? I think that's what I hear.
I don't think so. We might have found a way to do it. Working on it right now.
I wouldn't exactly say.
Well, no. I wasn't saying that was true. I was just saying that's what I seem to hear quite a bit. It's, well, you can find good evidence, but you'll never be able to prove it one way or the other. It's like, all right, guys. All right. Well, let's just jump right back into the Matrix. Why don't we? It's okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
It's definitely. At this juncture, I don't think anyone can prove it, but I think that eventually, of course, it exists, so there has to be a way to prove it.
Yeah.
You would think so. We'll figure it out here shortly.
It's not like, I guess, like we were talking before about theoretical math and things like that, which I think it's fascinating, but I don't think that the math proves the object or the thing. The thing proves the math.
The thing proves the math.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
It's late, man, and I got to go to work in the morning. I'm tired, all right? So
yeah.
No, it's all good.
I worked my ass off today, brother. I worked till it started getting dark. I was like, oh, shit, it's getting dark.
Oh, I hear you.
But, yeah.
What do you do?
Well, I frame.
Oh, nice. You build shit.
Cool. With actual, with metal instead of wood. Down here, wood doesn't last quite as long in Florida, so they build a lot of stuff with metal.
Nice.
That's cool.
Uh-oh, another candy.
We cannot handle two of them.
Two. Oh, my head will explode.
It's a candy clone.
Yes. Yeah, my head would definitely explode. Not two.
Yes. Yes.
Are they being nice to you at the centers?
At least they're nice candies.
Cleaning centers. Have you met the Lizard Queen?
Sorry, guys, it's just me. I'm streaming. That's all.
Mr. Vincent. I figured it was you.
Vincent, how are you doing, buddy?
I guess he go video.
You like pop in, pop out?
He's still there, kind of.
Oh no, I know.
He just watches, in case a troll douche does something that's uncalled for.
Which is like every day.
I know. It's sad. It's getting tiring.
It is kind of sad because people act like, oh, well, it's, everybody, you're going to have this kind of stuff everywhere and this and that. And everyone's so adamant about giving everybody their free speech to spew their vulgar nonsense all the time. And it's like, dude, come on, man. This is your house. Like, it's not like, it's your house. There's you can have free speech, to the respectful level of where this platform is requiring, and that's the way it is everywhere. You can't go to like some of these other forums and just start talking shit about stuff. Like when I went over to not suspicious. What's the other guy? Yeah, it's late. The earthquake dude.
I don't know who that is.
Guy that goes live and monitors earthquakes all the time. I don't know why I'm having a.
I don't know who it is.
I don't know either. I'm sure I've seen it.
Oh, when I say it, you'll know. Hold on. Well, anyway, I've been trying to get him to debate me, but I gotta, like, when you go over there, you gotta be very surgical about your entry. Dutch sense. That's it. Dutch sense. You ever run into Dutch sense yet?
No,
Surgical about your entry.
Well, the guy's name is Dutch sense, and he live streams earthquakes, and he's very popular in the conspiracy YouTube community. That's why I figured you'd know who he was. But he's
I've probably seen it, but I don't remember.
He's
so many people now, right?
Snidely against flat Earth, and so I've challenged him multiple times to a debate. I allowed him to make up the rules, pick the platform. I told him we could do it privately.
Tell him.
I told him we could do it privately with a couple people present, and if he chose to, that we would not talk about it afterwards.
Nice.
And he still wouldn't do it.
Tell him that you want to have a discussion, not a debate, because we're all on the same side. We're all being lied to.
Well, the reason I did it like that is because he was live.
I'm not saying you were wrong. I'm just trying to give you another angle.
Yeah. No, you're probably more right, but I wanted to get a response out of him because he's live and all that shit, and so he can't you know what I'm saying? If you go, you'll tell with his responses to other people that he has a sense about him. Little arrogance there that he carries around. So someone starts challenging him, he's gonna respond to you. But but his response could be, "Get the hell out of my room." So I was very like I said, surgical about it, trying to kind of bait him into having a thing or whatever, and he's not going to go for it, I don't think. But the reason I did is because if he ever did, he's very intelligent, and the reasons that he has for not for not wanting to talk, wanting to even look at the flat Earth thoroughly are kind of silly. So, if he actually heard and took the time to have an intelligent discussion about it, I think he would be a good asset to have on our whole crew there. You know. What's
Who
up,
are you
guys?
talking about?
Right.
Dutch Sense.
Ah!
Dutch Sense?
Dutch Sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I don't think I don't think
You
I've
don't
heard.
know. You don't know either. The guy who live streams earthquakes constantly.
I don't know him. I don't think so.
Yeah, he's on the flat Earth. You can even search him on the flat Earth. Hello, by the way, it's me, Candy.
Well,
Howdy.
nice hairdo.
Got your haircut.
High and tight. I like it.
Yeah. Oh,
It suits you, Vinny. It suits you.
Got to keep it short. It's so much more comfortable.
oh, thank you very much, but it happened for a reason.
Yeah. Brian, how you doing, pal?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Good. All good here. I'm gonna
How's it
Dutch
going, you?
Sense. Hey, Rob. Dutch Sense.
SINSE. Oh, hold on. I'll look to make sure.
That's what I was looking at. I was just going to look it up.
What's going on with that? What's going on with that?
I've been
Reporting the
trying.
channel?
I've been trying to get him to debate me on flat Earth, or even have the conversation. But I've only entered it as a debate so far, just because he's kind of arrogant. So I figured that I could get him to challenge me, thinking that he could just squash me real quick, and then once he realizes that he's digging himself a hole during the debate, then he'll reconsider and look at it with an open mind and see that something's not right. Because he's got 192,000 subscribers, so I figure
He's on live right now. Earthquake 3D live stream.
Yep, I'm telling you, he's always live. And then, but see, when I went in there was already like the last time I went in there was like 4 other people, flat earthers, that were trolling him. I mean, they weren't being like rude or anything, because if you are, he'll kick you out of the room. But
I was there too, Rob. I've been there.
oh,
192,000 subs. Wow.
did
Yeah.
you see me? You see me challenging him to a debate before?
No. I was there. Nobody was chatting. So I said, "Hey, do you guys know that the Earth is flat?" And then nothing happened. And then I can reply in maybe 1 hour. Hello. That's all.
Yeah, he wants, because he tells everybody in there to ignore you. Like, he tells you while there's no flat earthers in there. I've seen him do it. He'll be like, if anybody says anything about the flat earth, just ignore them.
Yeah.
Because there's been so many people that have gone in there trying to provoke him into a conversation or a debate or whatever. He won't go for it. I told him Dutch Sense, the earthquake guy,
Yeah, the earthquake streamer.
the earthquake live streamer, Dutch Sense. He predicts earthquakes and all sorts of shit.
I wonder what that looks like on a flat map. Well, those are,
That was one of my first questions.
Yeah, me too.
We'll make that our third project.
Right,
I was like,
guys.
man, I said that would look so much more realistic if you put it on a flat Earth, stationary Earth plane instead of some silly rocketing wet ball rocket.
Guys, for somebody with 192,000 subscribers, how come he only has 227 watching?
Yeah, well, who wants to sit there and watch earthquakes happen all night?
Well, it's because when you farm your numbers and you pay for them, that's not actually really real people that are going to be there.
Yeah,
So how many subs does this guy have? How many subs does this guy have?
192,000.
192,000.
How many people are watching live?
221. Let me see now. 221. He's got thumbs up and thumbs down deactivated. 220 now. Not many.
The last time I went
Tila Tequila has about. Hold on a second. Tila Tequila has about 175,000 or something like that, and she only gets a little bit more viewers than me. Although I can't even do hangouts anymore, as you all know.
It's a good telltale sign that there's something fishy going on. There's another guy, I won't mention his name because I can't say for sure anything about him, but I've known him for maybe I've been acquainted with him for about a year now. And when he first started, I noticed something fishy on his Instagram because he went from having like 4,000 followers to about 30,000 in a matter of days. I was like, wait a second, because I had talked to him briefly a few times. He's, one of the on the fencer flat earther types, but he loves his secret space program type dude, So yeah, I've been, dropping little things here and there, whatnot. And then all of a sudden I see him go on YouTube. I'm like, all right, cool. He's gonna have a live stream on YouTube. I'm gonna go check him out. People, gonna be chatting to see. I'll be dropping flat Earth in the chat and all that. I go in the chat to drop flat Earth to the people. No one's watching. There was no one watching him. He had one viewer. This guy has like 30,000 subscribers. One viewer. I'm like, okay, all right. Well, that's what that is then.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on. He has he only has 975 subscribers on YouTube. But on Instagram, he's got like 35,000 or 40,000 now. He has got more than that now. I'm like, where do you keep getting all these followers that don't actually follow you, dude? Strange. It's like I know people that got a few hundred that get like 50 watchers whenever they go live.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the numbers are really weird, Rob.
Yeah, don't add up.
I don't understand. I don't like to compare myself to others, but I find myself doing it. Just because I'm a statistical analyst, I notice that shit. I look at the numbers.
Well, that's what we're partially brainwashed to do, like even from childhood, with all this celebrityism that goes on, we're brainwashed that the more likes, followers, or subscribers, whatever that you have on a certain platform, that's the more reputable, the more popular. They must have something better to say. That's like what a lot of people think. Someone had asked a question before, why do people even, all these flat earthers, all they care about is their subscriber count? Why doesn't everybody just turn it off? And the simple fact is, if everybody turned off their subscriber list so you couldn't see how many you had or didn't have, no one would watch you. You wouldn't get any outside viewers coming in because they would be like, oh, okay, no subscribers, move along. And that's the sad truth, but it is the truth. They're not going to look at your content first to see whether you have an intellectual, angle at entering the whole conversation. They're not going to look that up.
50-50. It's 50-50. Some people can see through the bullshit.
Yeah, that's very optimistic. That's very optimistic. But yeah. But that's what we got to work out of. So we got to meet the people where they are, right?
Yeah. So, could someone hand me the room link?
I'm just getting it now. That's what I was just doing.
Let's see.
Hi to everybody in chat. So here comes the link in the Hangout chat. By the way, anybody who's out there in Chatland, not joining in Hangouts because you're shy, don't be shy. Come and join a Hangout, and you might be encouraged. If you're not producing your own content, you might be encouraged to producing content.
Are you talking to me? Yeah.
Many people first experience of any kind of content is by going into a Hangout. Okay, so don't think that you'll end up being a Hangout only person. Some people are Hangout only people. Other people do a Hangout and then think, you know what, I'm going to make this video. And making videos is not difficult. I mean, if a retard like me can make them, then you can make them too.
I've made 3 in the past 3 days.
You retard.
Thanks.
Sorry. Oh.
So this Cassandra, sorry, Cassandra, is saying So not more lands as continents you can live on, but more surface outside Antarctica. It's only my point about my own model. Fair enough, because we don't know. All models are a possibility, I suppose, as long as they're realistic and, you know, it's not like, oh, in this land it's full of fire and you can live there because you don't burn. So no, if it's fire, then you burn, you know, as long as it fits within kind of reality, like fire burns and water drowns and gives you sustenance.
Fire and Water, his new album today. Well, not album, mixtape. So you got Fire, Earth, and then the fifth element, Ether, like 20 hours ago. And it's all right. The Earth, Fire, and Water, actually, and Air are all better in my opinion. But Ether is still good.
So wait, Earth, Fire, and Water and Air are what, in your opinion?
Better than the one he just released today, the mixtape he just released today, Ether. But still, I think he's setting up for his full studio album, which is going to be here, and he hasn't dropped a full studio album in like 5 years, since he's just been dropping mixtapes for the past 5 years. So I asked Tila Tequila today, and she responded to me. I said, what did I say? I asked her if she's interested in dating a flat Earth man like B.O.B. She said, well, she's like, well, I was like the first, I was the first celebrity to drop and B.O.B. followed after me. Oh, he's, and she didn't really, she kind of on a tangent for like 15 minutes. She barely answered my question about the flat Earth man thing, but she kind of hinted to it. But I wanted to ask. I kept pressing and asking her if there are any other like celebrities that were secretly flat earthers. So I'm gonna get that out of her on her next live stream.
Right. I've just asked her if she'd join us in a hangout.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah. Asked her if she'd join us in a hangout and discuss her flat Earth experience or experiences.
She hates people, man. Like she makes let's see here. She makes the snipe troll look like somebody who loves humans. Like she really doesn't like humans that much. Like really like yeah.
It
she
sounds
has
like she's been abused.
Like you think I have a big ego? Like Tila makes me look like the nicest person on the fucking planet, on the plane.
So that's okay. She can come and she can grandstand if she wants, or she can be petulant if she wants. We can just mute her if we want. But you know,
the only way she would come on is if we paid her $100 at least.
We'll see. We'll see. It'd be like, let's see if she responds. If she responds and says, "Yeah, sure, if you pay me $100," be like, okay.
Well, if that's the case, I'll donate at least $10 to it at least.
What about
we'll pay her $100 in sea salt?
What about if we get a really is she heterosexual?
Yeah.
What about if we get a really good look? A really good
no,
look.
She's not. She goes both ways, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's even better. What happens if we get a really, really good looking flat Earth person to
she would love that.
Sweet talk her into.
She would love that. She would love that.
Well,
Brian
it's just an idea.
out of the picture right now, so sorry.
That's
you know, Brian Mullen's just not available right now. Otherwise, you know, maybe.
We'll see what happens. It's interesting. Even more interesting, there was a lot of cameos from famous or semi-famous rappers. But to give you the biggest example, is Lil Wayne was on B.O.B.'s second track, and I'm like, I was like, interesting. I'm like, Lil Wayne is and Lil Wayne's even more mainstream popular than B.O.B. So that's a lot of people.
So these guys will be sitting there. These guys will be sitting there with him, you know, in the green room, in his pad, wherever, saying,
smoking.
Flat Earth.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah. Oh, you know they're smoking and drinking, and little Wayne's like, yo, B.O.B. Like, what is all that flat Earth shit you talking, man? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And B.O.B.'s like, yo, man, just like you gotta have to deal with it, man. This is new age shit here.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, son. Cause you know what? It's like water lay flat, son.
Water lays flat.
I can't see Lil Wayne repping Flat Earth, man. I kind of hope he doesn't.
I'd say he's a lot better than fucking Tila Tequila.
Oh no, yeah, he can. No, he can. I don't want her repping. They can say it. I don't mind them saying something, and then they just, you know, it's like Shaq. That's the best thing. That's what I want you to do as a celebrity, please. Drop knowledge. Let it ride for a couple days, 2, 3, maybe 5 days a week, till all the hubbub gets at a pinnacle, and then retract it.
Yeah, Tila's bad, man. Like, yeesh.
She's all right. I've been following her Instagram for a couple years.
She's all right, dude. I've been talking with her on Twitter, and she responds to me and retweets me, and it's cool. Hilarious. But it's just she's off. Like, she's off. She's one of those. I'm a goddess, and I'm a reptilian. I shapeshift, and I eat babies, and like you think you can't trust me? Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
There's just certain people, are, oh man, they're just gone. To name names in our community, but because so many people are butthurt at the moment for Vince, I like your haircut, by the way. It's quite strapping.
Yeah, Vinny, get a haircut, you hippie.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I have to go. I have to go back to the hangout. But this is not a haircut. This is well, Antonio knows.
Wait, what? If it's not a haircut, what do you just do? You just take a shower or something? What do you mean?
It was torture. It was torture.
What was that?
Torture. It is war cut.
It is.
Oh, the war cut. I got you.
No, it was torture. Really.
Torture?
Yep.
What was torture?
I cannot tell you. Yeah, second, Antonio can. No, don't tell it.
What? Can you guys all stop talking about hair, please? Thank you.
Oh man, I can donate.
No, Chris is right. We need to talk about solutions. Now, there's a thing called urine therapy, and what you can do is you can urinate on a rag and you put it on your head. And
that's what I'm saying.
I know. Them bitches putting piss on my head.
No,
what I'm talking about.
Hey, I don't mind that stuff. I'll drink some pee every once in a while. No.
Infinite Plane Society is in the house. Dude,
hello, Infinite Plane Society.
Do you want to jump in?
I hope it's at least your urine you're drinking, Dan.
If he jumps in, then we're just going to have to mute because he's going to
All right. I'm happy to sit back and listen.
He can talk and he was on Justin. Bernard's last night. If anybody,
the other
Anybody
day.
check out Justin Bernard's chat last night. He was on there, and we had a full panel, and it was like really good. There was some really good flat earther minds in there all at once. It was a great chat.
Cool.
I was
I'm gonna
listening
pass
to
you the
a little
link.
bit of that at work.
Jack,
That
I'm
was
going
good
to pass you the link.
Yeah, he's got some good input, definitely. I'm not sure. Not sure if he's got it all wrapped up in the right packaging, but you know, a lot of this stuff is dead on point. So, you know,
We need good input.
yeah, absolutely.
What's that sound?
We all have our own perspective. Remember that.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, see me now. I'm Candy. Hello.
The thing about our Zulu, the thing about our perspectives is that they're a lot better than other people's perspectives.
Thank you. I tend to agree.
Yeah, definitely. I have to agree as well.
Wait. What's he saying? Infinite plane. The person, pay attention, has been acting very suspicious. Show this person the door if he or she speaks out of turn. What, is this somebody in the chat? Called pay attention?
Yes, it's this random person in the chat room called Pay Attention.
Right.
I noticed that person for the past week, and they've been saying, hey, they've been asking questions, and then they say pay attention afterwards to keep to bring up their name. So pay attention. So they're trying to cause a little disturbance in the force, it seems.
Yep, not paying attention. Goodbye.
Take care of these
So wing.
Jack, you've got a link in Skype. I'm passing it to you in email.
It's crack-a-lacking, Mr. Dread.
Yeah. What's that?
Synthetic Dread into his house. What's going on, buddy? I just popped in the chat real quick. It's all synthetic.
Cool.
Chilling.
So IPS, you've got a link in your Skype and in your email if you want to jump in, and if there's no room, I'll bail. I'm happy to listen. Is there room, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's room.
Yeah, there's room. I can hide my. Oh no, wait. Yes, I'll be gone.
There's still room.
He better be a bald guy.
Have you not seen him already?
Yeah.
Oh, he was
Mark Sargent.
Jap?
Yeah, he was Mark Sargent. I've not seen him on Flat Earth or Not the Hot Potatoes yet. No, we don't hear you, Candy. Nope.
That's why we're so tall.
It's heaven.
That's weird that we.
No Candy, nothing.
Why can't we hear Candy? Is it because I'm Candy? Do you think it has something to do with me?
No, it's
God damn it.
No, it's me. It's me. It's me, Candy.
Gone.
Oh, Kenny, just refresh. The stream will go on. I'm streaming for you. No worries.
How many can Vincent? How many can a Hangout host? 10?
10.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
10.
Okay.
Hear me now?
1, 2,
Yes,
yes,
here
we
you
can
go.
hear you. 1, 2,
Yay!
3,
Okay, I was
4,
saying
5,
all
6,
that
7, 8, 9.
I'll be back.
Pay attention is not a bad person. They're not. They are a mind.
You're a robot.
Yeah, you're a robot.
But
Niet laten Arba Gamse zitten.
Switch
there
off
is-
all
there's
your
room.
other things on your
Candy,
computer and
Candy,
only have the
slow.
Hangout playing.
Let me
Picks
close
up
Skype.
on your stress. You've got to slow down yourself, and then the computer will be able to speak clearly. I promise.
Turn off.
Is it better now?
Skype.
Is it better? I closed
Then-
Skype. I closed Skype.
It is better,
better?
yes.
I was saying, the pay attention person. That's not somebody causing problems. That's a mod over at Dred's channel, and they're not. The person. No, I don't know if y'all timed him out or whatever.
Candy, don't you be saying no, a person's not causing trouble because they have a wrench. I know a lot of stupid dummies that have wrenches.
They have a wrench here? I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I resemble that.
Tim Osman. I'll be gone.
Hello, Timmy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, pay attention was actually not misbehaving. He was just calling me a government agent. And so I started whacking him with a wrench, put a dunce cap on him in the corner, came back, did it again, so I whacked him again, and now he's crying to authority, like you.
Yeah. Hey, how was your interview?
IPS, Zulu 1 here.
Well, Antonio, we covered a lot of ground, I thought, but I mean, I'll have to listen to. I haven't listened to it yet. I think there might have been some sound issues. I kept getting notices about that.
Right.
I listened to a good hour and a half of it. It was good. I didn't hear any sound issues.
Okay, good.
Cool.
Well, we covered a lot of topics as you would expect. I had to, plug the art show for July. How I think a lot of our focus should be on the future and not on the trolls who are just like tumors on the side of this thing.
Yep. Yep.
Like they're so obsessed. To me, it's just pathological. Like I could not invest 40 hours a week going after people I hated. I mean, if he has that much energy, I'm sure he could find a better target. And
Well, I call them CFEs. They're closet flat earthers, because that could only be the reason why they spend so much time with us. They basically are flat earthers. They're part of the flat earth community, but they're CFEs. They can't come out of the closet because their ego won't let them. So they bash on us, pretending they hate us, but they're really hating that part of themselves, the flat earther within them. And that's why.
Here in Manchester, in the UK, we have the gay village. Okay, very, very popular. Gay village.
There's gay villages everywhere, Antonio.
Okay, so, but they started here in the UK. Is where they started, because we rule. So you get straight guys who go to the gay village to go, look at all these gays. Hello, these are these trolls. These are what they're doing. It's like, fucking go to a football match or something. Don't. What are you doing?
There's psychopaths.
Hey, IPS. How do you prefer to be addressed? IPS? Jack?
I actually like that. I think IPS is fine. That's what everybody calls me in the chats.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name's Infinite. My middle name's Plane. Society. Works for me.
Cool. So I had an idea that I wanted to put to you, which is, how in the past we've had big names like Peter Hitchens and religious people. So various different atheists and religious people having debates. Okay. Do you think that we could organize a proper debate where people pay $5 to go in and be in the audience, a real debate on a university campus or in a hotel conference room, wherever, between a flat earther and a globeling?
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's a really good idea. That would be easy to organize, and I think that's a fantastic idea. So
let's try it. I'm going to start approaching people here in the UK, see whether different universities, I'm going to see. Let's see which physicist, geophysicist, who it is that would like to come and debate with a flat earther.
We can't get it
that would
on
be
the network, but maybe public access too. Get it on like a public access TV.
So we can various different ways, but it's not for so much for the mainstream. Okay?
Yeah, no, just have people in the audience with uploaded on their phones to YouTube.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any of these debates between religious people and atheists on mainstream TV. Not a single one. I've seen grandstanding on mainstream TV, but not debates. I've seen all the debates, and they're long and they're well put together, very well put together arguments on YouTube. They're all there. Usually it's a university TV that's recording them, the media department or whatever, but they make their way onto YouTube. So we can do the same thing. So let's do that. Let's see which of the names. Let's see which of the, let's push it, and let's see which of the big, Let's see what the biggest name is. Let's have them competing to be the one that we choose.
You know J.P. Sears, the ultra spiritual guru?
Yes. Yes.
With Robert Damer. And Robert Damer is a ex-NASA guy. He worked with NASA literally. Spiritual anti-guru type of guy. Ex-NASA guy, literal physicist, scientist. And actually Robert Damer is the last dude to interview Terence McKenna before in Hawaii before he passed away. And well, the last guy to do it. And Robert Damer actually sounds a little bit like Terence. You can tell he adopted a little bit of his personality into his life. It's interesting, but that's what you were saying about the panel. Like J.P. Sears is clearly a flat earther. Robert Damer is clearly a glober, but he honestly kept talking about pancake theory, that the Earth is a pancake, taking the globe seriously at all. So I was watching and the whole. So this is like their main dude wasn't even on the who was supposed to represent the globe on the panel. The whole thing was a shit show. It was not a good representation of anything, especially with those names on there. And a lot of people, a lot of globers just everywhere. Like it was like they're holding torches. Flat Earthers, like it was just weird. It was weird to watch. I'll link. I'm gonna find it right now, actually.
Well, look, if we arrange something like this, okay, we make it somewhere very accessible, like New York. New York is really accessible from the UK. It doesn't have to be in New York. That's just the first one that I'm throwing out there. I think the crowd would be predominantly flat earthers in this case, okay, because we're the ones organizing it. But we don't know, you know, if it's a case that, I don't know, say it's some celebrated physicist, Michio Kaku, or any of these people, they won't be able to do their kind of gaslighting that they do to TV presenters, you know, where they're lording their academic credentials over them. It's like, no, no, no. It's a proper debate, just like the atheist versus religious debates. I'd pay to see that. I would enjoy seeing that.
They would definitely be able to garnish quite an audience if necessary. Like if they wanted like the majority of the audience on their side, they could easily do it. They could promote themselves at the universities close by. You know, talk to a couple professors, you know, who would be head over heels to talk to someone like that, you know, oh, it's Michio Kaku coming to our, you know, they'd have him on in, you know, 5 minutes as a guest, you know, shit like that. And you'd end up seeing a whole damn class there in support of him, you know, so it'd be easy for them. I'm sure they could even be presented it in the form of what advertisement for themselves or I don't know. You know what I mean? Like a self.
Rob.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Kaku, Rob, is that he can't even handle talking about 9/11 without freaking out.
I know.
He's a liar. He's a liar too. You get him on a spot, and he will just invent a lie.
Yeah, like he can't even talk about 9/11. So like, if you can't talk about 9/11 without freaking out on public television, he hasn't researched flat Earth. Only just the basics, you know, like all those stupid pieces of shit have.
Well, just think. I mean, if you were in his position, unless you know for sure that you're just an outright blatant liar, posing theories as facts and postulating hypotheses as theory, you know, unless you know you're doing that, you know, then you are the most fooled of them all. So when Flat Earth has been brought up to you, it's been like such an absolute joke, like not even worth actually looking into for these people. That's why you have Bill Nye, the shill eye, the pseudoscience guy, freaking talking about paperwork proves the moon landing had to have happened. Why would they fake so much paperwork? Like,
this is the whole point. This is the whole point for a debate. You see, that's set up. Okay, it's obviously set up. He knows what he's going to be talking about. It's sat there. It's a talking head. That's all it is. He can do whatever he wants. There's going to be no interruptions, no objections. In a real debate, they have to address real points, like genuine points. So address. So this is for physicists. This is not physicists and geophysicists. Okay, not somebody who could say, "Oh, I don't know about that." So a gyroscope. Every single physicist in the world will know about gyroscopes. Okay, it's part of physics. It's part of theoretical physics. They have to. Okay, and geophysicists have to know about gyroscopes. Okay, so let's have those people, and let's say, okay, let's address gyroscopes. And they can't, you talk about gyroscopes, they have to rebut your points on gyroscopes. So that's it.
Yeah. Which would
oh,
be
they'll
good.
have something.
That'd be funny if you went first.
Sorry, guys. Listen, there's a little bit of lag and it's going to sound like we're all talking over each other. So I think when I finish talking, I'm going to mute myself. I don't know about you guys, but just so that you know, because some of you are talking over each other and it feels like you're talking over, but you're not. Simply, it's just a lag.
Yeah, anyone who wants to talk, go ahead and shut me up, or you can start talking.
All right, Dan, just stop talking, man.
Stop talking to me.
I won. I said I won, Vincent. Hey, by the way, what one of you said? Somebody, yeah, the guy with JP.
Yeah, I stumped
that he literally worked with NASA. We have somebody here who literally works with the ESA. The European Space Agency, right here in the panel.
Vincent.
Who's that, Vince?
Yep.
Yes.
What's the problem?
Yeah. I know about all the moles.
So I have something here that you might be interested in. It has to do with the ISS, because as you all have noticed, they have all been doing that whole drinking Russian pee, and they make a point about telling everybody that they're drinking recycled urine.
Yeah.
Well, somebody sent me a link today, and it had to do with, and I'll post in the discussion, one of the Backstreet Boys was he was supposed to raise money to go into space, and they're talking about sending him, and they said that they took him. His name is Lance, and they took Lance into a room with all these Russian astronauts, and they did a medical exam to make sure he's ready to go into space. And he claims in this article that part of the medical exam was having a colonoscopy, and that while they were doing it, he was tearing in the eyes and he was like screaming in pain, and they were laughing.
What?
And I'm like, why would they even tell us such a story? And so I'm thinking that this weird type of behavior is connected with some type of hideous hazing ritual that this cult does, because it's all a cult. There's no way that really happened. I posted a link if you want to read it. It's the real thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I definitely want to read that. He's also gay. Another note to bring up: he's gay.
Well, I think it was a hazing ritual. Here's an article, a small fraction, because he's talking about getting and that's just weird to me. Who would get a colonoscopy or whatever in front of a group of people? And he says, "I was completely awake. It was barbaric. I'm sitting there and they're doing the procedure with lots of doctors in the room. So I have tears down my eyes and it hurts so badly, and they start laughing at me. And I asked my translator, why are they laughing? And he said, well, now they know that you're not gay, because the colonoscopy, whatever, didn't make him happy, whatever. I'm totally twisted. But this is
a bet. Listen, those probably weren't even doctors. It was probably a bunch of elitist fuckholes, and they all had made a bet on the little crazy dude from Backstreet Boys,
But one second. A colonoscopy, what is this? It's where it's what they put a camera up your rectum, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. And when you look at various hazing rituals, and these occur, you find them on all these weird cults at the very top, that they invariably involve some type of ritual humiliation. And sometimes it involves drinking urine. And so when the astronauts were saying, the Americans were saying they drink Russian pee, and then we see this type of thing happening where it's like routine that they have to go through it. Look, the Russian doctors are essentially sodomizing this guy in front of everybody, laughing. And then the Americans drink Russian piss. This has some sort of bizarre subtext that I think is worth looking at. It's kind of twisted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's definitely going to be something that's going to dissuade people from wanting to be an astronaut. For one, you know, lots of people grow up wanting to be an astronaut because of the military connections, the flight experience, and being an astronaut. But now it's getting a colonoscopy and drinking Russian pee. It's a bit not so enticing, is it?
Well, that sounds like you said, it's a ritual.
Yeah.
If you express interest in going to space, like Lance Bass and Paul, could you mute yourself, please?
Yeah. Sorry.
Lance Bass and the Virgin Galactic guy, Timothy Branson or Brownson, whatever the hell that fucking guy's name is. It seems like, and he's obviously a cross-dressing fucking weirdo pedophile. So they all remind me of the same, cut from the same mold. Like if you express interest in space, you have to dress up in dresses and get sodomized by men in rooms and then be happy about it. And then you get paychecks and you get paid nice globalist paychecks for the rest of your life because you have a fist up your ass. What it is, that's all. See, that's the thing. It's just you sell your you be to I'm going to put it blunt. You're to become famous in Hollywood, you have to be an ass fucking dick sucker. That's what you have to do. So no, thank you. So I left. Bye. I'm not interested in doing any of that stuff. And selling my soul and sucking penises and getting fucked in the ass. No, thank you.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know, one thing we could add to this. No, go ahead and go first.
The biggest names in Hollywood, they're basically like on call. They get a call. They got to go to some billionaire, trillionaire's house to do the most humiliating things.
That's right.
That you can think of. And this is why you keep seeing their same names over and over again, because they're complying with it.
Watch some of Britney Spears' breakdowns. Watch them. Watch her face. Watch how she just fucking, once it's there, she tries to get rid of it and can't, and then just fucking loses it. Tears and fucking weeping, and she can't fucking. Britney Spears. It's just one example. There's a lot of various ones that you can, you know, it's like, you know, you almost feel sorry for them because it's a whole nother world.
Eyes Wide Shut. Watch that film. Anybody
with this whole piss,
watch that film.
Yeah, you're right. I've seen it. Yeah, with this whole piss thing, though, I think there's something more, you know, because if you think back, they have made it a point to inform everybody that they're recycling everyone's urine into this, you know, into the system, and then they've been drinking it. So they kind of have already been putting that out there a bit, you know, and now it's the Russians that they're doing it, you know. Just kind of weird.
Well, one of the reasons it's weird, because a lot of people say, what's so strange about recycling fluids? And the reason it's strange is that since we know the ISS is just a TV show, we know it's scripted. And so they are telling us these things for a specific reason. To recall or note also, when you're looking at these people in the ISS, they're not just government actors. These are members of a secret society that comes right out of the Vatican. It's an order. It's a Jesuit order. That's why they worship the obelisk. It's the same cult. And if you read the initiation structures of some of these cults, like the OTO, it does get into the bizarre stuff the higher up you go. And it starts off kind of mundane, kind of vanilla, and then it gets kind of twisted. And if you're not into it, you don't progress up.
It is all the same cult. People should realize that. I mean, it's the obelisk is the penis that is represented by the Osiris, you know, being chopped up into 14 pieces, and they couldn't, you know, she couldn't find his penis, so she fashioned one out of gold, and you know, that's what it's a representation of. It's the same story when it comes to Nimrod and Semiramis when she tried to resurrect him with it. You know, it's the same person, it's the same thing. It's a retelling of the same exact story of the same person. And that's why there's
hold on, IPS. Could you expand upon that? What you just said about the OTO, and I understand that the higher you up, the weirder it gets. But some of it gets a lot of conspiratarded, and a lot of paranoia reeks and fear. A lot of people become conspiratarded, make up fantasy stories and myths that aren't real about the Masons. So could you try to answer what you were?
Yeah, for sure. Because, at the core, you're looking at, like, let's say Rosicrucianism. What does a rose and a cross really mean? Well, the cross represents the sun god, the rose is the goddess. And it's like the great rite of Wicca, where the athame is the god, the womb is symbolized by the cup, and they put the sword in the cup or the dagger in the cup. But in the esoteric version, it's the god and the goddess screwing on the altar. And so a witch and the warlock, the man and the woman, would each what they call draw down the sun, draw down the moon. And while they're incarnating the deity, they would copulate. I mean, that's the essence of sex magic, is combining possession by an archetype with the act of with the sexual act. And within OTO, they introduce it. First, it's autoerotic sex magic, then it's hetero, and then it's homo. That's how they roll. If you look at the how they roll it out step by step by grade. But
yeah, because we can't. They think it's normal, the homo.
Yeah, they actually, the way they explain it, and they explain the concept of gender, is that the soul doesn't have a gender. And they say the age of Horus is the age where we get past gender distinctions, and it takes equal aspects from Osiris and Isis, the god and the goddess. So the child, this is the age of their child, Horus, they're saying he is like gender ambiguous. So sort of a hermaphrodite, maybe an androgen, but I think hermaphrodite's a better way of putting it.
Yeah, the Baphomet character, the one hand up, one hand down transvestite hermaphrodite.
And by the way, you know who invented the Baphomet? Eliphas Levi, that was his name, but his real name was Alphonse Constant, and he was a Catholic and a proto-communist. So it came right out of the Vatican. That Baphomet symbol did not originate with some satanic cult. It was from the Vatican.
We have to think of this, okay, guys. The culture we live in glorifies and rewards the psychopath, the narcissist, okay? Now, the Vatican is the epitome of our culture. They have dictated the globe, they've dictated the norms, the morals, they have set the compass for how we look at the world. They've set the compass for how we look at Africa. They've set the compass for everything regarding our version of reality, our experience of life. It has come from the Vatican. They brought us the globe. We have to remember this. And if we don't realize that these are incredibly psychopathic minds that have very psychopathic tendencies, infiltrating and distorting things. Like, for instance, what IPS was just saying, sex, there is a, you can call it a magic or a spirituality to sex. There's a quality to sublime
absolute sex magic. Absolutely
wonderful. Okay, so they take that because that's true. They embellish that, and anything that you set your mind to and your intention to, you're going to accept, and you're going to roll with it as if it's really totally true. So this embodying of gods and goddesses, they are in you, and then this transformation from, well, the one that was in you, it was using your maleness if you're a guy and her femaleness, but they don't have gender. So just as it was enjoyable for you, guy, to be with her, woman, now the next stage is you, guy, to find the same kind of enjoyment by being with another guy, because, you know, that's the next stage. And this is how they acclimatize. This is how they condition. And all of this fucked upness comes from those minds. Who gives a vow of chastity to join an order where you're telling people how to fix their marital problems? Because let's not forget, that's one of the things that priests are supposed to do. They don't. Now, they don't really work on that. They work on all kinds of other dark stuff. But that's all part of their mentality. They literally think that they are here to do the bidding of whatever their idea of God is. That's the Vatican. That's the priesthood of all the different faiths.
Well, I had one more point about the Russian piss. Because if you remember this summer, there was a big scandal where they were saying that they had some blackmail material of Donald Trump getting urinated on by Russian prostitutes. And I think that there's a storyline that the elite can read between the lines. They're laughing at us because they know what it's about and we don't. So I think there's some kind of overt connection there, because not only was the story of him getting pissed on by Russian prostitutes, but later when he was in the Oval Office, he talked to Peggy Whitman, who was supposedly in space, and she said, "Hi, Mr. President, I like to drink pee." And he said, "Better you than me." And I was like, why does that keep creeping into the storyline? And so how many times has Russian pee come up in the mainstream media in the last 6 months? And it's been like laid out like in a specific way that I think it's like a ritual prop.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll do the whole piss flat earthers are all piss drinkers. Look at these people.
On the base level, it's to develop a sense of, Russia's pissing on us. You know what I'm saying? It's that, zombie control state where they can put that, those words out there, and it doesn't matter what the story's about. What you hear is, Americans drinking Russian piss. Russia's pissing on us.
Why don't we have to drink their piss? Why don't they have to drink our piss? And it's abuse. It's normalizing abuse. That's what it is. To be made to drink the piss of somebody else is abuse. That's what it is, and it's normalizing it. Say, look, it's normal to accept this.
Right. They could have said each other's, but they had to specify it was the Russians' piss that they were drinking.
So so what I'm saying is that what we're witnessing here is a subtext inserted into the narrative that we're not picking up on, and it has absolutely to do with the psychology, because there's metacommunication. So we might be just hearing certain details and not really putting it together, but subconsciously we're getting the message that Americans are drinking Russian urine. They even pissed all over our president.
And who knows what the Russians are getting through their media and their not so mainstream media, because they will have the equivalent. I know that they have YouTube in Russia. They'll be having stories, and we don't really know what their stories are.
It'd be interesting to find out what the counter, Russian version of that, the Russian equivalent of that story was over there. I wonder if the story was repeated, and I wonder if it was the same, verbatim story, or if it was altered to say that the Russians are having to drink American piss.
It could be as simple as the Russians could be hearing in their media and their underground media, the Americans are telling everybody that we're making them drink our piss. Just that. I mean, it could be as simple as that. But the whole idea, there's something there. What you're saying, IPS, there's something there that we can't see because we don't run in those circles. We don't live in that world. So, and they're just putting it out there because putting it out there is part of what they do.
Yeah, and strangely, I run into people who say, I don't believe the ISS is fake because there's no way our nations would be working together on a deception. And it's like, you're so close, you're so like not even close to any sort of awakening if you can't contemplate that kind of deception.
They say they don't think. I don't think they would do. Well, I say don't think, because it's obviously doing you no good. So just stop thinking. It's obvious. And then once you unravel the space gang heist game, that's it. Nukes, fake nukes, everything else falls apart.
Yeah, lately what I've been doing, and I mentioned this on Steer's show today, is that flat earthers, we are all myth busters. And we're busting the biggest myth, but all the ones that support it, because this is an umbrella. And so part of busting the globe is like attacking dinosaurs. Why do we hate dinosaurs? Well, dinosaurs gives us the idea of fossil fuels, a big lie, which connects to peak oil, a big lie, and then the whole idea that an asteroid could wipe us all out, another big fat lie.
Yep, they're all intertwined in the web, under the umbrella. It's all under the umbrella, but it's all intertwined, so we end up straying off into other areas, but we are the real mythbusters. You're absolutely right.
We are. We're iconoclasts. The globe is an icon, and we're breaking it. That's what we are. We're iconoclasts. And so we bring other things into, like health aspects and various different things, but all of them icons. The pharmaceutical industry is an icon. The cancer industry, the various different, the energy industry, the free energy devices. We all know that there's countless free energy devices, as in, you have the unit and that's it. Now you have electricity, or now you have combustion. But instead we buy gas, which maybe was also made by dinosaurs, maybe, you know, regardless of the fact that the word petroleum means rock oil, not dinosaur oil. So this is just part of how they laugh in our faces. But now we're not sitting by and letting it carry on. At least we're saying something, and they're having to pay attention and do March for Science. What a ridiculous state for them to be in, that they have to do a March for Science. How desperate must they be to have actually done that?
And I haven't heard anybody speak on this to any sort of degree, and I think it's a big flag for us, for us to like notice, if we're having the eyes to see, like they're doing a march. You don't march for things unless like if they're in dire straits or something's happening. You march for the Syrian rebels. You march for civil rights, or whatever. You march for things that are in distress. That something's happening. You need to bring attention to save. Like science. How could you need to save science? It's a method of discovery.
Yeah, for them, it's like a cult meeting. For all of us who went to Flat Earth Day, the March for Science was literally a cult meeting.
It was desperate. It was a desperate attempt at rallying people against this movement that's exposing this cult of scientism that they've been under disguise as science, in quotations.
But this is an important point, Rob. Okay, if we're painted as science deniers, that's a bad position to be, because science is bona fide.
Which is what I'm saying. That's why they had this thing.
Natural science is the study of the natural world. That's what it is. Yeah.
Exactly.
But really, what we're saying is theoretical physics is full of shit. And they're saying, because they don't want to acknowledge that, they're saying, oh, it's science. But we, using the term science is bullshit, science is not true, science is fake. That's not true. That's not, science is not fake. It's a field of study. And there's biology, there's chemistry, and there's physics. And they're bona fide fields. Yeah, it's only the theory part. And even biology has theory, where it gets to the point that they don't actually know what's happening between cells. They have to venture into theory. So we have to make sure that we don't get painted as extremists. And when people start saying that science is bullshit, or say, dude, hold on a second. Like, really, hold on a second. Now, I want to bring another point in how media portrays things, okay? We've had the guy, what's his name now? Ken O'Keefe. This is, if we think about this, in a supposedly Jewish-controlled media, with lots of people out there say, it's the Jews. It's like, no, the Jews are just the scapegoats of the Jesuits, okay? So, in a supposedly Jewish-controlled media, Israel, Jewish, okay? They've had Ken O'Keefe grandstanding, saying how evil Israel is. But they haven't, and they've shown, and I've seen, and some of you might have seen, horrific things being done by Israeli soldiers. We can look at any war and any war situation and find horrific things done by our own soldiers, okay? Yeah. But how many people have seen the Israeli military guarding Palestinian women who have to cross an area of town to guard them from people who would otherwise throw stones at them? And they do this daily, because these women live in this neighborhood and they have to cross to this other area to go to work or go to school. And it's the Israeli military, it's the Israeli that protect them. We don't see this because it doesn't play with the narrative. So we have to be careful that we don't get painted as extremists, because Ken O'Keefe is saying Israel altogether is extremist. No, it isn't, okay? We're told Palestinians are extremists. If we get labeled as extremist, there's already legislation out there to cover extremism, to develop tactics to counter extremism. Yep. So we have to make sure we do not venture into the realm of extremist, okay? to point out all the flaws in society, that's totally fine. But when we venture to like science denial, say, "Ooh, hold on, we think theoretical physics is bullshit, not fucking science altogether," you know? So I just wanted to make that distinction because it's important.
I call it scientism. I like calling it scientism because it's not even like theoretical physics isn't bullshit. Like if it's done properly, then it's theoretical physics, and that's fine because it's fucking theoretical. It's when they start saying that this is the way it is, this is reality, you know, that's when it's wrong. That's what I call scientism. It's you know, saying that they've proven that the earth spins multiple times. There's hundreds of experiments out there when there isn't any, when they never did. And I shut fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson down in a debate when I made him answer it or leave, because there is no experiment. There has never been a proven actual experiment that showed the spin of the earth. But there has been some that showed that it didn't, but there hasn't been any that showed that it did.
Of course, you can't prove
that's the scientism. That's when the scientism comes in. That's when it's science falsely so called. That's when they cloak their postulations as science and they call it science, you know, and they have marches for science. Well, you can't march for a method.
Okay, so I'm going to make a t-shirt. Science is not supposed to be faith-based.
Yeah.
I think great quote would be, science doesn't lie, scientists do.
Yeah, that's a good
The
shirt.
theoretical stuff, that's just that's crossword puzzles for the mind. It's Candy Crush. It'll just keep you going on and on and on and on and on forever because it's all theoretical, and then your imagination builds upon it.
Well, Anthony,
they get everybody involved to contribute their imagination into the vast astronomical physics theories, and then when somebody like us comes around and we knock them down, they're a part of it, they feel, because they've contributed to it in their mind. So it's like a personal attack. That's all. These people get emotional. Why are they attaching emotions to information unless they have either a dog in the race or they feel a part of it, like part author to these theories, you know?
Well, that's when it goes back to what we were talking about the other night, Jibby. Is about when certain things become part of your paradigm, as in like they become a pillar of it, and like you exist in a certain place. Well, when you exist in that place is real, and we're trying to take that place away from them, they feel. So I can see how it causes an emotional reaction, you know. It's like taking away someone's parents or someone's house or whatever. You know, you can't tell me I don't live in space with all these planets that I learned about and all these cool missions that you've been doing that I've been told about. They'd get all
we got our practice from
This is what I see as the looming problem out there. It's the same kind of thing that you've just spoken about, but remove space and replace it with a specifically dressed God. There, you know, a Muslim God, a Jewish God, a Christian God, whatever. An attachment, a faith-based attachment that you have a real vested interest in because it has helped you through your life. And this is going to cause a problem later on when it becomes absolutely evident that there isn't a dome. So the description of the dome breaks down. It's also not a tent. It's also not on pillars. When these things start to become evident, the people who've been thinking that the world was flat because it was in some religious scripture are going to have to face the possibility that that religious scripture might have been a prop for a period of time in society for whatever reason. Okay, so when this comes to pass, those people are going to be the strongest anti-flat earthers. Those guys, because a flat earth will start to undermine the things that they've been believing. And they will be zealous about it.
Yeah, that's right. Just like some of the the Christians are so zealous about their beliefs that they drive people away from learning anything from the presentations that they have or the hangouts that they hold. You know, it
Well,
becomes
you have to think of this. Okay, so let's pick Christianity. Okay, let's take Christianity. Because Judaism doesn't even have heaven. So they say that there's hell. They say, no, that's the underworld. That's not hell. It's an underworld. So yeah, they don't have a heaven. They don't know an after. There's no description, no talk, nothing. Okay. So Christians, they have this avatar called Jesus, which has helped them through their life, you know, and first it has made them unwittingly narcissistic. It has made them externalize themselves. Okay, then look at their actions through Jesus's eyes, or from an outsider's point of view. But other than that, when they've had problems and they've remembered that Jesus is there, they felt better about the problems, because part of the avatar of Jesus is that Jesus takes your burden.
Cast your burdens.
He helps
your burdens. That's right.
Yeah, but wait. He helps you, which means he lightens your burden. So if you don't feel the burden lighting, you know, becoming lighter, then that means you don't believe in Jesus. So you do actually feel your burden lifting. Now, this avatar that has made you feel your burden lifting, that's made you be able to put through the 10 years in prison or whatever it is, that thing is incredibly important to your psychology, to your psychological makeup. And you've then embedded that importance into a spiritual network that you believe is there. What is the actual network of consciousness? Who knows? But this association to the avatar, helping you with your problems, when it starts to become evident that the avatar isn't really there, if we haven't found a way to help these people transfer that burden lifting element from an avatar to something actually true, like bona fide, legitimately true, then those guys are going to be traumatized. And that's not good. That's what the anti-extremism legislation is actually for, to stop people from being traumatized as a consequence of extremists. So we have to, it's our job to try to figure out how we're going to put something out there to help the religious people go from a faith to a more true association with reality.
So you're saying we shouldn't start a flat earth militia? Well, you brought up something before that. You were talking about media representation, and I've kind of got past this idea of ever expecting any kind of positive portrayal from the media, because it's globalist media, and there's nothing more against globalism in a world state than flat earthers. We are literally like as far as you can possibly get from that. So we have to just make them irrelevant to our interests.
By definition.
Yes, absolutely. But I'm not so much referring to media classing us as extremists. I'm talking about those agencies that lurk in the background, to whom we might actually appear as extremists. And they're human beings too. They have children, and so all of those things in their minds, if we're considered extremists, they won't announce that flat earthers are extremists.
Have you heard of the Southern Poverty Law Center?
Say again?
Of course.
Have you heard of the SPLC?
Of course.
Yeah, Alex Jones loved talking about them.
Okay, well, the SPLC, all they would need in order to classify flat earthers.
You went off there, IPS. You're off.
Positive representation of Hitler, and they'll put us on the list.
You dropped, Tim. You dropped.
You cut out.
You dropped. You started to explain, and your mic cut off.
Okay, I'll try that again. Yeah, I was saying that the Southern Poverty Law Center has a database of hate groups, and if they designate you a hate group, then they can go on CNN and badmouth you and have a bunch of experts talk about how bad you are. And so the SPLC is probably writing up a flat earth hate group article right now, just based on some representations of Hitler by some people and because they believe that any instance of Hitler or white nationalism is automatically puts you in the category of a hate group. So I wouldn't be
They
surprised.
don't even
if
need
happens.
that, honestly, brother, because they, as of their current lists, they have all sects of Christianity, besides Catholicism, and all groups that consider themselves constitutionalists are now on their lists as extremists, and so you don't even have to support white nationalism to get on that list.
And we have certain flat earthers that kind of say Hitler was the good guy. And they will use that in
Yes, but this is the
propaganda.
thing. We have to be savvy, and we have to think. These guys think long term, okay? If we want to think short term, then okay, maybe that will work, okay? But maybe don't fall for their pitfalls. They have pitfalls out there. Holocaust denial, it's a pitfall. So maybe don't approach Holocaust denial. Don't approach past wars. Don't approach 9/11. Don't approach vaccination. Don't approach those things. Focus on the shape of the earth. Once that's established, then maybe we can revisit things, because people's association with reality will have changed.
As a flat earther that has some kind of platform that I run, when that's brought up, I simply say, listen, any narrative that you've been given is a lie. It's a manipulation. It's a deception. So guess what? The Holocaust, it falls under that category. Do I think they lied about everything? No. Do I think they lied about the number of people there? It's documented that there was at least 2 million less people at one of the camps than originally said. Wow, I'm pulling a freaking blank right now.
Yeah, but how many of the general public?
At Auschwitz, there's at least 2 million people less there than what they originally claimed. So that drops their number drastically by millions. I mean, so it's documented that they lied about what happened. To what extent, I'm not going to get into. And that's usually how I handle it when it gets brought up.
It's like this, Rob. Okay, right now, they have a whole series of things there for us to stumble across, okay, to slow us down, that they can paint targets on us. Oh, you just discussed the Holocaust, target. Or you just discussed transgenderism, target. All of these things, targets. Maybe really, like Dan just pointed out, you can't change the problem with the same kind of consciousness that created it. So one of the things that I'm pretty sure they weren't expecting, maybe some of the remote viewing, very esoteric studies might have suspected the flat earthness. But if we think of progressing, maybe don't fall for the pitfalls. It's better if we know the pitfalls. We know that they are pitfalls. So say, okay, I'm getting past that pitfall. I'm advancing now. That pitfall is behind me. If I want to at some point turn back from a higher vantage point and look at that pitfall and study it and revisit it, once I've gone way past it, then I will. And I'm saying I, as if this was the consciousness of humanity. But right now, we're splintered, we're fragmented, there's all kinds of stuff. And that's one of the good qualities about the flat earth, that we are so disparate, so very different. If we were all singing from the same sheet, we'd be easier to stop.
We're very diverse, because if somebody asks one person, do they love Hitler, they might say yes. But if Joe Rogan asked me if I loved Hitler, I'd say, hippie Hitler was a woman. And I don't agree with National Socialism. So no, there isn't like a uniformity of opinions.
Yeah, definitely not.
That was a Robin Williams joke. He said Hitler was a tranny in drag. He said, look at the boots. And then he did the walk, the SS walk. Interesting.
Well, like I say, anybody that's kissing Vatican jewels is a slime ball, and that's just the way that shit is. When someone shows you who they are, believe it. That's just plain as day. So if you wanna hold a Jesuit puppet to high standards as some type of heroic character in your little twisted paradigm there, that's fine with me. That's what you do over there. But please stop fucking wrapping it up with flat Earth.
Yes. So when to people, if you want to wake people up about Christianity, just point out there are so many Christians out there who say Catholic isn't Christian. Yes, it freaking is, for goodness sakes. So play them the song to Lucifer, sang at the Vatican, and let them try to rationalize that. Because I've done this. I've done this with family members, and they said they must be meaning something else. It's like, no. Listen. And these are people who do actually speak Latin. So they can listen and say, oh, okay. Because it doesn't say exactly what's being translated. It's more profound than what's being translated, what the song says.
Well, Santos Bonacci does a lot of work on astrotheology and sun worship, and one of the things that he's pointed out is that they have different names for the sun god depending on its position in the day. So the sun rising is the morning star Lucifer, Jesus the morning star. When it's high up above, you would consider it to be like Ra, and then in the west, it would be Set, it's setting. But then at night, when it's in the underworld, it's Osiris, and then Osiris, who's dead in the underworld, is reborn as Horus the next morning on the horizon rising. So even though they might say Lucifer, they're not saying we love the devil. It's more like they're sun worshippers, and Jesus is a sun worship. He's a sun god.
Yes, but it's a good way of waking them up a little bit, because they have this: Lucifer is the devil, and Jesus is the good guy, and God is a guy who kind of accidentally made Lucifer. You know, so this just starts to open their eyes, and I'm talking devoutly Catholic people. It starts to make them think, wait, and maybe revisit, because they don't know this. What you've just said, APS, they don't know. They don't know that. They haven't watched Zeitgeist. They haven't looked at Santos Bonacci. They're not aware that their religion is a mishmash repackaged for a different mentality. They don't
You're right that they don't know. And the problem I keep seeing, like you mentioned, a lot of them will say, well, I'm a Christian, not a Catholic. And I have to constantly refrain with, you can take Jesus out of Rome, but not Rome out of Jesus. You're deluded if you think that you're better than Catholics and that you have the real story, because Protestants were burning witches left and right like crazy, just like they were before they broke away from the church. Like, they don't have a monopoly on truth because they're not in the religion, because they're still holding the textbook of the system. It's not about the building, it's about the textbook. And the book gives you the ending, the beginning, and the middle.
What did they say? There's something like 13,000 or 30,000 denominations out there.
So what do you think about?
Remember this, guys. At the end of the story, 144,000 people get saved. Let's remember this. Let's drive this home to Pillbox. 144,000 people are saved. That's it. That's the number.
There are more nuns, priests, deacons, ministers than 144,000. You know, it's like, are they just taking people of cloth and no one else? Because those people are, I assume, have a ticket to heaven. You know what I'm saying?
And
they spent their lives doing it.
The basis of the whole thing is fear, and fear is stress. And when you're stressed, you can't think clearly. So you can't think and act clearly and calmly because you're stressed. The Bible is a book of fear. It tells you to fear God. It tells you literally to fear God.
Well, isn't that Old Testament versus New?
And if you're not one of the 144,000 people, remember, 144,000 people will be saved. If you're not one of those, you're burning, eternally being tortured.
I'll have you know, out of 7 billion people and only 144,000 of them making it, I've actually met a few of those. Well, 3 that I remember right offhand that have literally claimed that they are one of the 144,000. You know, and so then my next question was, then why are you even trying to save me then?
Good point.
Obviously don't have a chance.
If they're Calvinists, like flat out elective, I think he may be, their whole contention is that God has already chosen
he's not
in
one,
advance.
But he's not a Calvinist. He's
not a Calvinist. Well, he does. I thought flat out elected. I thought elect might mean this because the Calvinists have this idea that you're either elect or you're not. And if you're not, you're going to hell regardless. So the Westboro Baptist Church wasn't trying to sway anybody or convince them to change their ways. They felt that their objective was to point out the examples of how not to live, and that God was going to judge them, and that they were supposed to take pleasure in watching the judgment of their enemies, which is also something you find in the Quran, where if you get to heaven in the Islamic faith, you get to look down at the people in hell burning and, you know, have a good laugh.
Well, it's like each one of them has their own thing. Like in the Seventh-day Adventist religion, you're basically, one of the differences from the other Christian faiths is that you believe that there's a judgment, or it's oh man, what is it called? The investigative judgment at the end, where the ones that are saved are going to actually be judging the fallen. And so basically we're here growing and learning and in a way proving ourselves, not proving ourselves to be saved, but, becoming that, trying to always become that person that's, more close, that walk closer with Jesus, so that when that time comes, then you can have a pure heart to be able to then judge the, 1/3 of the angels that fell from heaven. That's kind of what they, but I remember, I think I recently heard you call Seventh-day Adventists a cult, and I can guarantee you that they're not a cult, although they do, follow some of the writings and teachings of a prophet, Ellen White, and then there's a couple, they don't hold.
How can you guarantee that?
Because I grew up one. They don't hold any of those people's teachings or writings above the Bible. So, in my eyes, they're one of the actual Christian faiths that go closer to the Bible's actual teachings by, following the Sabbath and whatnot.
Okay, do the Seventh-day Adventists, they have a doomsday?
By that logic, then Catholicism isn't a cult?
What do you mean? Well,
you said because you grew up.
Well, all Christian. Well,
I grew up a Catholic, and I know it's a cult.
No, what are you talking about? I'm telling you, it's not a cult unless you're considering people that follow Jesus a cult. Then it's not a cult.
Yeah, let me expand on that really quick.
And in a way, I see that you're saying that the people that follow Jesus are in a cult. I understand that I understand that's what you're postulating, but I'm saying other than that, that's not what IPS was referring to when he called them a cult.
Well, do they have a doomsday scenario? Do they believe in a second coming?
Yes.
Then they're a cult, because the second coming is straight up Jesuit doctrine from the 1500s that was inserted in order to be a tool of social political control, that there is no second coming. It's extra biblical, and it was modified in order to become a tool of control.
All Christian faiths believe in the second coming. All Christian faiths believe in the second coming.
It depends on how fervently and if they believe it's like imminent. Like global warmists. If you're a global warmist and if you think that if we don't all move to electric cars by next year, Florida's going to be underwater, well, then you're officially part of a doomsday cult.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that shit except for Subgenius.
Global warming is absolutely a doomsday cult. It's the same principle as, well, I believe I've heard you say it, as original sin. It's you're born into a place where you're already destroying it. You just living and breathing is destroying the very earth that you're living on, and so you owe penance for this. And then it's ridiculous. It's the same thing, just twisted into their heliocentric cosmology.
And the same people created it. That's the other point. So the ones who brought you global warming gave you the second coming story.
We have to remember this, guys.
If I can say one thing.
We have to remember this with the meaning of the word cult and religion. Okay, so if we think that there is religion and not cult, and then separate to that, religions that are cult, then we've fallen for a distinction that was put there by religion. That distinction was put there by religion. So according to religion, Scientology is a religion because it has the numbers and it's based on numbers. That's literally what it's based on. If it's a small group, it's a cult. If it's a large group, it's a religion. So the Mormons started as a cult and became a religion.
I actually done some extensive studies into cult, ideology. So, I mean, we can actually go into specifics of cult if you'd like. There's some actual, some specific parameters that groups have to fall in to be considered a cult. Besides the other people that believe that everybody that follows Jesus is a cult.
But the main criterion is small group. Small group. If it's not a small group, it's not a cult.
No, because you could consider
Yep.
communism like a worldwide revolutionary movement, a political cult and religion.
It doesn't have to be a small
My
group.
definition, though, is, or the definition, if you ask a religious person, what is the definition of a cult? They'll say, the church down the street from mine. It's like, what's the difference between theology and mythology? Mythology is what the other guy believes.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, on the doomsday thing, just for perspective, a lot of these people don't consider the second coming doomsday. You have to realize.
Well, in a way they do, because they believe everyone else is going to be destroyed.
But it's a transition for heaven
Right.
and earth, depending on which one you go by. But I'm just saying,
They still believe
doomsday. It's a transcendence to become better. It's when
Except for the people that get sent down into the pit of eternal burning.
Well,
And that's why I say it's a doomsday.
With Seventh Adventists don't even believe in that. Seventh Adventists also don't believe you go to heaven when you die as some kind of floating spirit. And you sit up there and watch all your loved ones fuck up, their lives while you're floating around up in heaven. They don't believe in that. They don't believe you go to hell when you die or anything like that. They don't even believe in the literal hell.
Okay, cool. That's why I'll. I don't know.
But
I don't want to bash
didn't you
on
say that the
religion,
Seventh-day
but that's why all
Adventists
religions-
rely on the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Like that the Bible
That's right.
supersedes
The Bible doesn't
their
just...
little.
Huh? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, it just seems like, do they rely on the Bible to interpret heaven and hell, or do they go by their own little sect?
No, they go by the Bible. The interpretations that come close to an actual literal hell where you burn for thousands of years is taken to be not as literal. It's taken to be more of there's a description, like you take it all in context. We could get into.
There's a lot of religions just think
they don't believe
not
that
a
it's a
hell,
literal place that you're going to go burn.
You're just
Says
cast
that,
out and gone.
Don't promise you.
Okay, well, I was thinking about this today, how the structure of these old cults has been revamped for the modern age. And I've been thinking about how we have this dinosaur past with the extinction, and then we have this image we're given of these aliens. And it's almost like the dinosaurs represent our id. The aliens would be like our superego. And I think that these are psychological parallels. And so we're taught to fear the id, the dinosaurs, which reminds you of hell and extinction. It's a horrible place. And then you have the aliens would be symbolic of the higher functioning of the mind and what you strive towards, and they're the ones who are watching us all over. Like even Joe Rogan has pointed out that aliens are kind of like a psychological sky daddy. They fill the void for atheists who don't believe in a god. And I think these are intentional archetypes they gave us in order to help control us in the here and now. They control the future and the past. They define it, and I think it gives them power over how we see ourselves today.
Yeah, it's a new religion.
They define us.
When we were babies, every single one of us was a baby at one point. And as a baby, we reacted to the world with comfort or discomfort. That's it. And comfort meant peace and quiet and sleep. And discomfort meant screams and cries and desperation. And when you're a baby, you can't see. You can't see properly. And you display distress, and an entity appears that soothes you, that feeds you, that makes you comfortable again. This is the root of religion, is hearkening back to that point. And they've simply taken this human experience and they've just spun it into something that we
Disney
have
fairy
an
tales.
inherent memory. It's part of us. We have an inherent memory of that point. Even though neurologists will say, you're not developing memories, it's like, bullshit. You experienced that. You don't have a part of your brain that's deleting that. Your brain is there. Your brain is taking on more. It's not deleting stuff. It's taking on more. So you eventually develop sight and you start to recognize father and mother. And so many of the religions of the ancient ones that were not wiped by the Christians had female goddesses and male goddesses. That's all it is. They took something that's natural and made it into something supernatural. That's all
unnatural. Unnatural, not supernatural. Unnatural. Because I think the natural includes the supernatural. Our natural world that we live in it includes the supernatural. I think that's manifested in the Rife experiments
Oh,
and
right.
Akimoto's work, and
yeah, sorry.
you know,
No, I don't
it's a
believe
mix.
that there is supernatural. There's just not understood.
Don't believe that
but it's
there's a
still natural.
spiritual. You don't believe there's a spiritual realm that we can't see.
Yes, but
where
that's natural. But all of that
right?
is
Yeah,
natural.
absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It's part of the natural world.
So this is when I say
So I call what
supernatural.
they. I call their addition unnatural.
Can we stop talking over each other? It's just fucking starting to piss me off. There's 10 people on the panel.
Damn it, I was just going to shout, "That's you, Rob," and then go quiet.
I was basically just saying I consider that unnatural. I consider everything that we've been handed as part of the new scientism, heliocentrist, sun worshipping, ancient Babylonian nonsense. You know, mystery religion is it's all the religion that they've handed us today. It's all
Religion failed. Look, we're here to learn. We're in this world to learn and experience and grow. And when somebody tells you, grow in this way that I'm telling you should grow in, they're fucking your experience. People telling other people what they should believe in. Like, what the fuck? Where do you get off? I have to believe in a God that's Caucasian, or I have to believe in an African God, or what the fuck? Fuck off. Let me figure shit out. And that's what everybody should have in the heart. Everybody should have, I'm going to figure shit out. I'm going to figure out whether I live happy being a nasty piece of work or if I live happy being a good guy. Let me figure it out. Let's make it perfectly clear. Let the racist person be racist. Let everybody else see that they're racist. Let everybody else see the asshole. Don't let all blend into something so that the asshole can be hidden. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, religion fails. I'll give you an example. And religion gets manipulated. And religion gets turned into non-religions, like Buddhists. And then they turn their religion into a statue. And then they have people just saying, instead of trust in Jesus, trust in Jesus' words. They say trust in Buddha, trust in Buddha's words. So they just take different types of archetypes and then they mold a whole religion into a statue. And then they have everyone worshiping a fucking statue like a bunch of zombies. So religion it's done a good job of hypnotizing and brainwashing everyone, but it's pretty much, it's failed. And but that's why that's the whole divide and conquer thing. And that's where science comes into the picture. Science is another religion, just like Freemasonry is another religion, just like sun worshiping and moon worshiping, they're all religions. So religion failed, science failed, well, and they're failing. So they have to team up together. The science has to team up with religions. This Vatican has to have their Lucifer telescope. And so you have to have science and religion teaming up like WWE, Hillary, and Trump. And now science and religion are hand in hand, pocket in pocket, government and state pretending not to be working together. It's all like people think that the state and the government aren't working together. You're ignorant and naive, and very, very far behind. You need to if you think that the state and the government aren't working together, you're dumb. And if you think science and religion aren't working together, you're also ignorant. I don't want to hurt your little feelings, even though, oh my God, he called me ignorant. Yeah. So yeah, I can go further with that.
Just wondering, are you talking about strictly organized religion or just religion as a whole?
I mean, I'm biased, but I say 99.9% of religions are worthless, and the part of the problem.
I'll agree with you pretty much on quote organized religion.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
That's why I'm trying to separate. Are we talking about organized religion, i.e., Baptists, Catholics?
Well, that's the thing. There are certain organized religions that I agree with, like the subjugates. but that's the thing that I chose to myself, just to, because it's good. It pisses people off. It gets people conspiratorial, and I enjoy when people expose themselves and get conspiratorial.
See, I consider most organized religions much like governments, where they've become corrupted. But I'm not going to say Christianity's a crock, but I think the Christianity of organized religions have been corrupted completely. The Bible and everything else has been corrupted. But not to say that, quote, if you are trying to find, quote, your true Christianity or your true Shiite or Sunni or whatever you are, I'm not going to criticize anybody for that. I mean, that's no difference than searching for the truth. But I will agree with you, Catholics, number one, yeah, it's corrupt as can be. That's why I just think we should maybe separate the difference between organized religion being a crock from, quote, religion.
Well, there's the religious, there's personal religion. So there's religious ritual. There's the qualities of what we call religion that people can have without actually following any actual religion other than their own way, the way they deal with life, their moral compass, their rituals. So when somebody greets you, you're kind to them. Even if you're not Christian, whatever you're not, you have a mode, and this mode could be called your religion, the way you conduct yourself through the world, through life. That's the way you are, and that can be called your religion. But now you also have the labels of the various different religions with their own doctrines and their own things. Think of this. Imagine a guy or a woman, really lovely, gentle, kind, funny, great, okay? And that's it. And they don't say what their religion is. And then at one point somebody says, hey, how come you're lovely, gentle, and kind and funny and cool? And they say, well, I have this idea. Oh, would you tell me your idea? Yeah, the idea is this. And they tell them their idea. That's it. But if you go up to someone and say, hey, listen to my idea. My idea is that there's this going on, and if you don't agree, you're going to hell. That's organized religion.
Yes and no, but you got to understand too. I mean, everybody does it. Flat earthers, we're doing the same thing, converting global earthers. It's what everybody does. Now, like I said, I agree with you. You know, if you're not Baptist, you go to hell. No, I don't believe that. I'm not into, quote, organized religion. Agreed. But everybody who has a strong point of view or an idea of how things work is going to try to push to an extent. I mean, globe earthers can push it to flat earthers can push to globe earthers. It's no different. It's what we believe in. We think we have the answers and all that, and that's what we're going to push. We're lucky because we can get a little bit more proof backed up than most religions do, but it's their belief. Now, when it's a, quote, Catholic, we'll say Catholic, there's a lot of things we can use on their own doctrine against them. But I'm not saying Christianity's wrong, but maybe, quote, the organized Catholic's corrupted.
But maybe Christianity is wrong, and so is Judaism, and so is Islam, and so are all of them. And
they could be.
We have as much right to stay quiet about it or to vocalize it.
I didn't say stay quiet about it. I didn't say stay quiet.
No. I'm saying we do. We have the right to stay quiet about it or to vocalize it, you know, and each to their own kind of thing. But I just think this would be an awesome place if people's behavior was what people emulated. People emulated behavior they admired. That's how we're supposed to be. You know, the very fast wolf, that's the second fastest wolf. That wolf is second fastest because it wants to be as fast as the first. That's why it's second fastest wolf. And that's nature. We try to emulate those things that we admire. That's what we're supposed to do. But we've been told that first, there's no admirable male, So forget finding an admirable male icon that you emulate yourself on, that you base yourself on. Forget that. Whoa, somebody's presenting me. It's really intimidating. I've seen my haggard face. Anyway.
Well, the camera was stuck on Dan, so I was just trying.
All right. Okay. So we are supposed to emulate things we admire. As a natural species to this place, we're supposed to. The Chinese do it. You know, the guys that really admire insects, they are insecty. They even have martial arts that are insect-based. You know, it's just It's how we're supposed to be. But when we're told, drop that, have this idea of something that didn't exist, and try and mold yourself on that. It's like,
well, let me ask.
Come on,
Antonio. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You keep saying that's how we're supposed to be.
It is how we're supposed to be.
Says who?
Says nature. Look everywhere in nature. Let's look at nature and look. Wait, Dan. When? Let's look at nature and see how it functions. Now we, in lots of areas, we don't function well with nature. We devastate regions. We devastate landscapes that we don't need to. We damage. We do a lot of damage, considering what a tiny little portion of the species we are compared to ants and other things. We do a lot of damage that we don't need to, because, especially in the West, because we've had this mold. We've been made into narcissistic people through our background, through our history, through the trauma of our history. We've been made to say, help, bigger, daddy, government, help. You know, you fix it. Somebody call the United Nations, make this atrocity stop.
Let me say one more thing, and I'll mute my mic, let somebody else talk for a second. But I don't model nature because I don't have my herd of females and kill the males that come near me either. Nature's a funny thing. So I'm gonna mute now.
That's only one. Wait. That's only one
example. Yeah, that's one example. There are many. I'm just saying.
So we can look at if we look at the primates, you've got the harems, we've got the gorillas, the chimps, we've got those primates. We're not those, okay? But we can look at those. How do they function? They function that way, okay? How do horses function? How do doves and penguins and dolphins? And we can look, and we as a species that's intelligent, we could decide, like I said, the Chinese, they can say, do you know what? I'm going to be like a freaking insect, and I'm going to eat my husband after I have copulate with him or whatever, you know? We have that choice. We're sentient beings. And to be told, this is how you should be, it's like, oh, really? Let's look at what we're doing. Oh, look at how we kill each other. You don't get huge troops of wolves going to another huge troop of wolves' territory and killing them all. Or you have territorial battles, but lines are kind of drawn. And weird.
Damn, that'd be amazing. That would be amazing to see a giant pack of wolves fight another giant pack of wolves. Wow, I've never thought about that before. That was a good one, Antonio. Thanks for the imagery there.
Hey, wasn't that in Lord of the Rings or something?
I aim to please, guys. Yes.
I thought you were going to sleep when we got off the phone.
No, I want to. Wait, what?
No, Zulu. He's like falling asleep on the phone.
Listening, you
and then he said,
suck.
"All right, I'm going to sleep now." And he hung up the
fell
phone. And then
asleep earlier, and I muted his mic because he was snoring.
This motherfucker took a picture of me sleeping
Fall
on
asleep.
the fucking hangout, and I said, he said it to me this morning, "You motherfucker."
Got.
Zulu 1, you realize that you just said, I didn't fall asleep.
I had to mute your mic because you started snoring, so I quickly muted your mic for you.
Me?
No, Zulu.
Yeah, you know how many times I've had to kick him off his own show because he had been down there snoring? I had to learn how to snipe.
So, Candy, how much longer are you doing this?
Till the birds come out.
Yeah, Candy, how much longer are you doing this?
About this? Oh, I thought it was muted. You mean this hangout?
Yeah.
I don't know how long we've been in the call. An hour? Probably another 7 hours. I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna have to call.
I don't know what.
I gotta get up.
Listen, guys, I'm going to drop, and I'm going to pretend that I'm looking at animals and molding my life on them.
Has anybody heard from Vincent?
Or I'm going to invent a type of animal that's really kind of cool and emulate myself on that. Guys, I'm going to bail. Thank you very much.
Antonio, wait. Antonio.
Good night, sir.
Can you tell Vincent to fix the screen? He's had it stuck on
No,
there for the
it's all
last
set
hour.
now. It's all set now, Candy.
Okay.
Oh,
you're way behind the time.
Wow.
Jippy fixed it.
I'm
out, guys. Enjoy the rest of this. See you all later.
Good night.
Take it easy, brother.
You too. Cheers. Bye.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a nice bong rip, and IPS, you got any new thoughts that came out of the Flat Earth potato show earlier?
Oh yeah, I did actually. You know, I like to crowdsource because that's one of the things I like about doing these live chats is so many people have useful ideas. Somebody had said something in the chat. Somebody in the chat room, they had asked about signals bouncing off the ionosphere or whatever, and they had a question about that. Did you catch it?
I didn't.
Let me see if I can find the article he referenced. But
chat like one time.
Let's see. But we were talking about shills for a minute because that people throw that term around and we all get so sick of it. And I was trying to make this point, which is something I've observed. It seems like there are more trolls in the chats and in the comments and in private messages than producing content. And so a lot of people are misdirected into being paranoid about every single content creator. Like, pay attention here in the chat room who keeps calling me a government agent or something. And it's like, you're going to find the agents of influence, the persuasive ones, in the comments. They herd you around. They don't do it from above. They do it from below.
Yeah, if you're not accused of being a religious cult leader or an agent, you're really not making any impact in the truth movement.
Yeah, that's a good point. That really is.
You
But it's a
gotta
lot of
take it in
thought policing,
stride.
isn't it? Like, this topic is more thought police than any other topic I've ever looked into.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
and they want to suppress it at the questions level and not even let you go looking for the answers. They just want to stop you right there as soon as you start asking questions. It's like shame them, ridicule them, don't even let them get to that point of, because the answers I think they'll find because they are out there.
That's interesting.
I saw an article on Above Top Secret today where somebody had found a whole bunch of IP addresses of people commenting on Flat Earth, and these IP addresses were coming from the Department of the Interior. And it's on Above Top Secret. Yeah, I'll pull up the link because
I know a little bit about Above Top Secret. Hey,
IPS. How's Above Top Secret doing these days? I haven't
based
checked in
out of
in a
Pennsylvania.
I haven't checked in a couple of years. How's it doing these days?
It's chillier than
I
ever.
rarely go.
I
rarely go unless something catches my eye. But I notice a lot of the articles I read aren't current. I certainly don't keep up with it. The tip of the spear where you're gonna get the most up to date information is gonna be on YouTube. Mostly it'll be in the live chats and the video here, comments here.
Oh, I used to love ATS, man. I used to love that like almost a full decade ago.
Well, it still has a lot of good content. You still find some stuff, but
guys, have you ever gone
I gotta
to?
run, gentlemen. I'll catch you later.
Bye, Brian.
Nice talking to you.
Hey, wait.
See you, Brian.
Never mind.
Have you guys ever checked
Later,
out
Brian.
Have you guys ever checked out Conspiracy Outpost? As far as I
Yeah.
know, that's the current only basically conspiracy message board forum that is allowing a 2-year running now flat Earth topic. That's about 830 pages. I'm part of the construction of it.
That's pretty cool. That's cool.
So they do allow it there. So that's one, and they're just like ATS. Actually, they're like old ATS back when it was interesting.
Yeah, actually, I swung over to both. I was on both of those, and I actually liked the Outpost better because it was kind of like an underground ATS. And and yeah, that's cool. That's cool to hear. I didn't know that. That's awesome.
And I'm saying that purely unbiasedly because the owner of Conspiracy Outpost and I have had it out. He kind of threw Flat Earth into the hardcore section because of me. And he's like, it's Jimmy. So I'm promoting it because the substance is there. I mean, I may not agree. I have disagreements here and there with him. I mean, he is what he, but it's a lot of information there. Really good flat earthers have been compiling NASA fakery and flat earth proof there for 2 years. Really, like teachers, lawyers, doctors. That's where they are. They don't want the spotlight on them. They're in a nice, quiet place doing work. It's a good place for that. And it's one of the only ones. I've tried all the forums. They kicked it off Lunatic Outpost. ATS will not even, forget that. Like that's Conspiracy Outpost has been hosting them for 2 years, and they They let us talk about everything, fake nukes, you name it. There's nothing that they won't allow in the hardcore forum. They don't censor it. Last place, I think. The last place. A cruise one too, but they have their own tastes.
I really wanted South Park to talk about Flat Earth this year, and I thought they were going to the whole goddamn time. And especially when they started to bring in the Elon. What?
Take it back.
You're not muted, Candy.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
You didn't. He said that word. I told him not to say it again.
Oh, Dan, did you see the South Park episode with the console wars?
Yeah. Oh no, Candy, come on, man. I'm in the middle of a good thought here. Sheesh.
Console wars, I think, may have been a Flat Earth one. The console wars between Xbox and PlayStation, because I went back and watched it again, and the characters, the security guards in the mall, look like Matt Boylan, Mark Sargent, Jaron. It's crazy. And think about it. They're fighting, warring over a model. You know, like, I don't know. I took it as a double meaning.
Hold on. Let me finish my thought here. Yeah, they had Elon Musk's real voice on their show, and Cartman was exposing it, and Elon's walking through. Oh, look, I have this and that, and there's nothing. They have the same things, the solar powered roof panels. That's the only thing you've done in the past fucking 10 years, and CGI videos, and they didn't cover that. That kind of broke my heart. But maybe next year.
They cover trolls. At least they finally did that.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought that's where I thought they were going with it all, man. I thought they were building up to it, like the trolls, the flat Earth, the Elon Musk, NASA, SpaceX.
They're watching. They know.
Maybe it'll be in the
starting to touch on some of these hangouts things too. They had Peter and all of them sitting at the bar table with their laptops. I'm going to broadcast my show, and it's so that they are picking up on it. I mean,
well, they all know about it. Tosh.0 knows about it, so and you know that like they're all friends. So, I mean, they used Russian video on Tosh.0 for Christ's sake.
Tosh.0 like straight drop knowledge and like laughed at real evidence. Like he didn't like bring a bunch of fake hooey. Like he was actually like postulating the real evidence, like some of the real evidences that like really proved some of the things that, and then the whole audience is like,
Yeah, Rob, he reminded me of J.P. Sears with the whole reverse psychology thing. You know what I mean?
Huh. Yeah, it was.
You know that video that the redhead put out, the flat Earth theory that got a lot of commotion.
The comedian dude.
Well, yeah, ultra spiritual guru comedian, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, like people, like globe earthers were saying, "Oh my God, like." Thanks, J.P. Sears, for showing how dumb flat earthers are. It's like, wow, that's how totally delusional you guys are. It's like he's totally making fun of the globe earthers, and you guys are thinking that he's on your side. Like that's how dumb you are.
I think they're setting us up. And when I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson that time plant the seed that people who think the Earth is flat are dangerous, that's a seed. And I don't know if they're going to make that grow into something, and they have some kind of a flat Earth fall guy with a manifesto, and they pull one of those. And then now, if you're associated with flat Earth, you get painted with the white brush.
Well, the thing about that is, guys, I wouldn't even dwell on it, because if they want to do that, they don't have to use they don't have to use debate. They could just fabricate someone completely that has a whole, channel of retarded proofs that don't really mean anything, and all sorts of other stuff, Hitler loving stuff and everything, so that if they do search and find Eric, there's another Hitler lover, they could just fabricate a complete fake flat earther,
They did that with Elliot Rodger. Do you remember Elliot Rodger in the Palo Alto shooting? That was done to demonize the Red Pill movement, because all of his internet postings were totally sexist, misogynistic on all these Return of Kings, kind of a new, the MGTOW, males going their own way, kind of a male feminism thing. Well, he was all over that stuff. And those sites were targeted by feminists for quite some time, and the SJW crowd. And so here comes Elliot Rodger, shoots a bunch of women in this psyop, and then they find out he's just this sexist who goes to all these websites. And then those websites were targeted for criticism, and they were blamed for the mass murder, which of course was a psyop.
Yeah. Modus operandi, man.
Yeah, whenever there's a psyop, you have to look, what's the incentive, what's the script? And one of the things I like to watch is the predictive programming today, because that tells you what psyops are going to activate tomorrow. And based on the predictive programming we see today, you can see them building up certain character types that will be brought out later. Yeah. They have the archetype and then the type. And the type is their custom designed mass murderer, like Dylan Roof and Adam Lanza. It's like they have the same barber and they have the same crazy eyes.
Yeah, dude. That was
oh my god, yeah.
That shit was trippy, man. I was like, are people really fucking believing this right now? Like, this can't be happening. Like, is it this bad? Did they get everyone this bad?
And
IPS, you're next on the list. It's gonna be you do have a similar haircut to Adam. IPS.
You know what? I know, and that's so funny you say that, because somebody, I think it was P. Mars, that suggested that I was being wheeled out in order to be prepping Flat Earth for a big psyop, with some crazy guy acts out, and then you're all smeared for it, and then like, I'm the guy.
Here's the thing: it's gonna be Flat Earther Murder's governor of state live. And so they'll be like, see, look how dangerous these people are to build on what our buddy said over there, and to punch the point home. They're trying to they're trying to do the frog boiling itself, getting put into a container of boiling water. So they're trying to the Flat Earth is the frog. And they're trying to kill the frog under without us knowing, and I'm not going to let them do that. So, haha, gotcha.
Yeah, it's not going to work. Because the thing is, this is, and you know, you say it IPS. I've said it for over a year and a half before I realized that there is no way possible this could go anywhere with a leader, and this has to remain a leaderless movement. And then if it does remain an organic leaderless movement, then they can't do that shit. They would have to fabricate a whole team of flat earthers and then demonize them all, because they're not going to be able to, even if some crazy incident happens like that, anybody with any type of fucking common sense and in researching capabilities are going to say, well, that's the only one that's like that.
Well, that's why we need to encourage more people to become content creators, because the more diverse the array of opinions that are out there, the harder it's going to be to polarize. And if you read their own rule books, Rules for Radicals, it talks about how to subvert organizations. And one of the things you do is you polarize and you create an archetype, like you have some individual that embodies everything you hate about the other side. And if flat earthers are too diverse, and if it's not uniform of opinion, they can't really make that fly.
Yeah. Hey, Karen.
Hey, how's it going, y'all?
Hello.
Hey, Karen.
No,
Hi.
soul.
Morning.
Yes.
So my channel got taken down. I just want to put that down there. Flat Earth Subgenius is
just the live though.
Yeah, just the live channel. I can't do live hangouts anymore.
Well, what you can do, bro, because I heard you talking about creating a new place to do the live hangouts. So before you go live, you know, like 30 minutes before or an hour before, drop a 60-second preview on your regular channel.
That's what I told him to do. That's exactly what I told him to do.
30, and then 30 minutes before, drop another one, and then when you go live, drop another one.
All right.
Dude, all you have to do is just crank up, you know, a 0 subs backup channel and have a countdown, so when people go Flat Earth Live, they'll see your thing is ready to go. And that's how, you know, there are people with 20 subs there. They got 80 people watching here.
Yeah. You just make a couple cool little advertisements, fucking, you know, make them personalize them or something, make them cool, put some cool music in them, maybe a quote by Terrence McKenna, you know, whatever, you know.
I'm gonna rip off Antonio's channel. I'm gonna call it Subgenius Strikes Back.
There you go.
Or go with the next step, Return of Subgenius. You know, like the Star Wars progression means.
Yeah, the Return of Subgenius.
Flat
Gravity,
Church of the
gravity
Subgenius.
brought me back to fucking YouTube. Gravity brought me back. Pulled me back.
No candy.
That has to be the only thing that pulled me back. Gravity.
You can't go else.
What's up there, Mumbles?
Shut up. Nothing.
You know, if we could even get like 10% of like just the Globebusters audience to start cranking up live hangouts, that would be 130 live hangouts all at once. This is around 1,300 or so viewers. Just 10%.
Hey, man. I said it last week. I foreshadowed it, man. What we need to have to really get this effect going is about 50, 60 hangouts, flat earth hangouts going at one time. It doesn't matter if they got 20 or 30 viewers a piece. Some have a couple hundred or whatever. It doesn't matter, because when someone has a choice between 50 or 60, you can make a whole damn cable channel full of flat earth hangouts live.
Yeah,
They have
hoes handle that.
That is true. I'd rather watch Tila Tequila than regular TV. So yeah, that is true, Rob.
Yeah, it's way better, dude. And I'm telling, and yeah, these are real people, so it's actually reality, man. It's like reality.
Reality is one of my most favorite words. It cracks me up.
Yeah. Totally reality, man.
God, what a joke! What a pathetic joke. They made a reality, a religion out of reality and truth. So they try to.
Yeah. So they can fucking stomp it out.
Well, the comedian, he broke down in The Watchmen, and he just sat there, and it's all a joke. It's all a joke.
Legend, bro. The comedian's always a legend, my friend.
What happened in the American dream? Look around. It came true.
We're in it. Hey, dude, I say that every day almost, man. When someone from the material warehouse or one of my customers, old heads or whatever, man, they ask me, how you doing? How you doing there this morning? I say, oh, well, living a dream. And that's my response. Because that's what we're doing right now. We need to wake the fuck up. Get out of this bitch. We live in a dream right now. The American dream. I don't want to live this motherfucker no more.
Because you have to be asleep to believe in it.
Yeah.
Bill Hicks.
No, George Carlin.
Oh, sorry, George Carlin.
Oh, IPS. What do you think about the Alex Jones, Bill Hicks thing?
That's his favorite subject.
Oh,
yeah, right, exactly. Well, I'm not willing to go all the way and say that Bill Hicks is a female to male transgender and that Alex Jones therefore has a vagina. I'm not going to go that far, but I will say that.
Oh, he went silent again. IPS, you might have to start talking over again. It was one of those.
IPS.
It was
Okay,
one of
what's
those
that?
mobile. It was a mobile dump we just had.
You said that you said that you don't think that he's Alex Jones has a vagina, and then you cut out.
And then
Okay, yeah, no, I won't go that far, but I will say Alex Jones is definitely Bill Hicks. It's unequivocal, and every time I look into it, I find more and more data about that. And just the other day, Alex Jones was doing an impersonation of the devil, and his devil voice impersonation was the exact same one he used to do as Bill Hicks.
Really? Really?
He got busted.
It was pretty close.
Did you make a video of that, IPS?
I haven't yet, and I was thinking about doing 200 proofs that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Make that my project for the rest of the month. What do you think?
Oh, that's a beautiful idea. I'll give you all the info that I've found on that on Skype. And
okay, send it to infiniteplanesociety@gmail.com, whatever. I'll do it. I'll literally take a whole week off, and I'll just do 200 proofs that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, and I'll sync that shit for once. Just once and for all.
Okay. Okay. I'll send you that shit. Cool.
So how's this art show working really? Because I might want to throw in a couple pieces, man. I've been doing a little for the past couple of years. I put put some time into some. Actually, what I like doing is taking Salvador Dali art and turning it into anti-NASA government paradigm art.
Well, the way it works is pretty simple. You just send me an email, and then what will happen is within the next couple of weeks, once I have all the details down and everything on schedule and an address where they'll be sent to, I'll just request that you send the art, and I can either send you a prepaid label that you can affix to it. But so far, I've been contacted by over 55 people, and we're just going to fill up this gallery, and then I'll have it for 4 weeks, the whole month of July.
Really?
And we're going to try to tie some other events into it, like July 4th. We definitely want to burn a globe and sign a Declaration of Independence from the spinning ball, globe exit.
That's cool.
And the day of the show's opening, we'll have a panel discussion. And then one person who follows my channel purchased a crap load of T-shirts from Math Powerland, the photo we're painting.
Yeah.
So in some way, we're going to probably do some sort of giveaway to draw more people in. But we're going to try to create a lot of YouTube content out of this one event, and I think it'll work out if even half the people supply work.
And you're gonna have a gallery for a whole month?
Yep, it's the whole month. It's $500 for the month, and I'll have access to it to go meet people, and I'll also be listing stuff on my own website.
Right.
And so that if there are people who see artwork online they might want to buy, they'll have they'll just be able to go to my site and buy it right off the wall, and I'll ship internationally. So yeah, I did raise some money through a GoFundMe account to put a deposit down, and I'll probably have the rest of it raised by the end of this month.
So I got a quick question. Where do you buy your canvases?
The best deals you can get are any Hobby Lobby or Michaels, and use your cell phone and go to their website, and you get a scannable barcode, and it's like 40% off. It's the cheapest and the best quality, because Walmart's canvases are just way too thin. They don't survive the UPS.
And you got
yes, exactly.
Now, some people are just producing digital work, and they have a ton of memes or whatever, and I'm like, well, put them in a folder and send them to me, and then we'll put them on a bunch of 4x6 postcards. Very easy to sell, very cheap to produce, and anybody who goes will probably walk away picking one up. And some of the memes are just awesome. You know,
mine are a little bit more than memes, just a little bit more. I consider them a little bit more.
Oh, that's nice. We would definitely like posters like that, because these have to be conversation pieces. That's nice. Yeah. Did you send me some stuff over my
Hangouts?
Yeah, I think I've seen some of this before.
And then hold on. It's from my Awake from This Nightmare series. I did a series. I'm still doing it. I just haven't had time to add on to it.
What is that, a comic?
As much as I want. Huh? No. It's here.
Now, do you have you ever had one of these printed out on a poster print or on a canvas?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's so cool. I like that, man. That's a genius idea. Taking Dali's stuff and shoving it back up its own ass, even though I know he would like that.
Look at the little look at the little jihad guy at the top of Uncle Sam riding on his back.
Good work. Yeah. Well, that would be simple. All you do is we'll find what size canvas you want to put it on, and I'll find out what it's going to cost to print each one, and we'll just have it printed and sent to the gallery. These would go over very well. These are nice.
What's up, Dred?
Hey, good to see you guys. How are you?
Brother?
Doing good, dude.
Man?
What up?
Having some good chats. Got IPS on the channel. Got a good, nice, solid panel here.
I know. It's great. I wish I didn't have to go to work in about half an hour, but such is life, right? Such is life. So
we were just talking about Salvatore Dali being a pedophile.
Oh,
well,
I have no...
These paintings, man, this artwork, I would say, let's get these put on a bunch of poster prints, get 3 or 4 of your best pieces, and we'll put them up there. And the thing is, if we have these as poster prints and somebody wants it, that we can just have it sent to them directly from the printer, like a drop shipping situation.
So are we gonna give a 10% discount to flat earthers?
Yes.
If you call and say Mark Sargent sent you or something like that, so, you know, Flat Earth Sub Genius sent you, you get a 10% discount off a painting. So I have a painter in my life who I'm trying to convince to whip something up. Charcoal artist. She does amazing stuff. So I'll see if she wants to maybe do something real quick. Flat Earth related. Be cool. Yeah,
well, and it doesn't have to be specifically flat Earth. What I tell them is some people who aren't necessarily into that, just like alternative cosmology, anything having to do with space is welcome, honestly. It just has to fit the basic theme.
Okay.
And you have plenty of time. You know, it's going to be in July, so I have the rest of this month and then the first half of June to really get everything. And I'll be emailing everybody who contacts me with detailed instructions.
Excellent. Excellent.
That one's good. The veil is lifting.
Maybe you could do like maybe when it's closed or when you feel comfortable with it, do like a live walkthrough, a tour of the gallery when it's all done, like all done up.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about doing.
Okay.
Like on the opening day, and then creating YouTube content based on each of the specific artist's work, and then in the description on the video, you know, if you want to buy this work, and then have a link to it. So it's up for the whole month, and there are people.
I was even thinking of like do like the guided tour thing, IPS.
You got it. I will be curating it for the whole month because I think I can move a ton of artwork this way.
Yeah, I think so. That would be great. Right on.
Yeah, those are really great, Rob.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah, I like the art.
Is that your Instagram account? You should post a link.
Yeah. So it is my Instagram, Terraplane Truth. Terraplane. How do I post the link? I don't know how to do that. Let's see.
Darn it! You said something on. That was a good interview. I watched that earlier. IPS with Patricia. That was great. I totally enjoyed that. I thought you guys had a good talk. Damn it! There was a point you made in it I wanted to bring up. I thought it was so good. Darn it! I have to watch it again. But yeah, I recommend it. Anybody?
Oh, by the way, IPS, I loved all your shit that you had on purpose. The triangle eye in your shirt, then you were carrying the orange disc with a 33 on it. That shit's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, that was funny. I noticed that right away. It was funny.
Oh yeah, that was an Easter egg for Russian vids, and I even had to write it backwards so it'd be legible. And it says it's an orange frisbee, and it says it's all a mockery, and has 33 on it.
I knew you were doing that shit on purpose. It's so funny.
Oh yeah.
And then the shirt. Yeah, 'cause I just figured everyone's gonna call me a shill, so I have a shirt that says Illuminati confirmed. I mean, did you guys see the shirt Joe Rogan is wearing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Round Earth shill. I want to get one of those now.
I got one better.
that was pretty
just get IPS Illuminati paid show.
Ooh, that's good. I haven't heard that one. That's better than Infinite Profiteer.
Here's the thing, IPS. Let me give you a little hint, even though you probably know a lot of these. When I was living in Los Angeles, I would go through all the art galleries that opened up monthly or weekly, but usually monthly. There was all the art galleries would open up, and all the public and to go get fucked up, taco trucks and drink and go check out the art, see comedies, and you know, all that jazz. Could somebody mute themselves, please? I can't stand the echoes. And let's see here. Thank you. And so there's a character that I noticed that was homeless, but he would shower himself up and dress up in suits. And what he would do is that he would go to the art galleries, and he would have a scheme where he would pretend that he had some sort of association or some sort of tie to a cancer, raising money to donate for cancer, or AIDS or just really fucked up shit. The worst type of diseases, or man-made diseases usually. But anyway, that's a different point. But this fellow would go to these art galleries, and he would dress up in suits and comb his hair real nice, even though he had long hair. And he's a scumbag looking dude, but when he dressed himself up, he'd look pretty nice. And he'd go to these art galleries, and he would trick these people, individual people, or the art galleries would be a conglomeracy of people. So he would either trick the whole conglomeracy of people or an individual person who has an art gallery by themselves and is running it by themselves, and he would get them to donate. That's all he would do, was go to all of these individual art galleries and try to get them to donate one painting, just one painting. But he would do this, and if you know how much paintings it cost. If he can get one painting per month, dude, that's thousands of dollars for a homeless. So he would get tons of paintings donated to him for free, and he's just a scam artist, con artist. And I thought that was interesting. I loved learning off of psychopaths and con artists. I've been learning off of psychopaths and con artists for a long time. I've lived among them.
The guy making the moon dust paintings, would you say he fits in the same category of fucking con man, psychopath? Probably.
Oh yeah.
The astronaut there, what's his name?
Mm-hmm.
Alan Bean from Apollo 12. Yeah. He's got moon dust and Russian pea in his paint or whatever, and he sells them for like $1 million.
Russian pea.
So don't IPS? Did you ever heard of anything like that?
That one's a good one. There is a couple of good books by Robert Greene, 48 Laws of Power, and then the Rules of Seduction, and he talks specifically in the Rules of Seduction about different types of cons that were very popular in the 18th, 19th century, and things like that. There are some pretty big ones like that I've heard of, but not that specific one. I like it though. Yeah. It's workable.
Oh yeah, I figured. I just like to throw little seeds of good ideas out there. Subversion, subvert.
So can we start putting some flat Earth dust in some paintings?
Well, NASA will come kick down your door. There was that lady who had a piece of a moon rock from her husband who supposedly worked on Apollo. It was the size of a grain of rice. She asked NASA by email if she could sell it, and they met her at a Denny's, and they basically booked her because it's a crime to sell moon rocks. And NASA will send their own SWAT team after you.
Who would have known?
Department of Education has its own SWAT team too.
It's just because then people can test it and see that it's petrified wood. So sad.
Which means that Alan Bean, I mean, he's literally, look up alanbean.com. He sold some of these paintings for $500,000, and he claims he has moon dust in it, but how thin can you spread that moon dust? How did he grind it up?
Yeah. And this is why Rob Skiba, when he went to Europe or whatever, went to the museum to see that moon rock that was supposedly called out as being petrified wood. It was tested, apparently, the story is. He went to track it down, and they said, no, you can't. It's put away. It's locked away somewhere, right? So that's kind of sad. That's
you know what the funny part is that when all of us go to these observatories, like Jaron went to the observatory, Sargent, or yes, with the rock. I've gone to the LA Griffith Observatory to check out a Foucault pendulum that was completely stationary and sitting still in the middle of their. It's just like all of their things are lies. Like all their dinosaurs are lies. Their Foucault's pendulum is lies. Their telescope is all lies. Everything that they give us, even in their famous museums, are all lies.
Space. Yeah, it's remarkable. Yeah, and it all fits into propping up the globe model. That's what I see. That's why flat Earth is so important. Pendulum. That's why I see it as so important, right? The flat Earth kind of makes you realize these other things. I think I was, partially awake before. A couple of years ago, I was a protester and wrote protest songs, but more politically driven type stuff, right? And I don't know, flat Earth woke me up to more, to other issues that I kind of found more important to me, such as the lies that were taught as kids. Those are the kind of things I kind of want to tackle, and I leave the experts like that want to tackle the psyops and false flags and stuff. That's kind of not my area, but I still follow it because it's all part of the grand scheme, right? And getting the herd mentality out of people, getting the reaction they want. So once you recognize it, it's funny though. You go to all these museums and observatories and whatever, and it just seems so kind of sad, like for children now when you go to them
Childish,
now,
man.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, like you just kind of see through it, like and
It's
you just
video
want to call.
games.
Yeah.
There's video games. Like
Make
you literally, you go there and there's video games that you see that shit, IPS? I mean, I played on them. they got little video games of reality. Here, look, play this video game. You can see this is the weight of all the planets. We weighed the planets, guys. We weighed them.
Of course you did. And they got that from the colors they were emitting, apparently, right? Well, red mixed a little more with blue this time, so it's probably a little heavier on the bottom. It's just a little chubbier.
Yeah, well, blue balls are pretty heavy.
Another one is they told me my weight on all the planets, so I got to step on a scale and then I got to see my weight. So I was negative weight in some planets, and I was really thousands of pounds on other planets. It's really cool, really fake and interesting.
Yeah, agreed. Oh, what's up? Welcome.
IPS. I want to hear IPS.
Hello.
Are they? What do you think? Do you think their weight? What are they using to weigh the planets?
No, that's interesting because we know that they encode their esoteric religion into the whole thing, and so why do they have these different characterizations of these different gods? Because the planets are the different gods, right? And there's got to be something to, like Mars, the red planet. Kabbalistically, the color red is associated with Mars in all magic related to Aries or Mars or the deity represented by that particular planetary body. And there is a consistency between the way that the NASA represents the art and the way that in occult practices they actually do what you would call planetary magic. So, for example, Jupiter, king of the gods, he's worshipped with the sacrifice of a ram, whether it's Jupiter, Jehovah, as in the Old Testament, and in the African pantheon, they worship Chongo, who's represented as the king as a king and as Jupiter. And his symbol, his altar, is always got a ram's head on it because you sacrifice a ram to summon him. And it's consistent all across the board. So when I look at the way NASA characterizes planets, I'm like, they're telling us a whole other story that goes along with it.
So what is the real difference between this, like, worshiping the sun or worshiping Saturn, and what is more prevalent? Like, what is in history?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing, brother.
It is the same thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's pretty close.
Jupiter.
It's multiple gods. It's multiple gods. They're just branching off from, instead of just worshiping the sun, now they're worshiping all the planetary bodies. It's just a different type of worship.
Literally the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. One way to look at Saturn is that Saturn is the grandfather of the sun god because he's the father of Jupiter and he's the furthest one out.
Okay.
So it's a family. Got Saturn, Jupiter.
Saturn is Ra. Saturn is Ra. Ra is the sun. Ra is Sol. Sol is Saturn. They called Saturn Sol. And Samash, the Chaldeans called Saturn the Samash, which is the sun. So it's the same cult. It's just split apart.
So these cults that still believe in it basically went underground, and they just presented these false religions and belief systems for the masses to believe in, while they kept believing. Do you guys believe that there's still these people who deify the planets and stuff?
Well, here's what they did with Saturn. From what I can
Mithraism is splintered into this planet. Go ahead. Ben.
Well, what I'm saying with Saturn, because a lot of people find a lot of info about Saturn worship, and like, well, who do they worship? Saturn or Jehovah, Jupiter, or the sun god? And I'm saying what happened is, I think it used to be Saturn, and then Saturn was worshipped as the sun, but he was deposed by Jupiter. in the myth. And what I'm finding here is that if you look at the image of the foundation of Christianity, of Abraham sacrificing his son on the mountain, and then instead he kills a ram, that's Jupiter taking the new sacrifice of the ram. But
what does Aquarius represent?
Saturn.
That's Zeus. That's Zeus taking over with his pantheon, taking over the Titans.
Yeah,
Kronos,
exactly.
his father.
Nailed it. And then
Kronos,
the image of
Kronos is Saturn.
Saturn always has a big dagger or scythe, and he's killing a kid. And there's a reason why he's killing a kid, and why you see Abraham killing his kid.
Hold on a second, Rob. What planet? What does What planet does Aquarius represent?
Aquarius.
The age of Aquarius.
I would think
whatever.
Neptune.
Let me see. That's a good question.
Neptune is like the aquatic planet looking thing. At least it's always.
Yeah, I gotta figure that one out because you're leading me on to a good thought here, IPS, with the whole.
The water bearer. I know he's associated in the Bible with, like, I think even John the Baptist. I think because they all have characters that because the thing is, the Roman polytheistic system. A lot of the Greek stuff, it's still around today. Like, I was looking at pictures of the Skull and Bones Society, and I was like, why do they always have the grandfather clock and then the skull and bones? And they call themselves the Order of Death. And then I realized, oh, grandfather clock is Kronos. Kronos is the other name for Saturn. So I'm like, okay, they're worshiping Saturn, the god of death. The grandfather clock is the grandfather of the sun god. So they call Saturn grandfather.
And part of that is the men portraying themselves as women. That is part of that cult. It's part of the ritual. As they get older, the men started wearing dresses and things like that. Straight up, that's part of the Saturn cult.
I was reading like 3 years ago that Manly P. Hall was actually a woman, and it's so funny with all this trans investigation. Did you ever hear that one, IPS?
I haven't heard that, but it wouldn't necessarily shock me at all, because there's a lot of that stuff going on that's worth looking into, figuring this thing out, because that's crazy stuff. But
it is weird. But it was a big man. Manly P. Hall was like 6'4", I think, and he did like 10,000 lectures. It's like, and he had a wife for majority of his life. Well, I don't know. It's something it's just something to look into and think about.
Have you guys seen Einstein?
Yeah, it's interesting.
In drag, Einstein's got a few close pics out there.
I'm sure he does. We can't believe any pictures we see nowadays. It's just like nothing. Even if someone got high enough up to take a picture of the flat Earth, I probably wouldn't be able to believe it. Just because no imagery is believable now. Everything can be doctored, right? I'd have to see. It's almost like I have to see things with my own eyes now.
Is doctored.
Yeah.
Not can be.
Yeah.
It all is.
Yeah, a lot of it. Mostly everything you see.
All of it. Every single
I don't know.
of it.
I wonder about some of the high altitude balloon footage might perhaps be just straight up regular camera, no curved eye lens.
You could do it with
maybe it's not altered.
You could do it with still photography. You could fake high altitude balloon footage.
Yeah.
Still photography. It's possible. You have it on the wall, let's say. You could have it like on all four walls. You just kind of have like a what do you call it, like a panoramic or something, and then you can kind of just fake the camera bouncing up and down slowly, where you have like a flashlight set up or something like that. It's really not that hard, because I thought about it, especially with the dog cam footage when people were claiming that it was manipulated or something. I'm like, all right, let me see if that's possible, and it is. You could fake it. You could fake flat. I don't know how you can fake a curvature though, using a panoramic. See, I think it's possible to fake a flat horizon doing it that way. I'm not sure about curvature though.
Well, the curvature is just one step farther than faking the flat horizon. If you can fake the flat horizon, then you can fake the curve. It's that simple.
Well, in a panoramic, the flat will just keep going all around, but with a curvature, you're going to pan around, and then if you're on top of the ball, you shouldn't see curvature. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It would be hard to do. It would be hard to do, I think.
It's not actual curvature anyway. It's flat, Jimmy. So it is actually doing it.
Oh, I know. But I'm thinking like people faking flat horizon in certain videos to discredit all the good ones. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You can bend a flat horizon easily. It's just through the medium that you're putting it through. You could, I mean, we're all like always talking about fisheye lens, this and that, whatever. But I mean, they could literally be putting it through a program. It's that simple to run it through a program. I have simple photo editing apps that turn any photo that you take into a fisheye photo. So, turns everything into a ball.
Yeah.
They could have a black edge on it, like a stoplight. Like a stoplight has like a black cover on the top part of it or whatever. Sometimes, like the older ones, it could have like something like that, just like a little edge around it, like to the black curve.
Yeah. Just something to kind of block out the glare, I guess you're talking about.
I even have ones that will take a flat horizon and it'll wrap it into a ball. Or if you take it, like if you're on the beach, you take a cityscape across the bay. Or if you're in a field and you're taking a picture way across the field of the tree line, then it'll look like a field covered ball with trees all the way around it, sticking off of it around the edges of it. You know what I'm saying? So it'll wrap that whole field and tree line into a ball. That's it, and that's just a simple application.
Hold on a sec, Rob. Sorry to interject here. It says I did a little research. IPS. It says Aquarius is ruled by Saturn and Uranus. Isn't that funny? How I pretty much guessed that shit when you were talking about it. Made me start to think about it.
Don't they say that Uranus is like a gaseous planet, or is it solid? I can't remember.
It's actually a solid.
Or it's a liquid, or it's like all water. I mean, it's a watery planet.
No, it's gas
Uranus
giants.
has methane gas.
They're gas giants. Jupiter,
Dan,
Saturn,
check this out. Doesn't that coincide with them finding the hexagon on Saturn? And doesn't that coincide with them finding the hexagon, which would stand for Saturn? Which is the cube. That's the cube. The hexagon is the cube, which is the inverted cross.
Yeah, but that's all garbage, though. Like that's all like that's what they do. That's exactly what IPS was talking about. They encode that shit in there to make it seem like they're correct.
Like what's the sun made out of?
Hydrogen and what? Helium? What else is it made of? IPS?
Mostly helium.
Exactly.
Helios, the sun god.
So hold on. Let me finish this paragraph real quick. It says powerful Saturn was considered the father of many gods in ancient Roman times and was the original ruler of Aquarius. So Uranus is the oldest of the gods in Roman mythology. This planet was discovered much later than Saturn and is only more recently assigned to the sign. So it was the age of Pisces, and then now it's the age of Aquarius, but all that shit's bullshit too. See, that's the thing. All that age stuff is all bullshit too. They put you in the wrong ages. It's all bullshit.
So Uranus is the big gas planet, and Uranus is where you let gas out of.
That's what I was saying. They've been doing these weird subtexts with drinking Russian pee and colonoscopies on the ISS and all that stuff. And so when they tell you that Uranus has got methane gas, they're telling you a sick joke because we know that stuff's not real.
Yeah, and everybody sees it because it's blatant right in front of their face, and then you have to literally disbelieve what is right in front of you, and basically not have faith in your own self and your own discernment, which makes it that much more easier for them to manipulate and control your mind. Each one of those little tiny jabs at you, like methane gas on Uranus. Each one of those things that you got to say, no, that's not on purpose, even though it's blatantly right in front of you.
We should check which chakra.
Big phallic symbols into the sky. It's all ritual.
I wonder if the chakra that Uranus represents is that chakra right there. You know what I'm saying? That would be another coincidence. Is the chakras supposed to represent planets too?
You got it. You nailed it.
Yeah, it does. That's what it kind of represents. Yeah, you're right. But I just thought it was funny how they say that stupid stuff.
Yeah, hilarious. Man, you could be a splitting image of that Canadian astronaut. We should put an acoustic guitar in your hands. Damn,
Kelly.
Damn. No. Damn. No. The Canadian astronaut with the mustache. Damn. And you know, the one who sings songs in space.
Oh,
Hatfield.
Hatfield.
We should green screen you in front of on live on the ISS. Put a guitar in your hands and sing a flat Earth song. That would be awesome, hilarious.
Let's get
that'd be
Poncho
YouTube
on it.
gold.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
let's do it.
speaking of Uranus, a contributor in the comment section pointed out that Uranus is the father of Saturn. So there's a family lineage here. Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Jesus. It's a family line.
Right.
Very interesting.
Yes, it's the repetition of the father son taking over all the way down to Apollo, down to Orpheus, down to Orphism being the same as Pythagoreanism, and and then it comes all the way right down to heliocentrism of today.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking thing being constantly evolved, warped, manipulated, and moved within and without itself like a toroid, constantly changing, but still the same.
Like an anti-toroid.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not natural. And hold on a second. Shit, I had a thought here.
The lips on Earth can do that.
Oh, so what
Everybody
they're doing is, like I said, they're deifying the planets. See,
What on the Earth
live
is supposed to be able to do that? Like, go in somewhere, and then like the atmosphere, liquid, and the oxygen, and the you know what I mean. It's supposed to all connect to make like the energy that all connects. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but like magnetism of sorts or something. I don't know.
Very interesting subject. Well, I have to go. I have to. My the slave masters are calling.
Oh, you guys go to work.
Thanks for
I gotta go to
We'll
work.
see you around.
Oh, it was great seeing you guys. It's always fun talking to you. You guys have a wonderful night. Talk to you soon.
Yeah,
Have a good day,
haircut, hippie.
Have a good day, man.
If you don't cut your hair, I couldn't tell you how many times I have people telling me to get a job and to get a real job and to cut my hair.
Cut your hair? Yeah, you absolutely. I've been getting this for years. Like, get a haircut and get a good. Oh, so I can't get a good job if I have long hair. I understand. You can't get a salesman job if you have long hair, but I don't know. It seems to go with a certain appearance you have to have for presentation purposes. It's all presentation, no substance. You know how it goes.
I had an interview at a Jewish law firm to take up a mail clerk job to deliver mail from floor to floor, and it was so funny because I was dressed up so nice and I had my hair up in a almost like a man bun, but not that extreme, and I shaved myself and looked real nice. And man, this interview was so fucking trippy. Like, this lady must have felt like she was on psychedelics talking to me. Like, she's like, "Well, how long do you think you're gonna like? Where do you see yourself in 6 months?" And I'm like, "Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Shit's too funny, man. Like, I walked out of there. I'm like, damn, I'm definitely gonna get that job." And my mom. It's funny enough. She works as a secretary for Jewish law firm, and so I've been in and out of there my whole life and talking with all these different types of prototype type machine robotic type of people. And it was funny, man. It was like weird. It was like talking to like the anti-Trinity, like, of the Matrix. I still thought I was gonna get the job. I didn't, but I don't care. I'm in San Diego now, so I'm cool.
Surrounded by weird vibrations.
It's so funny because like you can't like talk about marijuana like in a law firm. Don't talk about marijuana. Don't talk about marijuana. We're in a law firm. We don't talk about the marijuana here. It's just a whole so much levels of psychology, psychopathy, rampant through so many different layers of society. It's so amazing with whether it's law, whether it's Hollywood. They're so similar. It's so court, religion, science, law, Hollywood. All these things are so similar. It's really fucking eerie.
Yeah,
I find it useful to think of them as a unit. Government, media, entertainment, academia, complex. Throw the military in there.
Yep.
They're all connected like that. They all reinforce one another. They use the media and the entertainment to mold your mind, but the entertainment prepares you for what the media is going to hit you with. And then the politicians are ready to take advantage of whatever psyop gets you to steer your opinion in a certain direction. They work in concert, and then they brainwash you in the schools to prepare you for the psyops that they're going to hit you with 20 years later.
And then the politicians use the scientists to back themselves up as well.
Yep, it's a web.
So that's why I love talking with you, IPS, because I know you see through that and you combine all of it. I combine all of it. That's why people don't like talking with me, because I won't listen to certain things unless you combine all of it into the bigger picture. That's why my patience is so long. It's like, oh, sorry, if you're not seeing the bigger picture, then you're not putting it together. You've got to put the bigger picture together.
It's the web under the umbrella, but most people haven't done the research we have. So when we come at them with everything under the umbrella, we overwhelm them. It's too much because it's everything. So I think it's best to hit them with one thing at a time, but which thing, because you need to know how it works by studying each individual thing, and then you'll see how they intertwine. But who really has time to do that? Like these days, out of the general population, they're not interested in that. So
I hit a wall pretty bad with politics. Like I was more involved like in 2015 through 2016. And then I realized, wait, nobody in the media is going to ever talk about the fact that so many of these news stories are fake. And so they're playing according to a script that has nothing to do with reality. And I'm like, okay, I can't pretend. I can't just play on that surface level anymore, because I can see through what's going on with regards to all these fake events, crisis actors. So, and as you said, most people aren't quite there yet. They can't put it together because they can't even conceive of the fact that Anderson Cooper and Brian Williams are lying to them every single night. They can't grasp that.
Anderson Cooper Scooper, CIA asset.
Well, scientists lie, journalists lie. We don't have reporters. The only true objective journalism we have is like on the internet, and the media demonizes that as fake news because you're basically a heretic, because you're like a Protestant in the sense that you're not going off their official script, and they don't like that. They've hated it for decades. I mean, remember before the Fairness Doctrine, the globalist media had a monopoly with NBC, ABC, CBS, and then the Fairness Doctrine opened the floodgates, and then you had talk radio, then you had Fox, but these were compromised right away. We had a little bit of leeway in some areas, but look, Alex Jones controlled opposition for how long now? 20-some years? So finally, we're actually having a true alternative media in the form of this decentralized internet media, and look how hard they're going to not only discredit it, but defund it, demonize it, delist it, shadow ban. They're openly anti-free speech today.
Yes. So many good things to talk about, man. Whew. I gotta take my good night bong rip and get my mind settled down here. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Indica?
Yeah. Indica puts your body and shit kind of gets you in sleepy mode. As opposed to sativa, which gets your mind kind of activated. Like I smoke my
Sativa's when you start the chat, right? And then indica's when you close it.
Exactly.
Now, how many of you came to Flat Earth by busting psyops?
Over here. Who is that?
I've been busting NASA for a long time, and that's how I got a Flat Earth.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say psyops, busting psyops, but I've considered myself well versed in pretty much all of the conspiracies and the different avenues you could take in researching them, and the different ones postulated for the same events, and then it was a lot. It's a long enough story, but when I happened across Flat Earth, the reason I watched it was for basically a entertainment value, as wow, I didn't know this was an actual thing, so I was going to watch it. I literally watched it for entertainment. and then it matched up with something I had just when I just read. Well, I had listened to a reading of the Book of Enoch, which wasn't really making complete sense until I heard the flat Earth thing right after it, and I was like, wait a second, and it was just all kind of like came together in a whirlwind. Like, holy shit! I mean, it's a more detailed, deeper story than that, but I'm about ready to dip out myself, so I don't want to get into it. I was just
Sure. No, I was just curious because for me it was definitely like the Charleston shooting hoax. That was just the most egregious example of us being lied to, like hardcore. That was what really got me focused, but it was because I was like studying Sandy Hook so much that I came across Flat Earth, because everybody in that community was saying, don't look at Flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, Political Hillbilly was really really big into exposing a lot of the information on Sandy Hook, and he was really good at it. I actually was following his stuff before he even became a flat earther, so he was one of those people that becomes a flat earther with like, yes, like a confirmation, like like what? Because he kind of went away there for a little while, and then all of a sudden he was a flat earther. I was like, what? And Santos Bonacci, and then fucking Michael Tellinger. All those dudes were like confirmation to me, like crazy. Like I couldn't believe it. They were all, because those were all guys that I kind of held their research in somewhat of a high regard. That they had a somewhat of a better understanding than at least than I did. So
I was really disappointed by Max Egan.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and I haven't been really disappointed in too many of them. He was one that I actually, I don't know why, I thought he was going to I don't know. I thought he was going to do it. I thought he was going to jump on board. Because he saw it himself. I don't know. I know he saw it. I know he knows. He's not stupid. He saw the proof already. He experienced the proof himself. But he's decided that that's not going to be the case. I think no matter what.
His ego was triggered angry. So
oh yeah.
He's going to get there. He's just at that stage of it right now with the anger, I think. He has to get there. If this guy has been doing the truth as long as he has, and I've been following him since 2008, so he has to get there. If he doesn't, I don't know what else to say besides, like, is he real?
Right. And again, some of it's that ego. There's a certain level of pride that people have where, they can be fooled about some things, but, there's some things that are just in their mind taking it too far. And if they realize that they were fooled, in that area, and that they were wrong, and that they were just being loud and whatever way they had been whatever way they've been conducting themselves over this thing that they were now wrong about. A lot of people, have too much pride to then go and say, my bad, guys, I was actually wrong. And they're going to like dig their heels in and put up their fists and fight, because it's like, it's a coping mechanism in a way, the last ditch effort to save that little bit of pride that they have left. What's up, Issa?
Oh, there's trouble.
Hold on a second.
Expert right here.
Hold on a second. IPS, what did you want Haunted to explain himself on? By the way, I just got live footage of myself becoming an anime character. My hair has never done this before.
Wait, what?
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this right here? What is that?
You're logged in as me, so it's like starting to morph you into saying y'all. Now
That's the little Padawan. You gotta braid it. That's your
I take a fucking bong rip and my hair goes anime all of a sudden.
Yeah, what up? Take care of your hygiene elsewhere, kid.
Well, Haunted House called me Infinite Something Society, not plain, and I'm asking him to explain what he means by that.
Well,
and,
why do you even care? He's just just
Hold on, hold
globe.
on.
Haunted
I
house?
need
No.
Haunted House
House ain't a
to send
Glober.
me a Skype request, please, because I was trying to find him today.
Yeah. Anyway, what's good, y'all?
Hey, sir.
Chilling.
What's up, Ace?
What's up? Yo, IPS. What up, my brother? Love your stuff, man.
Oh, thanks, man. Who is this?
Yo, Issa Mahal. What's good, brother?
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Nice of you to join us.
Yes, sir. It's good stuff, man. I freaking I've been digging your stuff for a minute, man.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, dude. I like how you went in. It's cool because I've wanted to speak to you about a couple of things, but I love how you're bringing it back to, like, you're seeing it go back to Rome.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about like NASA having a rocket called OSIRIS-REx?
Oh, dude, did you see the one called the Adept? And it's, yeah, dude, and it's for breaking the surface the paradigm of surfaces. Dude, it's crazy, man. They're so like symbologically.
Well,
Symbolically.
the whole Trappist star system where they found the 7 new planets. That's the name of a Catholic priest a sect of Catholic priests.
Cenobites.
They were the Trappists.
The Trappists were Cenobites, like in Pinhead. A group of religious people are called Cenobites, and that's what the Trappists were. You're right.
And that's the name that NASA just gave that set of planets way out there, the T rapists, the Trappists.
Like I said, NASA is a Jesuit order. NASA's Jesuit.
Well, here's what I've been proposing, right? Something that I find, like, you know, a lot of contracts and all this stuff, it all goes back to Rome, and this idea of discharge. You know what I'm saying? And like this concept of like, what if the Bible, like, okay, so in 1215, right, the Vatican acquired an interest in the soil that the crown would ever possess and ever did possess. And so as they acquired, for instance, like the United States, because the United States lost the Revolutionary War as evidence of the Treaty of Paris, right? All these things go back contractually to Rome as well. So what if the real serving of the Lord was serving in a legal sense? So they served the people legally with the notice, the offer of Christ, which gave them the right, because people went and dishonored that contract, for them to come and use force to take over. And I
agree with that. I agree with that, because accepting Christ in order to get let into the kingdom as a citizen or whatever meant accepting Caesar, because Christ was the Caesar. They always conflated the two. The sun god was always represented by the leader of the time, and it was a dynasty. You know, kings, Caesars, whatever you want to call them, it's the same thing. The Pope is the sun god incarnate. And so when they're serving that, you're absolutely right about that. It's like a legal document.
Yeah, man. And that's I've been even getting into this whole notion of what's interesting with, okay, so I have like, the Bible teaches, right, agree with thine adversary quickly. And the best exemplification of that is when Jesus, when he's asked by Pontius Pilate, are you the king of the Jews? He says, is it you that says that, or did somebody tell you? That's a conditional acceptance. And then later in the story, there's the character Barabbas. Well, Barabbas in Hebrew means son of the father. And the people elected, or rather the scribes elected, to release Barabbas. And then what they did was they sold the story of the pantheon of gods in the crucifixion.
Barabbas is how you pronounce it, eh?
Yeah, Barabbas. Or Barabbas.
Well, I was reading about Titus Flavius. He was the one who leveled Jerusalem, and he was the one that Revelations was written about. It was prophesizing him because he had himself written to the myth. But
right, but they mythologized all this and used it with the contracts. Yeah, man.
Exactly. Apotheosis, like apotheosis of Washington D.C. of George Washington, they make themselves into gods. But I was reading about Titus's father Vespasian was said to walk around curing the blind with his spit. Does that sound familiar?
Nah, but that's oh yeah, I hear you though. It's very Christ-like.
And then exactly. And it's because they identified themselves with the Christ myth and the Christ myth had other sources, but they were taking all these mythological powers that were associated. I mean, French kings did it too. they had this thing called the healing hands, where many kings in France were said to be able to have these healing powers. That's
Right, but I
always
think,
been a consistent
but
thing.
you know what though, brother? I've always looked at that. It's like this, and maybe you can agree with me if I haven't kind of understood your thing. I find it, like I've said before, and I'm not a Mason or any of it, but you know, but like I find that anyone who would go into those institutions to learn from another, it's like before you know it, they're pretty much just going to have you getting busy for them, for whatever they designed, for, you know what I mean? You're going to wind up going to work for somebody else because you signed up for it. So basically, like, you know, if you're looking for a leader, they're going to provide it for you. And forgive me where I was going with this, but just this notion. Forgive me, man. I'm kind of pointing. I've been a long night.
I had brought up powers, like the healing powers.
Thank you. Like that. It's you know, all of a sudden it becomes hocus pocus work that you got to do out in the yard. You know what I mean? Like it's all of a sudden it's magical. Like they add this air of like mythology and magic for the masses, when in reality there's like legal machinations that are taking place. Like you make me think of like the du jour government, when whoever's at power is in power and is the king.
Well, there was this there's this I think it's in the book of Matthew where it says, "To him who has much, more will be given. To him who has none, he will lose even more." And some say that's a profound statement about spirituality. Or you can look at it as banking. You get interest if you have more money. If you don't have any, you get penalized.
Yeah, man. Well, dude, that's what gets me.
Utilize it if you want, but it's a banking statement.
Well, dude, check this out. It's like, yeah, they call the U.S. a system of checks and balances, right? But most people, when they think about that concept of government and checks and balances, they think, oh, it's to keep everyone, you know, make sure that they don't do anything stupid, right? One party can outvote the other. In reality, it's a system of checks and balances. It's banking. Are you aware of the idea that the U.S. lost the Revolutionary War?
Hey, hold on, brother. Hold on. Hey, Issa. I love you, brother. Take it easy, man. I gotta go to sleep. I was peacing out right before you came on, and then you came on, so I had to stay. But you know what I'm saying. I gotta get some rest. So I'm gonna catch y'all later.
Cool. Get some rest, man.
Yes, I know. You said the U.S. did not win the Revolutionary War. I know.
That's what I like to hear.
Much love. All right, everybody. IPS. Take it easy, brother. Dan, Candy, Jimmy.
Later.
Jedi.
Love you, brother.
Don't hex me, Mr. Bumper. Take her easy for Shizzy.
Peace, brother.
So, Isa, about the Revolutionary War, that has come to my attention recently, and I have given it a lot of thought, because the more I look at our governmental structure, the more I can see an occult theocracy. We have a de facto monarchy. So Rome somehow managed to usurp everything. And I've been told many times that even John, I think it was Washington, was definitely a Jesuit puppet, many have said.
Well, here, look at the thing like this, though. How could it have been any other way? This is my point. Is that, okay, in 1215, the Vatican took interest into everything that the crown did and would possess. So what it is, and then at the time, King John signed the Magna Carta. So the Pope nullified the Magna Carta with a papal bull. But for the people's sake, for the charade, the mythology, they kept the Magna Carta. Like, people think they get their rights from the Magna Carta or something, and that it even went all the way as to inspire the Constitution, when that document was considered legally null and void, because King John signed it under duress. So later on down the line,
yeah, so that's why it's all fake.
So what's not fake? So the United States lost the Revolutionary War, and my opinion is that the Continental Congress was a group of men that tried to fight the king and the crown and the racism, because there may have been black presidents in the Continental Congress, and it got squashed. And so everything since then, of course it was Jesuits or whoever it was that needed to be. Look at this, brother. The original 13th Amendment was to make it so that no titles of nobility could be in Congress. And they came and burned down the White House. And because all members of Congress have to be attorneys, which are esquires, which is a title of nobility. So that title of nobility allows them to operate the system of checks and balances. And that's how they're running that show, as far as I see it. And then you look into the idea that the Constitution is the bylaws to the company of the United States. And then you look into like, okay, so there was a line of credit. Well, they defaulted around about the mid 1800s, and the states wouldn't pay their due that they were signed up as the collateral. And so when they asked the South, they said, give us the money, give us the money. They said no. So they offered black people U.S. citizenship, having 3/5 the rights of state citizenship. And when they all signed up, they said, free the black people. And they said no. And they said, okay, give us our property. And they went in and destroyed the South. In 1933, everyone became U.S. citizens. Or well, thinks they do, because it's about perception. And the Bible says, be ye not conformed to the world, but be renewed by a continual transformation of the mind. We can't just throw these books away either, brother. That's in my opinion. They have so much wisdom because it is their system. And I got to say that looking to courts and stuff, it seems like it's the evolution to a point of almost perfection, but we're looking at it wrong. And what if the only place we could get victory is the one place most people are afraid of, is the court system? And I got to say, I commend you for going to that city council meeting, brother.
Yeah, I figured let's take it to their turf, because a lot of people say it doesn't mean anything, it's not going to do anything, and actually it does have some weight. And they don't have
on the record, dude. That's on the record in that state. Someone 50 years from now could verify that conversation was had.
Yeah, so if 50 years from now, if by that time the whole ISS thing has been totally taken apart, yeah, it's been entered into the record. And I think it's important to break the illusion of consensus. So if somebody doesn't say anything on the record, they can go along assuming everybody agrees with the lie.
I agree, bro. It's the same way, even individually, whenever we interface with this individually, in my opinion. I'm not going to get too much into it, but I think that we have a lot of remedy at hand once we understand their system, and we understand also that this is my biggest thing, is that forgiveness is the currency. Like, I mean that in a practical sense, on a spiritual sense, like all the way up and down. So forgiveness seems to be the most it makes me think of alchemy, dude. You think of alchemy, man. We're taking a base situation and we can possibly look at it differently and turn it into gold. But yeah, it's nice to see you on the panel out here.
Yeah, I agree with that, and the whole court system thing's fascinating. I've been looking more into admiralty law, and Jordan Maxwell, and this idea that we may have lost the Revolutionary War, as crazy as that sounds, but it's hard for me to deny that we aren't living in some sort of a theocracy, because you can't have a environmentalism based on a modern day doomsday cult, which is a religion. Heliocentrism being a religion, you can't call this system anything but a theocracy, because it's religious at its core and it's run by a priesthood.
Yeah, man. I think, but the thing is, I think we have to also learn that there's an animosity that comes with this subject matter that I think it needs to be tempered, because if it's not tempered, then I don't we see what even the general, like, this YouTube community looks like discussing this. Imagine if it were to open up on a grander scale. I am not a nihilist, and I wouldn't want people to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to see anything burn. I want us to understand that this system may actually be everything that could be good for us if we operated it correctly. And that maybe if we spend our time more into studies instead of the idealism, we could actually really achieve what our forefathers, I think, intended for us to have, which is, real freedom. And there's books written that this system is the system for man to govern himself. And if we can't govern ourselves, then we must be governed from without or outside of ourselves. But yeah, I would hope we could talk again, brother. I don't want to take up all the time here. We could, so I could speak 5 minute shit. I'm like me and you, man. We could probably speak for hours. I know you can.
Oh yeah, you guys make a good team. Like IPS, East is our like legal Earth expert. Like
legal Earth.
This guy knows his stuff, man. He really does.
Yeah, he wants the system to take over, and we should forgive NASA. It's a good thing.
Yeah, he wants to play the gentleman's game using their system, and
Well,
a
I'm
lot of
saying
us
you don't.
disagree with it. But
Yeah, no, a lot of people don't like me for it, but I also look at it like, hey, that's not a savvy tactic solution. It's like they could step on you, and like
So would you trust your wife if after she cheated on you?
I've used that argument too many times, brother. Against NASA for the whole thing. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is understanding that I can't it's still my kid's mom though, right? If she was my wife, right? Am I just gonna go what am I gonna trash my son's mother? You know what I mean? Think about it like that.
Walk away from her. You walk away from her. You don't give it a second chance.
Check it. Hold up, but walk away from your kid too. I'm
saying that's not what I said. You walk away from her.
I'm saying, well,
you don't walk away from your kid. I didn't say that.
And now your kid, and now your kid grows up with you and your beefing with your mom, like, and your dad, like, yo, dog, I'm talking
you just tell the truth.
Yeah, I'm talking homeopathic fucking remedies, man.
She's a liar.
Look,
sorry, kid.
Dude, I'm talking about a homeopathic remedy, man, because we don't have time for fucking bullshit. Am I wrong, Bumper?
Am I wrong,
no,
Bumper?
You're not wrong. I mean,
it's funny you ask Bumper. Hey, Bumper, introduce yourself. That would be a good way to say something.
Bumper's cool. What's up, Bumper? How you doing?
Oh, yeah. All right. I know there's a lot of people on here that know me from way back before. I used to get on here all the time. I used to get on the hangouts about 6 months ago, and then I fell off. I had a lot of stuff I had to catch up on. I finally made it back, and I couldn't find any of the channels. Like the Fed channel's gone. Hank Hill's channel's gone.
It's good to see you, brother.
But I came across this one. You know, I'm assuming everybody got shut down, but yeah, I do security work at night. I own 2 companies. I'm a real busy man. I was in college for a little bit too, so it's kind of hard for me to get on here. But
it's good to see you, bro.
But yeah, I'm a flat earther to a certain extent.
Yeah. Well, that's like any of us, because it's like, what's a flat earther now? Is it this group? Is it that group? Nah, man. I'm just looking at it like
it's a state of mind.
Right on, bro.
It's like a state of mind.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. That's
yeah. Some people support the flat Earth, and some people don't. Some people are activists, and some people aren't. Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
Yeah, you know what it is, Dan. I mean, you play your part. Everyone plays their role in this. But the point is, on the grander scheme of dealing with this academia, we're gonna have to understand how to interface with these people. I was talking to a gentleman. I brought it up earlier. We were arguing a point of law in a certain case. And I just asked him, I said, the guy was in the right, like should have won the case. What I said to him, I said, how did his attorney make the argument? And if you don't know that there's a maximum law that says he who does deny admits, you know what I mean? This is what it kind of came down to, because the one gentleman denied, and I called it correctly which way the judge ruled, because I knew that notion and that maxim. And so whoever denies admits. It's a dishonorable action. And that dishonor will be met with, it's crazy. They can't rule against honor. And that's why I'm saying, like, I think this system may be more like upholding a little something richer than we think it is, even though we're getting the short end of the stick. But as citizens, as whatever, as collateral on a debt, what can you do with your property? Anything you want. If I say to you, are you a chair? And you say, yeah, and I could take you and sit on you, right? Same thing if I say to you, are you a U.S. citizen? And fucking you say, yeah. I say, okay, well, it's fucking my property. Or the government can, or the Pope can. And guess what? Check this shit out real quick. U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments to the federal constitution. That's Maxwell v. Dow. We're operating under false notions, man, and acting with hubris. No wonder they're fucking shooting people. Motherfuckers don't even understand what their rights are, which they ain't much if they're coming in as a U.S. citizen. Now, granted, that's the only option if you don't already have known half the fucking shit, and that's why, like, it's better to be a gardener or better be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. But forgive me, I'll shut up now.
What do you think about globe exit? I've been talking about this idea of seceding from the spinning ball and using it as a way to opt out of paying for carbon taxes.
Nah, I would say you just man, we should talk, bro, because I got a lot of ideas that I don't flow around here because I don't know what people would do with them. But like,
send me an email because I think it's something worth exploring. It's an interesting talk because if you remember.
I was just
gonna say that the Amish were opting out of Obamacare. So what can a flat earther opt out of? Whatever it is, we need to find out what it is and opt out of it.
Well, check it like this. What if it was like this? What if the government is starving for money, right? But the thing is, what if you were the creditor in the situation and you could tell them, hey, you know what, knock it off what you owe me and don't worry about it, would you do it? Let's say they owed you a whole bunch of everything, right? And they came to you with a bill. Would you take that bill and would you say to them, hey, could you, if you in your heart of hearts, if they owed you a whole bunch of money with interest and everything on it, could you look at them and say, hey, I'll tell you what, let me see that bill. Time, turn it over, sign it back, or they hand it back to them for tentative payment with a little notice on top. And say, you know, hey, keep that for the records. So when, you know, as the priority security interest holder, you would, you know, when the day comes where you got to pay me back, you can knock it off the bill. Because this is double entry book accounting. But if you think you're the U.S. citizen, you think you're the collateral, you're not the creditor in the situation, then you're dealing with an entity that you think will own you. But as a creditor, as a son of man before any kind of citizen, maybe even if I was to title myself in their system, a resident, you know, non-resident alien, because I'm from here, but most people don't know what language is.
All right, so what do you like better, Issa? Issa, what do you like better?
So
what do you like better? Democracy, capitalism, or communism?
Republic.
Okay.
Yeah, democracy is for fools, but the democracy is the face of the republic. There's a dual system going on. And the republic is where you got the crown and all those rights.
Well, certainly a dual system going on. That's for damn sure. At least a dual system. It's probably more like a quad or a quintuplet system. But yeah, I got you there.
Well, I think like this. There's only two types of people: creditors and debtors. And creditors can't lose, and debtors can't win.
Well, I don't like any ideologies. I don't like any of these stupid fucking old primitive systems that are clearly.
I love them. I love them. I like the maxims in law. I don't think they're as corrupt. It's like, you ever heard that saying, Dan?
Oh, totally. Law is totally corrupt.
Well, okay, Dan, have you ever heard that saying, like, you know, the first sip of natural sciences will make you an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
Huh? You lost me. Science, bottom of the glass, God is waiting for me. What's going on?
Yeah, did you hear me or no?
Not really. I'm trying to.
Like, you know, the idea that it may be something different than it first appears. Like, even though you're like, oh, all law is corrupt. Like, I understand why you might think that. But if you were to look deeper into the matter, there might be another alternative way to look at it.
Well,
And if
because
yeah, go on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe if I was on ayahuasca in the jungle, yeah.
Okay. What's up, Karen?
Hey, Issa.
Hey.
I like what I love listening to you talk about law and stuff. Yeah, I'm back. But the thing about the system is set up. It's set up for everybody. They set you up for failure. They don't tell you how it works. They trick you. You know, and not everybody.
Well, no, but I look at it like this. I'm like, and it's like, you know,
and
yeah,
but then everybody doesn't take the time to learn the language and study it and realize what's really going on. I mean, I've started looking into it a little bit. I've been looking into it a little bit, but it's, you know, it's hard to follow.
Right, but look at it like this though. Whose responsibility are we? Are you the government's responsibility? Are you trying to say, like,
no,
you know, okay,
no.
then
I mean,
so why?
I hear what
so,
you're saying.
You know what I mean? So here's the problem: is that, like, people have had children and didn't take the responsibility to fucking teach them.
Oh boy,
it's nobody else's fault but our own. I look at it like, I don't blame.
But they didn't. But if they didn't know, how do they know that they're not taking the responsibility to
Doesn't
teach
matter.
them?
I have no fucking clue. It sucks. It's a conundrum. That's why I don't deal with this. I don't deal with the problem. I'm dealing with the solution. I understand how fucked up it is. I get it. It's what drove.
So how do you solve this? How do you solve the problem with the same consciousness that created it?
Well, that's the point. It's a transformation of the mind. It's not the same consciousness, right?
Sounds like the same consciousness.
Well, you know, I don't know what to tell you. But from what and granted, I haven't gotten into details of what would be possible. But like I said, it's like, imagine if you could pay a mortgage with your signature. Imagine if you could discharge a credit card bill.
See, I've heard about all that, and I know there's
Right.
a way to do it. Have you ever done that, Issa?
Look, I have done it with.
Let other people talk for once, man.
Wasn't I just asked
I
a
just
question?
asked him a question.
Jeez, I have not done that. No, all I'm saying is that makes, and I do know that people have though. And that's where I just look at it. What I came to the conclusion and what it being is that it comes down to how you do it. Like, for instance, I got 20 grand out of a very big corporation in 2 weeks for a friend of mine because of a letter I wrote. I've stopped foreclosures. You know what I mean? I've done that.
People doing that too.
I've done those things. You know what I mean? And no court, you know what I mean? I just know whatever it is, man. So like it's kind of like, but what I learned is it's about the how you're doing what you're doing. And that's why I've been bringing this kind of to the flat earth. That's why I even ever started coming out and talking about any of this. Cause I said, I've just felt that this is a value to the discussion of the flat earth. I mean, we're proposing that one of the biggest agencies is lying to you. You don't think you want to know a little bit about this? Especially if you wanted to remedy. I mean, if not, it's just fucking spinning the wheels, or you know, which is fine too. I mean, maybe that's what people deserve. But I don't know. I mean, like, I just think that people have I have more respect for our people, and I think because we were tricked, is why I'm so adamant about why I talk about this and why I never shut up about the revolution and I never shut up about the fucking thing, because I'm trying to yell it to the fucking masses.
No,
out here.
people need to know. People need to know. So when you started studying law and stuff, where did you start at? Like, did you get like a Black's Law dictionary and just start looking up the definition of words? Because
You know what I did for a while, but also I'll tell you what, the way I went through it was like I went through Dean Clifford, or Robert Menard, Dean Clifford. Then I got the Bill T. Show Me, and then I went to Creditors in Commerce. Actually, I found Gordon Hall, and then Gordon Hall, and from there, Creditors in Commerce, and Brandon Adams, and that gave me so much listening material. It's just crazy. I didn't pay $1 for it, and I just always researched. And I Gordon Hall puts a lot to it. And granted, these guys, have been champions of these ideas, and these ideas, a lot of men have failed, a lot of men have tried, but we've learned it. People have learned. And by learning them and learning this honor and respect for the system, it's like dude, you're like throwing eggs at a fucking tank.
So Bumper, you want to talk flat earth?
Yeah. I guess a lot of people are not a lot of people. It's A4. Me and A4 bumped heads a long time ago, a while back.
Who doesn't?
We get along majority of the time, but there's times we bump heads. And I don't remember calling him an idiot for believing in the flat earth, but there was a point where it was Fed's channel that was being ran, and they were trying to make it an equal base. And when I first got on, it was always one-sided. They would have moderators that would kind of, if they were globalists at that point, the moderators would kick all the flat earthers off, and then vice versa. The next night it would be flat earthers, and they would kick all the globalists off. So I had talked to Fed personally, and I had told her I would get on and try to balance it out, because I do got questions on both sides. You know what I mean? Like, I can't completely say 100% I know the earth is flat, because there's no picture of a flat earth, just like there's no picture of a globe earth. But I don't believe in gravity. I don't believe that we're spinning. I don't believe the pictures that we've seen of the ball earth. So there's a lot of questions that I have. And like I said, when I got on, I believe flat earth is like a state of mind. You know what I mean? Questioning all the stuff that's been sent to us that's been proven to be lies, like all these Photoshop pictures NASA's sending. But I'm not saying 100% I could bring up that are pretty controversial, like a test I did myself. I actually I got up, watched the sunrise from the a sunset from the bottom floor, and then it's like night here, you know what I mean? So I could do it every time I come in. I could come in from the bottom floor and go up to the top floor and watch the sunset twice. And it's not the perspective that's causing it, it's actually being higher up. And I could do it almost, as long as it's a clear day, I could do it almost every night. So it's not the sun traveling out of my line of perspective. It's actually the sun going down somewhere, you know? So I think the model's wrong with the flat earth. But I do know the ball earth, NASA's all full of shit, you know what I mean? And I like the way the flat earth has investigated them and pulled their card with all the pictures they sent, with all the bullshit that they've done. The Van Allen radiation belt, you know, I had never known anything about any of that until I got on these flat earth channels. And I was like, you know what, these dudes got a point. Like, all this shit's been alive for a while, you know. But anyways, going back to the Globe Earth Flat Earth thing with the Fed channel, there would be days I would get on and I would question the Globe Earthers, and there'd be days when I would get on and I would question the Flat Earthers, just to keep a balance, because I never went off like a lot of these people do, where they start name calling and getting crazy, and then people were booing each other off. So I was kind of like a pretty good moderator with that, to where I would ask real questions, you know what I mean, to both sides, and gave them equal opportunities to talk. And I did that for a while, and I just got caught up with some other stuff, so I had to leave. But that's where I stand on it. I can't say I'm 100% flat Earth. Like, I know the Earth is flat. I've never seen a picture of flat Earth, and I've never left the atmosphere to see it with my own eyes. And same with the ball Earth. So I like the questions the flat Earthers are raising, and I stand by wanting no answers, you know. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I'd love to hear IPS talk for once.
Oh, well, no, I would say, and you may not agree, but I would say that every picture you've ever seen is a picture of the flat Earth. If there's the ground in the background,
that's exactly what I
it's a
say.
flat Earth.
That's what I tell everybody. I want to see a picture of the flat Earth. Well, pull out any pictures you've ever taken outside, or even when you got inside.
Some have just
you
been
can see
distorted.
Yeah, every single one.
Hey, do you guys know how long they've been using distorted lenses to photograph the Earth?
Several decades.
Yeah. You know, when the fisheye lens was invented in the fucking 20s, dude. The fisheye lens was invented in the 20s, and wide-angle lenses were invented in the 50s. So every single picture that NASA's taken has been with a distorted lens. They've been using it from the beginning.
I think we all got that aha thing when we were going. I don't know about you guys, but I went through the high altitude balloon footage extensively when I first started investigating flat Earth, and I noticed an immediate ridiculous trend, and that was about 90 to 95% of the high altitude balloon footage was GoPro. And it started to feel like, and I'm pretty sure it is, like an intentional thing. Like they just push, oh, you're launching a balloon, here, you have to have a GoPro on it, and that's it.
I think a lot of people look at like old NASA pictures, or like you'll see pictures of NASA from like the 60s, and they'll like, oh, look, there's curve back there. And this is an old picture, like as if it's before there was wide angle lens, but it wasn't. You know what I mean? Like people think just because you see a vintage NASA photo, like, oh, that's it, it's legit. But no, that's not the case, because they've always been distorting their images of Earth. At least that's what I get. Like when people look at old pictures and they go, oh, look, there's a curve in that when it's from like 1965 or whatever. Well, it doesn't matter if it's old, because they've always been deceiving us.
The pictures thing, that argument was done before it started, because this, you know, it's 2017 now. You bring us 1, 2, 5, 10, even 50 pictures of what may be a curvature, you're about 10,000 short. You know, they come to us, oh, look at Dwayne Kellum, his new video. Well, there's the curvature there. Now let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's say it was. You really think one video in existence in 2017 is a proof and going to turn everybody flat Earth back to the ball? One video? They're never going to produce enough videos. They're never going to produce enough photographs, because they should exist right now. And because they don't, those arguments are done. They can't. They're going to sit there and cherry pick a pause on a video and say, here's curvature. That's it. There is no argument. These things need to exist now in great numbers, and they don't. So that's that. That's kind of a nail in the coffin. They're not just going to come out of nowhere with 50,000 pictures of curvature. It's done.
Yeah. Well, and you need to be able to see it with your own eyes, and you can't.
Yep.
I mean, even
Civilian
more than
footage.
a picture, you need to be able to go out into the real world.
Civilian
and
footage
see it.
is the only stuff we can trust. We can't trust corporation-tied footage. So I went to civilian only, like, a school, middle school, launching a balloon, things like that. Just regular people, not government weather balloon, none of that stuff. Just civilian. It's nothing. There's nothing out there that shows curvature. There's nothing.
Right.
It's GoPro. It's GoPro, and that's it. And people are going. New people coming into this are going to always go to that argument. Look at all these pictures of the curvature, because they don't understand the GoPro thing yet. So But that's it, just based on the lack of number of photography, not imagery. Photography, it's done. Doesn't exist. They have 50,000 or whatever pictures from the Apollo missions, but you have more pictures of the moon than you do of the curvature of the Earth? Come on.
Well, and the Apollo pictures have so many flaws in them. It's not even funny. I mean,
Yeah, the Apollo missions are destroyed. That's done. And that very popular kid back then, Jared White, he does not like flat earthers shouting his name out. He destroyed the Apollo missions. He did it very kind of OCD neurotically too. So he get down to the frame rates and everything and the footage, and it's done. Apollo's done. I mean, we got to stop wasting our time on the aspects that are already been destroyed. There is no argument. They want to argue, but there is no argument in reality. So we're just wasting our time going over those things. We need to start moving on to other things like, what is this ISS? Mars is destroyed too. A parachute could not deploy on Mars in the thin atmosphere of 1 or 2% the thickness of the atmosphere of the Earth. It wouldn't happen. So that's destroyed too. So let's focus on things that we haven't totally debunked yet, and we have to move forward in progress, because they'll keep us stagnant and distracted arguing things that are already done. You know, this is how we don't move forward. We're still debating the moon landings. Come on, this is done. Let them sit behind, way behind the rest of the group, arguing things that are already done. We need to move forward, in my opinion.
yeah, well, I agree. But then there's also people, who still believe that we landed on the moon. I mean,
Well, there's still people who will stay back when other people graduate in school. So those will be those people that they can still think we landed on the moon. Okay, well, you need to repeat the grade then. We're going to graduate and move on. We're going to climb up. We're going to move forward. We can't take everybody with us. If they're kicking and screaming and holding on, like, let them. Because it's like a child when you're saying, come on, let's go inside. I don't want to go in there. Okay, see you later. What does the child do? Comes running right back in. So they're going to follow us wherever we go. Kicking and
Hey,
screaming.
you guys want to see some shit?
Yeah.
I got a notification for Fox News here on my Facebook, and Fox News just posted this 11 minutes ago. It shows a video that appears to show tracks on the moon. It says alien tank found on the moon. UFO hunters say.
oh my God.
Awesome. Yeah, did you hear about the new dinosaur thing they found? They're on like full attack mode.
Fox and Friends.
What's the new dinosaur thing?
It's like the best dinosaur bone thing ever discovered in Canada.
Is it like?
I know.
It's like a big 1-2. You know what I mean? They're like boom.
God.
They're so cheesy though. It's like, it reminds me of like an out of touch old guy at like a younger bar. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a little bit out of touch, just like a little bit cheesy, a little bit too sleazy. Like, it's, hey dude, it's not the fucking 70s anymore. Like, like, chill the fuck out. That's what it feels like whenever they come out with this shit. It's just like a little bit out of touch. And like just
and
wrong.
then every year there's a new asteroid.
I can't believe people. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But yeah, new dinosaur too. But thanks, Bumper. Now we know there's now alien it's probably
tanks, because aliens
Nah,
would be
I got
using
it.
tanks.
No, I got it. It's Russia already. It's fucking Russia. They're up there plotting on the moon, and they didn't tell anybody, and they violated some fucking law. Now they got to have a space war on the moon. And you know what I mean? Because I was saying this is that flat Earth. The thing of flat Earth is that it takes away the ability to monetize space.
Yes.
And there better
And
be
there's
a remedy
all kinds of
for
other
it.
stuff. There's all kinds of other stuff tied to it too, like I mean, it really breaks down their whole freaking extortion scheme they got going on.
Yeah. It's well, it's like it's. I don't even know. It's weird coming from the perspective I look at it. That's
I mean, the whole
extortion.
education system too. If you think about it, like if you can't monetize space, well, then also you're breaking down a lot of the education system too, like physics and science and like science and technology and all that stuff. It's like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of that stuff it gets kind of, called out too. Like
Right, but look at it like this. You know what? Like some people go like this. They're like, oh, well, people shouldn't rich people should have, everyone should have only what they need, right? You know that mentality. It's like that's how the government looks at general education. They're like, well, you can read, right? Well, there's books out there, so if you can read, you go fucking read them then. And that's it. It's
oh
like
yeah, well they're not gonna educate you.
it's not their fucking job. It's not their job. That's the problem. Is that like what we've
Well,
realized?
it's not in their interests either. I don't think it's in their
Well, no.
interests either.
It's like this though. It's not in like when people get these jobs or whatever like that. It's like imagine the guy at NASA. Like the guy who's working at NASA right now who got handed this shit show, who knows full well it's a shit show, right? Like he's not the guy. Let's say, granted, he's like, let's say if he was lying and he knew it was a shit show, it's like he's not. I mean, like, could you have mercy on that guy if we caught him? You know what I mean? Like, and you have like, that's where I think this idea of to say that they're doing extortion is to say that we understand what the fuck money is. Pardon my language, but it's like there's this whole alternative history that if people don't understand this alternative history, of course, it sounds like nonsense. Like I've said before, if you've gone into this discussion and you're 1 degree off course in the very beginning of your understanding of the history, you're so far off base by the time you get to who the fuck you think did it. Because when it's like, like if people don't know that the United States didn't win the Revolutionary War, imagine what else you fucking don't know that's going to break your paradigm. And would you know what I mean? So when we say stuff like extortion, I think it comes from naivety, comes from, and it's nobody's fault, but like whoever the fuck bore our grandfather. You know what I mean? It's like it's only our fault ultimately, and we are really responsible. This is incumbent on us because we have the opportunity to get all of the information online from your house. Not like you got to go travel through the fucking snow both ways, uphill both ways to go to a library to figure out the Dewey Decimal System to get a quote you're looking for. So now is the time when we can learn. And yeah, I don't know. But I think if we learn,
there's one thing I know about court. It's you should use O.J. Simpson's lawyers.
What's interesting, the definition of court is the residence of the sovereign. So wherever the sovereign is, he is holding court. And the definition of a sovereign just is authority. And also the definition of residence. A lot of people don't understand that definition.
You don't think people are capable of being sovereign entities of their own court of law themselves? That you need
well, how about this? How could any man be sovereign under God?
You mean that doesn't make it? It's the opposite of what God would represent. Everyone would be sovereign under God, not the opposite.
No, everyone, like God would be the sovereign because the sovereign means authority.
Anyway,
so my point is that like.
So you're saying that everyone's a sinner, then, right?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you come to that, but
well, you said that everyone is not sovereign under God. Only God is sovereign. I'm saying that everyone is sovereign under God.
I mean, idealistically, if I was going to write a song, I could put those lyrics and try to move people. But technically, in fucking like a definition kind of a term, is that we are. Well, check it. We're subject to God. So we're not sovereign under God.
Yeah, that's your opinion,
brother. At least make sense when you talk to me, please.
I'm making complete sense. Okay. I know I am, and I know that you know I am.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't fall for mind control tactics.
You're a crafty one, Dan, right?
Well, I'm a fox, right?
Yeah. Yeah, brother.
All right, well, I'm getting put to sleep here. Thank you, Issa. And thanks for having me on, Candy.
It's like, wah, wah, wah. I did. Come on, man. I love you. Don't have to.
Good talking with you, Karen, and nice speaking with you, Bumper. IPS, always a pleasure. And of course,
yep, we'll talk soon.
Jibby the Jedi.
Good night, brother.
Good night.
Peace,
Good night, Dan.
Yeah. Oh, is this Mr. Joey?
Nice, Joey up in the building. Aloha.
Hey, aloha, brother
Hello.
Issa.
Hey.
Yeah.
Candy.
Is another
Maybe.
very, very intelligent flat earther right here.
All of
Yeah,
you
met him at
amazing people.
IPS.
That's a redundancy. Every flat earther I've ever met has been intelligent as fuck.
Well, that's why I said very, very.
That's not true. There's one flat earther I do know that I love with all my heart that's not very intelligent.
Oh, really? Who's that?
His name is Poncho Pete, and I love him to death.
Okay, the dumbest flat earther is still smarter than the smartest Globey.
That's true.
Get
That's
that?
true.
The dumbest flat earther is smarter than the smartest.
Yes, sir.
That's really
Your first
good,
one ain't better
actually.
than my last one.
Sorry, Candy. I'm just saying, complimenting, and that was a really good metaphor.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we got to be a little more lenient with our metaphors. A little more like, because like.
Yeah, well,
yeah, no,
we
bustle.
don't mind to pick on you, Issa, but somebody's got to be the dumbest.
Yeah, no. Damn it!
Oh,
I know,
Issa,
right?
Actually,
Damn it!
here's a funny.
I thought I had that out right, Jimmy. What's up, brother?
No, never mind.
No,
I'm
go
glad
on.
to join,
You're good.
glad to join the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Nice. Yeah, I just wanted to stop and say what's up and say my piece with IPS. I'd love to link up, talk a little more, man. I know.
You guys are paying attention to this, and you heard the little debate going on with Issa. I've heard you, Issa, debate even with Hillbilly, and your way is the way that's like. How do you want to look at it? Do you want to fight it, or do you want to work with it and make it work for you? That's how Issa's way is. So if you guys are wondering, of course, there's different ways to go about it, but Issa's way is a really smart way. It's like, yeah, I'll agree with you. I can agree that you've got this. It's kind of like playing chess. Just you don't got to battle. You don't got to go through all the protests and all that stuff. You can just tit for tat. So that's why I like your style. You say it's like, come on, I don't want to have to fight anymore. I've been in enough fights. I know what it causes. Let's just do what works, and kind of jab around and make it happen. Right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yep.
It's like we either build or we destroy.
Fight it, prove that you won, and but really you're just fighting the tides. Just learn how to just work with it. You don't have to fight it, and there's multiple ways to come to.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, like in order to do any of this, okay, you would already have to have the metal within you to know that you like by what you're doing, in a sense, like you are fighting it. Okay, like but you're fighting it in the most kindest, most graceful manner possible. Is the thing is like it's like I looked at it like I was very angry at one point, and what I did is I had to hit the books, and the anger will dissipate as you study, and as you study and gain and look into this stuff, the anger dissipates. I calm myself down with dictionaries, you know what I mean, by reading and learning all these words and memorizing different things. But if we're just going to take the
famous quote.
Well, if we're just going to take the piss and vinegar and run to the streets, we're just going to get slaughtered, dude.
Of course. That's why it's like, do you want to protest? Hell no. Look what we're doing online with social media. We're growing by the millions.
Well, no, and we're entitled to our intellectual property out here. We're holding, we have our, but here's the other side of it is that also we're operating, I mean, possibly, I don't know how they listed it. I didn't read the terms. But, your U.S. citizen or whatever is the one that's responsible for your content. Or your whatever citizen, right? And so the point is that like, you know, that's why there's repercussions for things, because you signed up for things. And so also with that and understanding is that what are we?
Yo, you hear my phone? My phone just, it was sitting on the other side of the couch and that bitch just started playing ODD's music. Now we're going to listen to the song.
I'm sorry, I meant to. The force is trickier on you. I'll try to
Isn't
turn
that
it off.
fucking crazy though? I mean, it was all the way on the other side of the couch.
That's probably Apple trying to access something. Is it not letting you shut it off?
Wait, Issa, throw some flat earth beats to this song.
Yeah, man. Actually, I was just working on.
Yeah, there we go. Hope everybody tuning in is enjoying this as much as we are.
Yeah, right. If I knew the way, I would take you home. If I knew the way. But I don't even know what you like. Said I don't want to fight. I don't even know what's right anymore. I don't say that. If I knew the way, I would take you home. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Very nice. Good man, Issa.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like I don't want to be a part of your revolution if you can't dance. You feel me, Jed?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's got to be like room here, man. There's got to be intellectual room. It's like.
That's why, you know, there's a lot of criticism over Eddie Bravo's approach to the flat earth, but I like his approach. I like that he's having fun with it. You know, his videos with him and Joe Rogan's only been out on his flat earth fan club for less than a month. It's already got almost 1 million views. And he's just taking that I want to have fun with it approach, and it's drawing more people in.
Which that approach is
what pushed people away, you know. It's like that Jehovah's Witness approach, that coming to your door and you're gonna be, you know, you're gonna be converted within a moment instead of laughing it off, you know. I think that's the brilliant approach that none of us were able to realize because we were too adamant about it. We were too, you know, our conviction was so strong that we couldn't hold it back. And these guys, these brand new people coming into it, they got an information overload. And I think that they're just saying, hey, you know what, let's have some fun with this. I think that's a brilliant approach. I think that's what's going to work.
It backdoors their ego as well because they don't feel threatened.
Amen.
Yeah, you know what's nice too, man? Like, big up, you know, IPS doing this art show. Like that's what's up. Like, that is exactly what's up. You've got your little turf you're gonna do it in. You're gonna invite the people. You know what I mean? Make it a joyous, you know, make it joyful. You know, make it something where people have fun. And then, like, you know, it becomes where it's, even if right at this point, it's like I have friends where it's like, I'm just like the crazy flat earther because I've talked to them enough times, right? But like, you know, we joke about it. It's not something, and it becomes easier to deal with. And it becomes like, you know, if someone's going to go brass tacks and want to find out, it's like, yeah, it's what it, you know, it's what I think. And I don't make excuses for it. I don't make explanations for it. It's just like, hey, to you to yours, to me to mine.
Hey, Jibby, check this out. I got this post, a comment on one of the posts that I made on Facebook, and it was something that was pretty cool. It was saying something like what you're saying, Issa. It was like, hey, everybody, you know, I'm going to paraphrase it and kind of word it my own way, but it said something like this to a post I made. It was a comment, and it said, hey, you know, good that you're trying to convert people, blah, 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 but just appreciate that you got the tap on the back and start living what you're doing. And it kind of resonated with me because it's like, you know what separates us from the majority that don't understand the earth is flat, crisis actors, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, I thought that was a really cool post because it's like something is unique amongst all of us that we're able to get this information, absorb it, come together. Such a dynamic, different type of people that all came together from all walks of life, all countries. It's amazing. It's just like we all got the tap on the back. So I see sometimes comments, because I'm a big Facebook person. I see comments sometimes and wow, man, they really blow my mind. And that was one that blew my mind, is I need to start living more of what do these truths mean to me? Instead of just trying to convert everybody, which was a big passion of mine, it's like live your life to this true way. So I've been spending more time trying to get my life straight and acknowledging that it could be that we can't convert everybody. I'm never going to give up trying, but I gotta start living my life right.
That's
cool
true.
post, man. It's a cool comment to my post. Yeah.
We all should. I mean, knowing the truth sets the individual free, and spreading the truth sets us all free. It's kind of perspective.
Sounds so gay when you say that, Jimmy.
We love it.
It does, but you know what though? It's true. It's true.
Yeah, it sounds real gay.
I don't know. I felt.
Hey, Jibby, I'm only laughing because he didn't say Joey. He said Jibby, so it's funny. I thought you were gonna say you, Joey. I was like, oh, was that too deep?
Too funny. Yeah.
Some of the best people I've met were in Flat Earth, and some of the worst were closet Flat Earthers. But we're all one big gay family, I guess.
It's tough.
Yeah, man.
Transsexual, we're trans earthers.
Nah. Well, yeah, it's yeah. It's it's like it's a serious conversation that needs some humor to it, but it's also like we have to remind ourselves that it's also a serious conversation. That's like I can respect IPS. You come in with a serious tone, which is a good thing, but also like I said, it's like.
You know who else I love a lot is I've been.
We need that fun
too. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, bro.
Sorry, so no, I was just thinking when you were saying who you appreciated, like IPA, right? I've been recently, I always try and tune into everybody. If I see somebody on live, I'm gonna go there, support them and everything. But I believe it's Bro Sanchez, and I've known about Bro Sanchez for a while, but I started tuning in, and tell you what, man, their show, they're serious. They ain't joking around. They're on a mission to convert people to realize the truth.
Right. But here's the thing,
they're
man.
just to hang out and talk. So that's another cool show that I've been listening to.
Well, what I've been digging is a lot of these cats they're kind of pulling off after you deal with a lot of the ballers. You realize like, okay, there's certain people. That's why I like. Well, I like that about Dredd, and I like that about Sanchez. It's like they've got cats on there that like they're still friendly with, but they'll go toe to toe with over these ideas, and that to me is really what this has to be. That it's going to happen like that, and the quicker, like I like Bro Sanchez because he keeps it real. And I also think we got to be careful because there's two sets of arguments for this. One of them is we're going to argue that the proposed model has problems, and the second conversation is alternative theories about what everything is. And we've got to keep it to that first conversation.
If we could just keep it to the first, if we could just keep it to the first, boom, destruction, because we agree on so much. Forget the differences, but like let's just say how many people agree we never went to the moon. How many people, etc., etc. Instead of the differences, if we
it's
agree,
like it's also like it's why it's like
amazing.
it's like like remind them that like, hey man, they lost all the telemetry data is what they're saying. Like there's not just and there's valid reasons to be like distrustful of certain things, but also that's why I bring up the idea of like, can we be merciful? Can we forgive? Because that's where it's going to enter a certain realm of.
That's the crazy part is that all this anger about Neil Tyson deGrasse and Bill Nye and the government and everything, actually the only real answer, otherwise it's just going to keep on repeating itself, is forgiveness, acceptance, and just moving on.
Well, no, I figured. Well, look, it's like we can address these issues and get
call it out, yeah, of course,
and get remedy. But the point is that in order to do that in a diplomatic, it's got to happen in a diplomatic fashion. It would have to happen in a peaceful way. And it would have to happen where even like if it could happen where everyone saved face, would all for the better.
Yeah.
But like if like and then let's say we really like I proposed even a little while back like okay hey like let's say you privately went to NASA and said hey look, let's search like if somehow if you could come to an agreement to work so you could search out far, like let's say you think the Earth is expansive, infinite even. You know what I mean? Like, be able to be like, or let's say like this is like, hey, instead of taking all that money, for all this, let's make it so it's going to be a world program where people are all going to be able to get enough food, and we're going to take all that money and we're going to give it to all, you know what I mean, or do something else with that.
That takes
like give them, like make them
bad guys somehow.
check it out. Make them almost like you could make them like champions of like helping humanity by turning their agency into something that actually helps humanity with that money.
Man. I see that path. I would agree on that path for sure.
I'm gonna jump.
How do we get there? First of all, we got to educate the public. It's you know what I honestly think it is. Everybody in the flat Earth community, I'm sure every flat earther wants to see this movement grow. They want to see it go like to where it's like we won, right? And then what's the transition? Who knows? But I think we're in that transition because to me, first of all, I see the growth. I see the celebrities. I see the talk. I see the YouTube videos. Everything. So to me, it's growing anyways. Plus, when you look at the flat Earth numbers, when you Google search, it's like 15, 16 million lately, and it was about 14 million. That's huge because all the veteran flat earthers, they're not really doing as much research as the new flat earthers. So they're showing the trends for what's going on nowadays. So that means there's more and more and more, whether they're closet or regular flat earthers. And but I think it's got to trickle this way because there's excitement in the beginning. You got to have.
Well, look at it like this.
You got to have like people that hold on. Though. So what I'm trying to say is that you know what I mean, like that trickle effect. You got to have veterans that have been there. Like how all you guys are like veterans and everything. And then the new people, like if I'm just coming on to this 3 weeks and into it, it's kind of cool that I can have a veteran that's a little more calm. You know what I mean? Like I think this trickle effect has to happen because if we all got this information all at once, the whole world, I think there would have been a lot of rioting, a lot of anger. But I think that, you know what I mean? I think this trickle effect is the only way that it really could work.
I think the conversation is just entering the consciousness of the masses, which is the first step. And then I think, I can appreciate that too, because I needed that when I got out here. It was like I looked to like cathexis and certain heads that were masters of these arguments, and so when it helped refine my approach. It took a while for me to realize, but at the same time, it's such a the way to move forward is like to understand that it's not as simple as we think is the point. It's like, it's not as simple as like, just as it's not as simple that, well, they don't have a picture from Earth and that's clearly CGI is not as complicated, or just as simple as it is to say, oh yeah, that is a picture of Earth. And you're like, well, no, you got, you want to explain it to them, right? You want to explain, well, CGI, and you want to break down like how they might have manipulated this, that, the other thing. And it's not as simple as that's just a picture of where we live and that's the end of it, right? So it's much more complicated than that. So I think same way when people start looking into any of these, like any of this other stuff, like let's say I talk about like legal stuff or whatever, it's like same thing. Like it's just because you look at it and you're like, oh my God, it's just so disgusting. Like there's nothing there that's good. Is what I'm saying is like, wait a minute, slow down. Let's try to look at this and dissect it. But I don't know. That's what I try to do over my way. I was really happy to see IPS on, man. I just wanted to come in and say what's up to everybody and say my piece.
Yeah, Isa, somebody had commented, they said, have you be one of the drafters of the Flat Earth Declaration of Independence when we initiate the globe exit.
Well, I'll tell you what,
my prediction, by the way, since when I first started doing this in late 2014 was 2017, November is going to be the tipping point where come 2018, we're going to be able to tell the next generation about the myth that everyone used to believe.
Well,
watch, guys. It's happening.
We're
living through it. It's the most exciting time to be alive. I'm telling everybody. It really is. We're living through it.
IPS and Isa, I know a flat earther attorney, and he is going to the conference in November, and he may be able to help if you really are serious about writing something up that looks right, is legal, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Just putting that out there.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I would probably want to talk as to what the general proposition would be just but we can handle that. Because I mean, yeah, if we were to write up something, I've got a couple ideas, and we can discuss those. Yeah. I'd enjoy that, man. On that note, yo, Candy, thank you for having me. Bumper, it's good to see you, bro. You know, and Joey.
Yeah, it's good talking to you too. I said.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna probably have a cup of coffee and then pass out, or try to.
Don't go, Issa.
I know. I might. Maybe I'll come back. I'm gonna have a cup of coffee and.
Don't sleep.
Yeah, I know, right? Yo, Jibby. Yo, where's Jabiru 2018? If you don't know, Jibby is here to save us with his gay motivational speaking.
You loved it. You loved it.
Dude, brother. Fucking Jabiru 2018. Karen, as always. Lovely.
Yeah.
And Karen took some heat over the last couple weeks, but yo, man, I like that you're still just right here, man. I love that. I love you for that, Karen. That's what's up, man. Don't let
What did she take heat about?
Thank you.
Yeah. I see what's going on. Don't sweat the small stuff. I mean, shit.
I'm all right. Hey, you know what? Flat earthers have thick skin. You have to have thick skin.
Yeah, but yep. That's it.
Hey, Issa.
Yep.
What'd you eat for lunch today?
What did I have for lunch? I had broccoli, rice, soup, and some chicken.
Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I got a sweet potato pie waiting for me too.
Oh, beautiful.
So word up. Yeah. Yo, Tim or Infinite Plane, man. Let's link up, man. I don't know how I'm gonna link up with you. Maybe through the Hangouts or something. It's cool.
Yeah, just subscribe, and then when you're in, I'll send you a link. No problem.
All right, cool, brother. Yeah, good stuff. And shout out to the chat. Big up to everybody out here who's making noise. And yeah, peace.
Later, Issa.
Oh, thank God he's gone.
No doubt, dude. It's so annoying, right? I was like, dude, say goodbye already.
No, good cat.
And not a bad guy.
Yeah.
Not a bad guy. He knows his law pretty well.
Yeah, he's got a very different approach to all that than most people.
I know. I love it. It's that calm, matter of fact. Let's just get things done. We don't need to.
I wish he would have sang a song before he left.
He kind of did.
He sang a quick one.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yes, it was a very quick song.
Yeah. Moment of silence for Issa. Yeah.
Yes. A moment of silence.
Moment of silence for Larry Shilbin's dead jokes.
Somebody in the chat is a clone of Big L, and I know for a fact that it's not Big L because, you know, I know Big L, and me and Big L were talking on Hangouts earlier, right? And I added him to the call, but I also sent him the link in the Hangout message, and he never looked at that message. So this Big L, after I said I sent him the link, he said I can't get on because my account is banned. Now Big L has a wrench on both his L God account and his Big L account. He has a wrench on my channel. So no, he wouldn't have been banned. And also, he never opened the message with the link. So how did you try to get on with that link when you never opened the message to look at it? I'm not stupid, dude. I got a brain. I don't know who you are, but you're not Big L.
Well, this Big L has 0 subs and no content.
Big L don't call me Candy. And this person in the chat don't know what Big L calls me. So.
No subs, no content.
And then he come in straight asking for a wrench. And A4 actually saved me because I gave him one. And A4 said that's not Big L. And then I realized, I was like, wait a minute. Let me check this out. And it wasn't.
He's trying to pull a fast one on us.
Well, you can chat using Big L's name.
Can't slick it down, Will.
Huh?
Try to get over on you.
No, I don't want to ban yet. I want to see something. Shit, I'm banning Helio. Damn it.
Candy, you're the Helio Slayer.
Yep.
Hell yeah, I slayed a Helio.
That's your new nickname, okay? The Helio Slayer. The Helio Slayer.
Do you remember Pinky Tuscadero from Happy Days? That's you.
I've never seen Happy Days.
That was Fonzie's girlfriend.
Ah, you know what? I'm gonna have to rewatch that. I don't watch TV either, but I don't remember his girlfriend because I always remember he didn't have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I know Fonzie because Fonzie was like the first Jedi I ever met on TV.
Yeah, give me just 1 second. I'll be down there.
Yeah.
Fonzie
I'll be right
was
back.
the Force. Fonzie could.
All right, now I know it was you.
Jukebox
That,
song.
that was you because okay, well, how the fuck did you do that? Yeah, see, that's not Big L, man. He already backed with another Big L account. What the fuck? Does Ace McLeod have a brother? Why, Adam? Please elaborate. I'm about to bring Adam on the panel.
Yeah, it's getting to be that time. It looks like. Adam will. Adam's interesting.
Why do I need to post something to Google Plus? I've never used Google Plus before. The only reason I have it is for this. Sorry, I keep cutting y'all off, but I haven't really talked all night, so I'm talking now.
All right, we'll step aside.
And you know how the fuck out of my way, man. Matter of fact, roll out that carpet while you're moving. What the hell was I about to say? Shit. Well, the real Big L, please stand up. He's not here. He's sleeping. Hey, but okay, Adam, trust me, they are not the same person. Could be his brother.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been following along, Adam, but it's pretty definitive that Ace is not Tim at this point. It's very, very definitive. So I think you can drop that one.
I don't think they sound alike either.
No, they don't. Not at all.
At all. Like, I can tell Ace's voice, like, as soon as he says a letter of the alphabet, I know it's Ace.
Well, in all fairness, Adam's from over there in Australia and is not really kind of, he's not an expert on American accents like we are over here.
And that's how I know that's YouTube right there. YouTube. Big L, that's YouTube right there. Because YouTube hates John Watson. They always arguing, and that's what they're doing right here. That is who that is. Gotta be. He's got, like, instant clone.
Are you reading that in chat from Shane?
Yep. And I want to talk to Adam.
All right.
Yeah, that's the real A4 because he linked me to his other.
Oh, I can tell it's a real A4.
Oh no, somebody asked in the chat.
I'll see if I can add.
Hey, you guys, I'm gonna get off and go to sleep.
All right.
Nice talking to you.
The reason I came on, I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. Who dropped?
Bumper.
Oh, must be on a cell phone. Yeah, I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. Good night.
Okay, nighty night. Nice to talk to you all.
Me too.
IPS. Good night.
Good night.
Oh,
Good night. Thanks for your commentary.
Wait, where did Joey go? Read your idea. Hold on. Okay, this guy, guys, this is ball. Ball on some floor and floor like this. Yeah. What?
No, I can't add Adam. I don't have him on my thingy. And you put in A4 and it's Vinny has him. I don't know. I don't have him. I don't know. I don't have a way to get it to him.
I don't know if that's his main account. Adam, send me a message with that account because I think the other one's your main account.
Oh, we lost half the panel.
I think there was no cell phone.
It's one of those hiccups again.
Oh, he got off because the girl's sleeping. He doesn't want to wake her.
I got bumped off because my girl
Look,
is
he already
sleeping,
told.
and I don't want to wake her.
He already told us about.
You just cleaned the panel out, Candy, by
Didn't he?
saying you're gonna have A4 on.
Huh?
You just cleared out the panel.
I know. That's probably exactly why I care. Nah, I don't know. Oh yeah. It is. You know what? I saw him bashing the shit out of her one night during the sun tracking thing, and it was really bad. And that was the first time I ever ran into him. And he had a wrench, so nobody could get rid of him.
No, it's too bad Joey couldn't stay. I would have liked to hear him and IPS go at it a little bit, because it is kind of late, but
What the hell?
Joey's really intelligent and brings new ideas, firmament theory and things like that. I don't know. It's refreshing to find somebody who's trying to come up with new directions to go in. And he has some really good working theories. Joey.
I'm trying to find. I can't go through all these comments. I don't know what. I'm trying to read all the comments, and he's getting mad because I'm not reading his idea. I have no clue what he's talking about. I saw him say something about a ball and a floor, but I have no idea. You're gonna have to type it again. I'm sorry. Go copy and paste it. Well, I don't give wrenches to normal people. I know Big L. Big L used to be on my panel every single night, but I didn't. I'm tired. I didn't even think about that not being him and it being a stock account. Usually I check though. I always check. Like when DRH was in the earlier today, I before I wrenched him, I went to his account to make sure he had 32,000 subs. Because
Well, you could wrap it up tonight if you want, Candy. I mean, we did a good run there. This is a really, really good hangout.
we've been out on me too?
Oh, I'm just saying, like, we could. I do have to go kind of soon.
I think it's crazy that these people, these troublemakers who come over here and clone themselves, do it. Like,
Yeah,
if you're going to
it's
be that
extra
way,
sad.
just be a government show. You make more money.
Okay.
Have all the same fun.
Shane's not just to anybody, and Shane, I know Shane sort of, kind of, more than I know half of these people in here that have a rent. So, like, I knew him before I even started doing YouTube. So,
IPS, do you know MG242 Pillbox, right? You've seen him around.
Yeah, the resident Bible thumper.
Yeah, he pretty much labels you the biggest problem in flat Earth. I'm gonna get a lot of shit.
Yeah, he called me a fraud.
Yeah.
And then he and P. Mars were like, for the first time ever, they were having a bro moment. Because they're like, whoa, we finally agree with each other. Because they agreed that I'm a fraud, I'm a government agent, I'm a call to arms troll, and I'm sent here to destroy flat Earth. And it's like, man, if one person could destroy flat Earth, I would do it. I'd be like, hey, NASA, give me your budget for the year. I'll take 19.5 billion, and I'll help save your gig.
That's true. I always say, like, they should have hired me. I could have made this facade last longer.
Agreed.
I don't know. I would like to see a one-on-one between you guys, because he has been in the Bible game for a very long time. Like, he goes way back on YouTube on those big shouting panels and stuff like that. He's a powerful flat Earth warrior, but
He's a polemicist for Jesuit futurism without knowing it. And that's why I just think it's like, sorry, man, you're deceived if you think Jesus is coming back to punish half the world and save people. The whole rapture and stuff is Old Testament. I mean, it's recycled by Jesuits 400 years ago. So it's like there's no reason to act like that's true.
yeah. Well, I'm a Bible noob. My friend Knowledge Scavenger, Paula, she is probably like the foremost expert on the Bible. She translated it from the original Greek. She wrote a book. She's been basically a researcher of the Bible for over 40 years. She would be the person that would have all the little details about this, that, and other about the scriptures. She's pretty much the resident flat earther Bible expert, in my opinion. I don't know if she's ever stopped by your chats or whatever, but she's also had her disagreements about what she said. She doesn't agree with you. Many things religious. And this is the thing, like, religion, to me, I was telling Pillbox, I said, religion looks like it's dividing flat earthers, truthers, whatever. You're isolating yourself from a group that doesn't share your belief. Do you see how that is sort of a division thing? I'm trying to,
Yeah, I think biblical flat earth is a new world order operation intended to steer and control the awakening. And I mean biblical literalism as opposed to scientific exploration of the facts. And I'm not criticizing spirituality. I'm just saying religion and spirituality are two different things, and the controlled religions are definitely being used for them to be able to rein in the awakening.
Oh, you think so? To rein in, like, it does seem like they're following a script and a timeline.
I'm certain of it. I'm certain that the concept of an enclosed system or an enclosed dome is a new world order trap, and I don't think there's any other way to put it. But that's not a popular opinion.
And there's actual studies done on animals, and I think it was apes, might have been apes, and what they found was when the apes were, in their habitat, and they didn't see any kind of wall or gate or fence, they were happy. They lived a normal type of, life in that little area. And then they put them in an area where they could see that they were enclosed in, and they became depressed. They lost weight. Their whole demeanor changed because they knew they were trapped. So I'm thinking the dome thing, I'm not saying, this is the way I think. I think there's a dome for other reasons, but
the study you cited though, about the enclosure, was that from a Howard Bloom book? I think he talked about it. There's a chapter called The User Illusion, where it was definitely about this. And I think that the idea of an enclosure is a way to keep us on what I consider to be a plantation. As far as a dome, I just don't see why we should go with that as like a starting assumption, since nobody's demonstrated curvature in the sky. I think there may be one, but I think there's more land before we reach one, if there is one.
I do not see curvature in the sky. I see a flat sky. I see that same perspective of the railroad tracks converging. It looks, the ceiling looks like the floor with the train tracks and the long hallways and that convergence downward towards the vanishing point on the horizon. I have to do more Star Trail, my own stuff, so I can trust the footage. But it does appear like a flat sky to me. And the only reason I think there's a cover is just for the point of the gases. They only rise to a certain point as if there is a cover above. Otherwise, if it was just the melted puddle theory and wide open, the gases would just leak up and keep going up and higher, and there would be gases at extreme altitudes that are still rising up from that one melted puddle. But if you cap it, they'll only go so high, and then it starts to fade out, and then you probably have the cover there. What would stop the gases from filling out the whole area? If it's melted puddles everywhere with no cap, or the cap is really high, the gases keep going.
If the sun's range is limited from 23.5 degrees south latitude, if its range is limited to the border of what we think of as Antarctica, then wouldn't it make sense that between each thermal pocket would be a cold, dark region, possibly nothing at all, as far as just could be frozen for all we know, but I mean, couldn't the frozen areas around each one serve as a barrier in that sense? Maybe the places in between aren't even passable.
It could be too
without
cold,
some type of
right. It could be too cold for the gases to travel or traverse out that way, but I don't know, because it's already really extremely cold at those high altitudes where there still are gases. So how cold does it have to get? Minus 500, 1,000, before gases will kind of treat the temperature like it's a natural barrier. I don't know. That stuff, that's lab stuff. I don't have access to any kind of equipment. Could play with temperatures and gases. But just on what I know alone, it just seems like there would have to be a cap. And the ceiling lights, I mean, the stars, that this thing about you can't see the stars after a certain height, that could have to do with the atmosphere. So if these star things are higher up, we won't see them except through the, what I'm saying? You have to look through the atmosphere, but you come above it, you can't see them because you need the atmosphere to show the light, So that's another possibility, and it could be a really higher ceiling than we thought. If there is a top to it, but we have to get up. We have to get probably to the center first, because that seems to be the quickest, closest place to check, see what's at this center. If it is the center, we don't even know what we're working with. We could be working with a Pac-Man azimuthal instead of a complete circular azimuthal. It could be a Pac-Man with an opening, and that could be maybe an escape from one of the poles. But you have Admiral Byrd saying there's an area beyond the South Pole as large as the United States that's never been seen before by humans. So he says beyond. Now, that doesn't even make sense on a ball perspective. Beyond the South Pole, he would say on the other side of the South Pole, coming in from this direction. You know what I'm saying? Because you could get to the South Pole in many directions. You could come from south of Africa, south of South America. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's many directions to get there.
I'm not convinced we have a 360-degree ice ring or whatever, and ultimately, I'm not even against the idea of a dome, if it makes sense. The one thing I am against, though, is the idea that we assume that if there is a dome, it ends at the edge of the AE map. I'm pretty sure that the whole purpose for the deception is to keep us quarantined off in some way. Like I'm calling it a plantation. We're under a siege, or you could call it a sheep pen. But their entire MO is, from what I can discern and ascertain, the entire MO for keeping us here is the fact that it's keeping us in an area that's purposefully restricted in some way, both in how much land we can actually access, where we can travel, and also in terms of resources. And who knows what else could even be. We could be technologically retarded back a few hundred years compared to them, the architects of this thing.
Yes, and the metaphor for that would be the M. Night Shyamalan's movie there with the blind girl.
The Village.
The Village. And we are probably the village. For all we know, all these little satellites or things that we think we see are Jetsons cars, and we are the ones who are stuck in the the dark ages, you know what I'm saying, in that little clearing area. And all the way out there is the future, you know what I'm saying, where people just naturally evolved without being suppressing technology or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That is a metaphor, or I don't know. That's what I get from it, because we are walking through the wilderness blind.
I looked at their MO, and if you look at how they used serfdom to control people, part of serfdom and part of slavery is keeping your slaves illiterate. And that's part of the reason why they're constantly using their symbolic and secret languages around us. Because if you don't know their secret esoteric language, by comparison to them, you are illiterate. And I think it's all about a disparity. And so it would only fit the pattern that as they gave us a falsified fake science corrupted by scientism, they kept the real stuff to themselves. And I'm pretty sure that's been their operation, is to make sure that they always know more and have better weaponry, better technologies, and they're better informed than we are.
And they've been managing us for a long time. I mean, it was only, 150, 200 years ago, we were going to the bathroom outside and we were illiterate. And it's only been this past 200 years or so where now we're getting an education, where before it was kind of like pioneering, settling, surviving. We're under some kind of serfdom rule for whatever land vassals, whatever you want to call us. But you get to America, pioneering, whatever. But we're still literate because it was about the basics. So people didn't know how to read. And so modern plumbing, all this stuff, it's such an advancement. Could they be educating us on purpose in a rapid fashion? I mean, they do seem to rule over us. They do seem to guide us in the directions they want us to go in. So are they guiding us for an advance, we better educate them quickly for some purpose? I don't get it.
Right.
200 years ago, going to the bathroom outside. Look at us now. 200 years out of allegedly thousands and thousands of years. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one way of looking at it is that we're being guided and evolved and advanced, or the other way of looking at it is we temporarily obtained a degree of freedom and liberation from these ancient parasites, and now they're rapidly trying to reconsolidate their power. Because I'm looking at the encroachment of this ever-growing world state, the idea of globalism as a reality, or worse, as a necessity, and you look at their Agenda 2030, their eco-fascist takeover of the private economy worldwide, and then I look at what the same people who invented the globe, how they have always operated, and it's always been eliminate the upwardly mobile, eliminate the middle class, you rule over a slave class as an elite. And then you have your knights in the middle, you have your police force, but it's like Plato's Republic. And so what I'm thinking is that any advance we've had in the last 500 years was in spite of their best efforts to stop us, and despite the fact that they corrupted everything they could, and that they basically gave us a new religious paradigm dressed up as science, but that right now I think their end goal is a world state under a globe, and making the globe a permanent fixture that we'll never ever have the possibility of breaking out of again, because I think this is why they're so anti-free speech. They don't want us undoing this thing, this propaganda matrix.
And they propped up we had a middle class to begin with, probably to have a nice worker class to build their structure. And now once their infrastructure is built, now they can destroy the middle class, make us that Hunger Games society. And yeah, so they used us and abused us. They created the nuclear family and then destroyed the nuclear family. So we're holding on to we want to hold on to things, it seems, that they created to begin with. We were tribal, weren't we? Like a village would raise all the children. They've molded us into the way they wanted for their purposes, to build our own fence around us.
Yeah, there's a great deal of farming, and they have it down to such a science that most people aren't even aware of it. And I happen to think that religions, organized religions, is nothing more than them basically anthropomorphizing government, so that you might be worshiping, Jupiter and Apollo and Isis and Saturn, but in reality, you're actually genuflecting before a government, because it's state-olatry. Religion has always been used as a camouflage for government, for state-olatry. Like a divinated ruler, we shouldn't even have such a thing. There should be no divine right of kings. There shouldn't be a royal class, a royal bloodline. And where do they get off calling themselves royal? Well, they invent the myths that they force feed on the people they conquer.
Where did it all start, though? Was it somebody saying, "My father's Superman," and people believed him, and then they gave him the presents, and then that expanded? Was it something like that, or was it an actual tangible thing and a tangible bloodline of a visitor from?
No, it was exactly like that. And if you want a recent example of it, look at North Korea, where they say that the creator, who changed his last name to North Korea, he changed his name to like Il Sung, which means the sun, and he started this. They have this party that rules there now. Well, when he died, he's essentially considered to be ruling from the heavens. And then his wife is called the Sacred Mother of the Revolution, and her holiday is Christmas Eve, which is interesting because it's all astrotheological. So the present dictator of North Korea, his father was said to have been born in a manger by a mountain, and a star appeared above him. When he died, they erected 3,200 obelisks all over North Korea to symbolize that he's immortal. They use basically the same symbolism and iconography of the Roman imperial cult, and they celebrated a 3-day festival for the dictator on Easter for 3 days, and they call it Day of the Sun, where they say that their leader is literally the sun, and he's the president or a dictator at the same time. And then they even have 10 commandments over there, not from the Bible, but they call it 10 rules for a monolithic governmental system, and you have to memorize them. So I'm saying is that these religions are nothing more than a blueprint for an elite class to deify themselves and pass it on. So you might say his grandfather is Saturn, his father's Jupiter, he's Apollo. And you know how in the myth, in the sun god myths, the sun god is always the reincarnation of, so Osiris is reincarnated as his own son. And so this is written into the script. So you have a royal bloodline because every single person being born again, incarnation of the god.
You know what? There is an actual tie to that. Now that we just use the Superman metaphor in the movie Superman Returns, 2005 or 2007.
Yes.
At the end of it, Superman's standing over the bed with his son.
And he says the father is in the son, and the son is in the father, and a
Yes.
beam of light of sunlight comes into the room, and hits the kid's face.
Yep.
Yep. And in that movie, Superman goes out and he flies above the world, crucified like Jesus with his arms out. And he takes on the pain from listening to all the people down below.
Yep.
That movie was full of this imperial cult sun god worship.
They just did it again in Batman versus Superman when they shot the nuke up at Superman and Doomsday. Doomsday fell down to the earth in a big kind of mushroom cloud explosion while Superman floated in space with his arms out, like half dead, while the sun was coming over the horizon. And when the sun finally hit him, he looked half dead, like he had a zombie face. And then when the sun hit him, he healed and then opened his eyes, and his eyes were red, like when he shoots the beams out. So that was the symbolism in Batman versus Superman. Interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely encoded in there. There's an esoteric side to Superman and his creation and his creators that would suggest that they would be using these archetypes in this way. And there's this really wild conspiracy theory that Al Gore, this sounds nutty, okay? You know the whole thing about Christopher Reeves falling off his horse, then he gets into a wheelchair, then he dies? Well, there's this theory going around that Christopher Reeves had some really bad cosmetic surgery, and it was introduced to the public as Al Gore. And his wife was also given the same makeover and was renamed Tipper Gore. Now, this sounds crazy. This is like crazy territory. But if you look at the pictures and you look at the timelines, it makes sense in a way. But then it's like, in what universe would it make sense where you have a politician who started off as a movie character? And I have this theory about something I call archetype casting, where it's like typecasting, where you have a certain person chosen for a role because they're type, but archetype casting means somebody's chosen for a role because they have already been established to embody an archetype. So you have the Superman archetype that you're raised on it. All these people grow up with Christopher Reeves as Superman. Then he disappears, but then he comes back as Al Gore saving the world. And even though you don't recognize him as Christopher Reeve or as Superman, the neurolinguistic programming is there. And so if Al Gore stands in a certain posture with his chin up in a certain way, on a subliminal level, he's tapping into the emotions you had watching Superman saving the world when you were a little kid. I mean, that's just my theory. I know it's crazy, but it's kind of funny if you look at the pictures of Al Gore and compare it to Christopher Reeves. And Al Gore's mission is literally that, saving the world.
There was a picture of Obama, I believe, standing like this or whatever, something like that, like Superman in one picture, maybe with Superman behind him or something. I don't know. That was one of the pictures. Obama looking off into the distance like he was doing the Superman pose. Of course, he was about to say
they know the
it back
power.
then.
The power of archetypes and establishing these images that it's all neurolinguistic programming, but it's completely intentional. And I found an example of President Obama when he was going into Israel. It was when his limousine, the Beast, broke down and he had to borrow a limousine to go into the town. Well, this made the news, the Christian end times websites, because they said he was in a car called the Beast and it broke down and he had to go in a borrowed vehicle. And it happened to be the same day that Christ was said to have went into Jerusalem on a borrowed donkey. And so what they're saying is that symbolically, there was this strange parallel between President Obama on a borrowed vehicle, a Democrat donkey, entering Jerusalem that same day. And I'm saying, no, this isn't just like he might be the Antichrist. No, this is him being written to mimic Titus Flavius entering Jerusalem because he was the original Antichrist. And back then, Antichrist didn't mean anti as in Latin. It was the Greek word antichristos, meaning the substitute Christ, the second coming. So basically, they replayed the old second coming revelation story with President Obama in the news, in the media, and the only people who caught the symbolism were those people who were looking for signs of the end of days. And I'm saying it has nothing to do with the end of days. It just has to do with how the elite like to write themselves into their own myths.
They do write themselves in. They're the star of the show. Yeah. And so do you think like they're doing those things to get people in the subconscious way? Because if you're familiar with that
subconsciously
story,
yeah, exactly. So subconsciously you're identifying this person as a divinated ruler, as a king, as a sun god. And even if it's not aimed at us, it might just be aimed at other elitists who are all in on it, who all recognize themselves as divinated rulers, as elite. They call them elite because they see themselves as gods.
oh, you right there, Candy?
Yeah.
Have another cigarette.
Shit, man. This is why I haven't even smoked any weed in 4 days because I'm coughing. Like I can't breathe. I thought I was muted.
You're all right.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
when I started coughing, like I saw my little circle like exploding, you know, like what the hell? Like I thought I muted the bitch just now and my cursor was still hovering over it, not muted. I did press the button though.
Yeah, I watch Hollywood movies because I'm looking for their messages in them. That's where I'm looking for some truth right now, actually, is in science fiction, looking for fact. Because I know they're hiding either, you know how it's predictive programming, they're laying something out, so I'm trying to read it in the movies to see what's coming ahead. But there's one thing I always see in most of these movies, these Hollywood movies, is the hole in the sky. There's the hole in the sky with things coming out of it. It's so many big blockbuster movies. So could this be on the menu, you know, coming up ahead?
Have you seen Stranger Things?
Strange what?
Stranger Things, the Netflix stuff?
No.
It's basically based off of the Montauk Project.
No kidding. Really?
Yeah, you gotta check it out. I don't know if the season 2 came out yet, but season 1 it's been over. So it's out there.
There's a
I
lot of
watched
things
it on
thrown
Cody.
out that there's fake that's been thrown out there with creatures and stuff that are to always be blamed on the Montauk Island, and you know, once they start making shows out of it and it's on, you know, corporately promoted popular show, I tend to not give it so much credibility, or you know what I'm saying? Because back in the early 2000s, it was us online that we were basically designing what is now Ancient Aliens. We were pretty much, we molded that show online. Like when Ancient Aliens appeared, it was the old characters, David Wilcock, all you know, all those guys were on there. It was like, the hell, they're talking about Nibiru, Anunnaki. This was like internet only stuff for a long time there in the conspiracy community.
Stevie, speaking of, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you just reminded me. Do you follow the Potter's Clay? Their YouTube channel.
What was that?
The Potter's Clay. Do you know what it is?
I still couldn't hear you.
The Potter's Clay.
Yeah, we were created in pot.
No, man. No. I know that. I'm saying the YouTube channel of Potter's Clay.
Oh no, I don't know it.
Okay, well, I'm about to show a video talking about showing stuff in stuff. Okay, in cartoons and stuff. This, when you said Nibiru, oh my god, this video is insane. It was from Scooby Doo, and I asked him if he knew what episode, or and then what date the episode played, and he said he didn't know, but it was on the. He gave me the website. I just haven't had time to check it out yet. He said he didn't know. I mean, he said it was in the second season of Scooby Doo, like the original Scooby Doo that was on Saturday mornings. You know, crazy. Oh my god.
All right, so you have a link. You want to share it?
I'm about to play it.
Okay.
I've seen some of those new Scooby Doos, and their parents all wear the Illuminati triangles around their necks on their necklaces.
Wow, I'm not surprised.
Oh, Hanna-Barbera.
And they have a lot of good stuff in there. It's like X-Files quality storylines.
Yeah. Hanna-Barbera is drenched in the occult. And that was who created Scooby-Doo, I believe. Well, they created many of the Saturday morning cartoons were Hanna-Barbera. Very tied in, and they're in a lot of the cartoons. Go back and watch the old Betty Boops. There's one of them that's pretty much a Masonic initiation. Illuminati, it is crazy. It's out there. I can't remember the name of it, but it's an old Betty Boop, and it's pretty much everything Masonic. It's Disney. It's all there. It's all there to be found.
Somebody had asked me if I was serious about the Obama thing, and it was from March 20th, 2013. His beast broke down in Tel Aviv, and then there are people who have at websites here that say biblical prophecies that prove Barack Obama is the Antichrist. And I'm just saying is that this isn't like a prophecy being magically fulfilled. This is them scripting an event on the date, time, location in order to show that he is one with the myth of the Caesar, of the sun god incarnate.
So what is the point, do you think, of all this subliminal, subconscious embedding of these things that are hidden? Is it just to keep us locked in this pattern of submission where they have leverage? I mean, it has to be a goal.
I think it's because they have to show us in order to keep, like, free will.
Well, yeah. I mean, but like what he's saying is like when they're doing kind of like a metaphor of something in scripture or something in ancient teachings, like where they're doing it, they're mimicking it basically in the modern day.
All right, y'all ready?
Is it even playing? You might have to advance it along a little bit to get it going. Sometimes YouTube freezes. Yeah, you don't even have it playing yet. Okay. Is there any volume needed on this, Candy?
Can you hear it?
Not really. Maybe I'll turn you up a little bit, see if that helps.
Can you hear it?
Barely. Like it's like 1 out of 10 on volume. That's 1.5 out of 10 now.
These beings, which Sitchin identified with the Anunnaki of Sumerian myth, would become humanity's first god. My favorite internet encyclopedia says it's supposed to be a collision. The Nibiru collision is a disastrous encounter between the Earth and a large planetary object. Believers in this doomsday event.
Maybe I can just pass you the link and you can play it on yours.
No, I think we got the gist. That That's interesting. So they're furthering the Anunnaki story,
The
basically.
whole story on Scooby-Doo way back then.
Okay, so they've clearly introduced all of this, starting it online, expanding it. Whether they controlled Zachariah Sitchin or not, I don't know. There's some pretty damning handshakes, images like that, Jordan Maxwell and such. And Jordan Maxwell takes credit for bringing Zachariah Sitchin and, well, he takes credit for bringing David Icke to America, and has worked with Zachariah Sitchin, according to him. And so the three of them are definitely network, and they've introduced a lot of this. Now, is for them to be putting this, like, if David Icke and Jordan Maxwell and Zachariah Sitchin were such, rebels, underground rebels of the occult, why would the main cabal corporate entity that controls the television programming and such be promoting their work, their findings? It doesn't make sense. Unless they work for them or in some way. It's about who we can trust. And I followed David Icke for a very long time, and as well as Jordan Maxwell, Zachariah Sitchin. I read the Sumerian tablets, the ones that were translated anyway. And it's a narrative that they pushed on the internet, and David Icke still pushes it. But to put it so, like, Scooby-Doo, like, I thought it was maybe limited to, maybe a couple things on Nickelodeon and Ancient Aliens, but Scooby. So this is clearly, they're pushing this imagery and narrative, and it probably ties into the Alien show. That they
You know what's
have.
funny that you say that? My comment on that video was something similar to that. I said, it breaks my heart to see that things that I've loved so much as a child, to realize now what they were actually doing. I said, but Scooby-Doo? Like, I didn't think it went past Disney and, all the big, I know that Scooby-Doo was big, but it's basically the same thing you said, like, I didn't know it went that far. So what else are we going to find,
And back when the Hanna-Barbera cartoons would end, they would always do that spiral with the star, and it would be like the pentagram. So it would be a pentagram. Go back and watch the old cartoons. He-Man has the cross on his chest. I mean, like, Skeletor has the skull and crossbones. It's in all the cartoons. So they're pushing this narrative for decades and decades. Like, they're celebrating it. They seem to be collaborating with it. They're working together. And it's in all these different mediums. You can find this. I have a Templars Xbox game. Like, I only bought it for that reason. Like, I researched this stuff. So they're very open with sharing this stuff. We're not any kind of, like, sleuths of the truth. We think we have a cut above everything. No, we just did our homework. The homework that they gave us out there. They put it out there. It's just more evidence that we may be seeing an alien show, whether it be half hologram and half actual anti-gravity craft, which they're doing something with all that money. They're doing something. Maybe they're building something somewhere.
Maybe $50 million a day will purchase them a believable alien invasion psyop, because all the predictive programming is all intended to lead to a psyop eventually.
Yeah, and it has to be flawless. There can't be any glitches, or it all ends. And they're not going to give us any clue for us to be blowing the whistle on it, like this Project Bluebeam thing. If it was a real secret that was leaked, and I'm pretty sure they know it's leaked at this point, would they still keep doing it, do you think? Like, or they're going to change it, and we're still thinking it's going to be a blue beam type thing. You know what I'm saying? They're definitely going to lead us in the wrong direction. And they're going to put breadcrumb trails for the bloodhounds like us. They know we're going to go, no, you know what? We're not believing that. That's too odd. We're going to look for something alternative, and we're going to find the alternative breadcrumbs. We're going to go down that road, and it's a trap because they want to get the bloodhounds off their trail. So we have to be watching for that too, and not fall for an easy trap, thinking that, haha, I found some secret information. I know the truth. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people fall into that trap.
And yeah, exactly. And one of the things that I've been seeing them lay the groundwork for, and this started when Barack Obama was elected actually, is a lot of the right-wing papers like WorldNet Daily and Front Page Mag started promoting authors who suggested that the Antichrist scenario would be fulfilled by somebody arising from the Islamic world. And they even go so far now as to claim that the savior from the Quran, this Mahdi figure, is somehow correlated to the Antichrist from the book of Revelations. And so this type of religious message, this particular doomsday scenario, is targeted at people who are, Fox News, Drudge Report, right wing. And so they're mixing, they're actually combining the proper group of people, because you have the people who believe in the war on terror, the official story of 9/11. They think the Muslims are coming to get us, and they're telling them, oh yeah, they are going to come get you, and they're going to chop your heads off, and you're going to be persecuted. It's all fear-based mind control, but now they're putting a target on it.
Perpetual state of fear too. You never feel secure no matter what. And then you reach out for your government for the safety net. Whatever keeps me safe.
Well, exactly. Yeah. They're adding the whole war on terror agenda and conflating it with an apocalyptic agenda. And I think that right there is a very dangerous development when they mix the two. And I think it's also kind of the same thing as when people are biblical literalists and they tie it to flat earth. Once you retire or you merge your religious faith with something, it's hard to separate the two.
Yes, and Jesus has become their salvation. It's a personal thing. To attack the book, to attack their beliefs, they take it very, very personally. And I have some very good friends who are Christian flat earthers, and any discord about the Bible or religion, they take as a personal attack on them that they feel they have to defend. And anybody in, say, well, see, I'm a friend of theirs. Now, if I'm in the presence of somebody speaking poorly of the Bible or their beliefs, they feel hurt that a friend of theirs wouldn't step up to defend their beliefs, but that's not my fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still care about them, and I want to hear the sides, but I can't defend.
Typical groupthink, guilt by association. This is the kind of emotional-based mob mentality that drives all the witch hunts, all the exiles, all the pogroms and inquisitions. It's all based on creating fear and fear of associating and fear of being seen with somebody who's already been anathematized. And just like right now, Metal Slug's master says that the Quran gives a fairly specific description of the Antichrist actions. Now, he's not willing to accept that the book of Revelations describes something that happened at the foundation of the religion, and that the only reason people think there's a future Antichrist is because of the conniving, conspiratorial Jesuits who created this myth. But he believes it, and so for him to believe that this myth will be fulfilled by some Islamic Antichrist or caliphate makes sense to him.
I believe it. I believe what's in the Bible, all of it. So I'm on that side too. I'm just saying, like,
Well, and I can understand where you're coming from, but what I'm saying is that the idea of a second coming was invented by the same clique that brought you the globe, and there's no reason why you have to accept a second coming, because it's not actually strictly even biblical. It was invented by the Jesuits. It's called Jesuit futurism, and that's one of my main points of my channel is to destroy the myth of the Antichrist and global warming.
And I think somebody did the math, and we are the 83rd generation since Christ was here, allegedly, that is waiting for his return. 83 generations, and each one thought they were the one that would, it was their lifetime where Jesus would return. Now we're on the 83rd. Well, it didn't happen in the 82nd generations, but it's definitely going to happen in the 83rd. Well, no, it'll happen in the 84th, and this is going to keep going on and on and on.
Well, yeah, exactly. And it was backdated. The way it was actually done was the crucifixion's in 33, Jerusalem falls in 73, a 40-year period. And back then, one generation meant 40 years. And so what they did was they knocked down Jerusalem, and then they backdated the myth 40 years and said, this happened 40 years ago, and he predicted that I would come and I would be the second coming, meaning the replacement Christ or Antichristos. So that's how Titus Flavius wrote himself up as a divine being, by saying that he was prophesized at the crucifixion 40 years prior. There's a really good book on the subject called Caesar's Messiah, if you want to know more about this.
It's interesting that you said 73. 73 is the number promoted by one of their main shows, The Big Bang Theory, and Sheldon Cooper wears the 73 on his shirt. I've also noticed a trend in the big blockbuster superhero movies, X-Men, and I think even one of the Captain America ones, with this fascination with 1973. Yes, I think it was, I want to say it was Civil War, Captain America one, but they've been focusing on 1973 lately in some of these movies. I don't know if there's a correlation with 73.
It could be, because the 33 and 73 are connected by this little backdating, this little trick they did. But the thing is, it's like when you attack somebody's concept of the globe Earth, they don't even know that's their religion. And if we make it so that it's not fair to criticize bad beliefs, then we shouldn't even be criticizing the globe or globalism or statism or anything. And I think that religion has definitely spiritual books and teachings within, but the organizational structure has a very bad history. And frankly, I think that it impedes us more than it helps us. I don't think we need organized religion or priesthood. And I don't think that the idea of a book that actually was written by the creator of the universe makes any sense, especially when the book doesn't say anywhere anything about flat Earth. It doesn't say those two words. It's open to subjective interpretation. I can find far more biblical literalists who believe in heliocentrism than biblical literalists who believe in flat Earth. Like Rob Skiba's model makes sense, and I enjoy his work, but there are more people who believe in ball Earth and can use the Bible to back it up than flat Earthers. So this isn't a religious movement. This is about the scientific discovery of the facts that have been hidden from us.
Yep, I agree. And it is because they leave it up to subjective interpretation. I think this is where we get Bible the arguing from, because it's subjective interpretation versus subjective interpretation, and who's right? I'm right, you're wrong, and then we get the battle going, and then you step in and say, well, I'm not sure, and then you get attacked by both sides. So it's like, I'm not seeing anything that's uniting about it. I'm not seeing anything that's loving about it. I'm not seeing, most Christians I see do not, I call them hypocristians. They are very anti-Christian. They don't practice what they preach, literally. But there are some who do. I will give them that. And they do seem to have a pretty good life. It gives them good structure, and they get warmth out of it. And, to them, I say, whatever works for you. But when you kind of ram it down others' throat, you're going to have a lot of people turned off by that kind of presentation of it. It should be warm and welcoming, if anything. And if it is a book of our Creator, and He does love us, He would have a very warm and welcoming message. And I think Jesus, for the most part, does. But not the Old Testament, in my opinion. I don't know. And plus, why would the instruction manual come 3,000 years after the earth was created? 5,000, 6,000 years old, and here comes the Bible. 33. What is it? 33 or 73 AD. Who even knows what year we're really in? Have you heard of the theory they added 1,000 years to the date because they used to have the little I for in the year of our Lord right before the year, and that I turned into a 1. I don't know if there's any validity to that.
I think that can be accounted for, but I don't know. I'd have to cross-reference it with, like, I mean, if you look at China, they have pretty good records that would suggest at least a 3,000 year unbroken chain of record keeping, but I don't know. I'm definitely looking into it.
Yeah, we don't even keep the same year as, so I don't know.
But one of my points, I think, to my channel, though, is that facts don't care about feelings, and emotions are not tools of cognition, and that, you know, ultimately, what's going to move this thing forward isn't going to be anything other than waking people up to the facts and not telling them how to interpret those facts. Because, like, I mean, what would happen if suddenly Flat Earth was flooded with Scientologists? Would we then all be expected to conform to the teachings of Dianetics? Like, no, I think this is open to everybody because it pertains to everybody. And so as long as people recognize that there's not a religious agenda attached to Flat Earth, I think it'll be fine and it won't be all divided up. And I don't think it needs to be divided. That's why I just say, hey, let's just leave our religion at home and focus on the Flat Earth.
Right. Leave religion and politics at home. And what is our common base? Flat Earth truth. Let's meet there at our common base foundation that we all have in common. We don't have religions in common or political views in common, but we have Flat Earth truth in common, and that's what unites us, and that's what we need to stick to, in my opinion.
And I don't really mind if people get combative. I mean, MigPill44, whatever his name is, we haven't even talked. And he's called me out as a fraud. He said I'm a hellbound heathen, lusting after my own sins. And I'm like, well, that's not really a good place to start a debate. And I didn't come into Flat Earth to get whacked over the face with somebody's Bible. I came into Flat Earth because the Earth is not a ball. And I have a problem with this huge amount of deception that I'm having to contend with on a daily basis. I didn't come into this so somebody could browbeat me into kneeling before his particular version of a very subjective form of religion. It's very subjective. There are somewhat 35, 40 different denominations, and it's constantly changing.
Yes, yeah. Well, there's a lot of denominations out there, from what my friend Paula has told me. Way too many, like, and it is very subjective, and it is kind of a browbeater. It slam the book at you, and yeah, that is his type. I could set a debate up for you if you would like, but I would prefer a debate versus a shouting match, of course.
Yeah, I would like to talk to him, because last time I tried to, he shouted over me because I didn't want to mix faith and myth with science. And I'm like, hey, let's just be objective. So I made an objective statement, and he flew off the handle. I said, it is objectively true to say that there is more evidence for Neil Armstrong walking on the moon than for Jesus Christ walking on water. Now, that is an objective statement. It is objectively true to say that there is more evidence for Neil Armstrong walking on the moon. Now, we've debunked that, but at least we have evidence in the form of first-hand witnesses, people who worked on the project. We have video footage. So there's more evidence. That's not a controversial statement. But when I said that, he flew off the handle and didn't want to talk anymore. And so if disagreeing with somebody is going to be considered offensive or inflammatory, then that person is just too precious of a snowflake to be having a debate in the first place.
Yeah, I see your point, and yeah. He can be that way. Yeah, I'll talk to him though, and if it's not a debate, then nobody should waste their time. It needs to be a serious debate, objectively, I would think. And I do see your point. I really do, because I'm sort of on that team too, and I feel the same way. It's very subjective.
But it may not work, because he has actually conflated the two. For him, the flat Earth revelation is being revealed by Jesus Christ and that's his view, that it is being revealed by God. And so to not recognize that is to be rejecting of God. And so for him, it's tied together. And in my view, from my own experience, my own research, my own intuition, and what I've observed, it's pretty clear to me that if there are any government agents in Flat Earth, they're going to be the ones bringing down the religious aspect first, as though that's the most important part.
So the finger pointing will be everywhere at anybody coming after it or questioning it. I question it all the time, but I still try to maintain a friendship with those, but they do kind of feel sorry for me because, of course, if I don't accept Jesus Christ, I'm going to hell for eternity. And to that I say, I'll take my chances. I'll live a similar life as Jesus' teachings, as I thought they were very wise. So that's what I'll take from it, and that's it, because that's all I can really resonate with. I can't resonate with testimonial proof of his existence. That's not good enough for me. And like you said, that was a very good metaphor. We have more proof from Neil Armstrong landing on the moon that we have debunked. So I'm a scientific-minded person. I'm not a faith-based person. So it's kind of, you're running off two different things. You're running off a scientific mind. You're running off a faith-based. I don't know. I don't want to speak for them. I don't know how they exactly operate, but it does seem very subjective, and it seems like they may feel they had a vision, and that vision feels like a fact to them, but it pretty much only exists internally, not externally, this experience that they have. So it's an internal experience that they subjectively interpret into a certain way that forms a new fact for them. That's 100% true. And Pillbox will say to me many times, 100%. I say, you sure you're 100%? Yes, 100%. I don't know how he gets there. I think he gets there through internal interpretation. To me, that's not a form of any kind of proof or fact. That's just my opinion.
Well, I was looking at some verses in the Quran this morning. There are a number of flat earth verses in the Quran. Actually, there are more flat earth verses in the Quran that are more definitive than those in the Bible, in the Christian Bible. And yet I don't see people picking up the Quran and saying, flat earth is a Muslim thing. You accept Muhammad or you're going to hell, infidel. Like, I don't see that happening for some reason. And so the reason why I think people have a lot of beef with me is I seem to be defensive against Christians, but they're the only ones who are after me and condemning me to eternal torment in hell for not thinking right. The Muslims aren't policing my thoughts. I don't have Scientologists trying to police my thoughts. It's specifically coming from biblical literalists who think that there's going to be a second coming. So in other words, people who have been given a story by the Jesuits. And I don't trust anything that comes from the Jesuits. I just don't, because I know what their true mission is. And if they tell me that the world's going to end if I don't believe this particular thing, I'm very wary of it, because it's like saying the world's going to end if you don't recycle, pay your taxes, and vote Democrat.
Yep.
But yeah, if you can set up with Pillbox, I'll be happy to talk to him, even though I know we're not going to see eye to eye. Because
that shows a lot
he's going to want to talk religion, and I'm going to want to talk flat Earth. But it'd be interesting to hear his view and how he conflates the two. And I'm interested to know what his thoughts are on the Quran, or if only his views are valid from his particular book.
I think they are, for his particular book, and you guys will have the common ground with Flat Earth, and this is how I maintain a very good friendship with him, is because that is our common ground, and I try to bring him back down to that when he goes back to that place, his favorite place. I want to bring him back down to where we meet, and that's where we get along the best. And yeah, I could set something up. I think he would be willing to do it. I'll have to talk to him though. I kind of threw the idea out to him yesterday, and you know, he was taking a day off from Flat Earth and he has to recharge, so we'll see what he says. I think that shows very good character, that you're willing to stand in a one-on-one debate with such a harsh critic, a biblical critic of you, and I would love to see how this works out.
Yeah, it's important. Like, I think that trolls serve a good function. We need contrarians. We need people who disagree. Otherwise, everything stagnates.
We need to be
Now,
challenged.
here's what the Quran says about the flat Earth. It says that the sky is a ceiling. It describes it as a ceiling like a rug spread out across the sky. Let's see. He says, here we go. The earth we have spread out like a carpet, with the mountains firm and immovable. And then it says, he who has made the earth like a carpet spread out. Everything is about it being spread out like a big flat carpet. Tons of verses on the subject. Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet spread out. Have we not made the earth as a wide expanse, and the mountains as pegs? And the planet Earth, after that, he stretched it and spread it flat like a carpet. Like, it actually describes it as a carpet. It's pretty unequivocal with the Quran.
Wow.
So if the Quran, if you accept the premise that the Quran is a divine book by God, and that it supersedes the Bible as Muslims believe, then they have a bigger claim to make this about the Quran. So it's not biblical flat Earth, it's Quranic flat Earth.
That's amazing. I am not familiar with the Quran really. I didn't go the religious aspect in my studies, so I'm very fascinated. This is like all new area to me. I did not know Quran was that. Wow, it's interesting. It does sound like more of a flat Earth book because I've been hearing all the arguments about it says circle of the Earth. That's not a sphere. So I've been hearing a lot of what the Bible has in it to describe the shape of the Earth. There's another passage about extending a line. It doesn't have a lot, though, and it's not describing any shape, but they do say the circle of the Earth, I believe, which a circle can be a flat surface as well. It's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And so if we're going to go with this is a divinely revealed event, then I would probably place my bet on the Quran if I was a betting man.
And is that not the target, the enemy of the Western world, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and very good point, because by all indications, it seems to be the case that the Quran was invented by the same people. That, in other words, that I like to say Islam was shat out of the bowels of the Vatican. And I think that they purposefully wrote these two books in such a way that at some point they could be used, both of them, as weapons against the Jews and against, because like I say, it's a hydra. These are all heads of the same beast. They're all being controlled by the same hand. And so Islam was invented for a number of reasons, but basically as like an attack dog for the Vatican. And the Muhammad character isn't a historical character. Nobody can prove that. It's more likely the case that he was some Vatican cardinal, and they even have his name. And then the story of the book that Muhammad went into a cave and Gabriel gave him the book. This is just textbook stuff for how they create all their religions. No different than Joseph Smith or any of these other supposed prophets, even Aleister Crowley. All the prophets seem to just go into a cave for a little while, then they get the download, and they go out into the world. Well, you know, Karl Marx, some say Karl Marx was a puppet of the Jesuits, and when he was at the library writing, he was in this, they said that he was actually taking dictation from Jesuits, that he wasn't even writing the book himself. And so I just look at all these religions as being created by the same Wizards of Oz for the purpose of dividing people up in order to play us off one another.
Going back to Superman. Superman at age 18, I believe, goes to the Fortress of Solitude and reemerges, I don't know, I want to say around age 30. Like, he got that download, and that's when he is now on that mission. At least that was the Christopher Reeves version, and I believe it's in comics too. I'm not quite the comics expert, but it is the same type of story. They go away. He went to the north, you know, and that's when he emerged, and he has the colors, the red and the blue, and the balance of the two, the yellow. It's interesting.
Yeah, and even Krypton. You know the word crypt from the crypt, which means secret, like cryptopsy.
Yep.
And you know, all these Marvel characters have these aspects. They all have this subtext. Even the symbol of the X-Men, the X with the circle, that was the symbol. Like Crowley called that the mark of the beast, and the beast and the Babylon conjoined. And he said that it's the sun and the moon. See, the moon would be the circle part, the sun would be the cross, and conjoining the two. So what Crowley was suggesting was that the great right, the merging of the god and the goddess, is the merging of the left brain, right brain, and forming a new consciousness, which would make you a Superman or an X-Man. And the X-Men symbol is exactly the symbol that Crowley used to describe this concept of a fully integrated being, a being who had integrated the subconscious with the conscious. Because that's what the occult is. It's making the unconscious conscious. That's psychoanalysis as well. But it's the idea of shining a light into this dark region. And that's why all these different gods and goddesses like Hecate, there's goddesses of the underworld, carry torches. It's the idea that they're shining light on the unconscious mind in order to reach an expanded state of consciousness. And by expanded, I mean integrated, like not having that part cut off. And I think that this ultra uber patriarchal religious system with the big fat obelisk is designed to eliminate the feminine principle, which is the unconscious, the intuitive. And Dr. Ray Hagan, he has a good channel on YouTube. He talks about this all the time, how the Ankh, the symbol is the symbol of the goddess and the god conjoined. And it's a symbol of life, therefore. But that the Christian cross got rid of the goddess portion, which was the top half of the arch, and has two males put together. That it's just uber patriarchal, get rid of the feminine. And if you look at how all the Abrahamic faiths manifest, look at the covered up nuns or the women in Islam with the beekeeper outfits or the veils or the hijabs, the idea of women being second class, being property, being sinful, dirty, being to blame for all the evils of the world. And this wasn't just Eve. In his previous incarnation, Jehovah as Jupiter had Pandora as the first woman. And what did she do? Pandora's box flooded evil into the world. Same story, both of them equally misogynistic.
In the Disney films, they always kill off the mother. They kill their mother. Yep. Bambi, Dumbo. You have Cinderella. She's just has the stepsisters, the wicked stepsisters, of course. There's the 101 Dalmatians with Cruella. It is very demonizing to women.
Cruella de Vil, Cruel Devil. That's correct.
Yep. It's right there. Disney is as cult as it gets. To me, they're the heart. They're the main brain of it. At least the main brain. They're everywhere. Involved with NASA. Involved with I think they've always been involved with Star Wars behind the scenes. Now it's official. And where are they going to take that narrative? This next one is, Star Wars: The Last Jedi. They have it in red. It's the red lettering versus the usual, I believe it's yellow. And I don't know. They're taking us down the road. And they have lots in store with the Star Wars. Of course, the predictive programming with it. I mean, I am a Star Wars fan, but I watch these things very carefully. As the Jedi, I guess, were a derivative of the Jedi in the old order. And Jordan Maxwell talks about this, that the Jedi used to receive basically like knowledge from the hidden world through like a mediator called Yoda. Like this, I don't know.
That's right. I mean, Luke Skywalker, Luke is light, like Lucifer, and the rising sun they call Lucifer. Like in sun worship, the sun rising is Lucifer. And so Luke Skywalker, though, represents the sun god. And then you have Darth Vader, Dark Father, who would be probably Saturn. And the whole thing about like the Death Star, I think of the Death Star as a lunar thing as well. But there's the story of the Prince of Darkness and his eternal war against the sun god happening in the heavens or in space. It's all written into Star Wars. Absolutely.
Yes. George Lucas, he went from the graffiti movie, which it's not even, it's night and day from Star Wars. Like Star Wars is loaded with occult. Like he's definitely an insider, and there's definitely something there. And Star Wars grabbed people like an amnesiac pull. You know, when you're in amnesia and you're going through a photo album, loved ones are trying to get you to remember something, and then you see something that it reaches out to you. There's something in Star Wars that does this, and in a lot of movies. Avatar was another one. It reached out to people. People were in tears in the theater over certain visual things that, why were you so emotionally driven by it? You know, I don't understand this. Like, there's something in there, could be innate, locked away, traumatic, genetic memory. I don't know. It's interesting the reactions that people get, because they're throwing symbology in our faces. They're throwing probably the truth in our faces, probably our true past in our faces. We don't know, and we're gauging our reactions to see. I don't know. I'm seeing unusual reactions that shouldn't happen for certain movies. They don't happen for other movies, but why do they do for others?
Well, I know that with like Avatar, that was James Cameron, and the subtext to Avatar was also pushing for global warming. The global warming belief is the idea that Western civilization is rapacious, it kills nature, and it destroys indigenous people. And so there was a whole lot of this subtext within Avatar, but then they also, like you say, they do hit the archetypes. And I think they hit the archetypes as part of resonating on a deep level. So later, when they bring up this symbolism in some psyop or some operation, you fall for it. So for example, you watch Star Wars, you have all these experiences like internally with space and space travel and these heroes in space. And now here you are grown up and you watch these astronauts get on the Challenger going into space, and you associate them. I mean, people think astronauts are heroes. They're considered to be heroes, martyrs, risk takers. They're out there on the frontier. And no, they're just a bunch of actors, government actors that we're worshiping as heroes because they're supposedly going into space. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yep, actonauts. And I heard there's paperwork or something somewhere that admits that the people that we see in the control room are actors there to protect the real mission control members' identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. NASA does throw a lot of admission out there, but they mix it in and with the fantasy and how do you determine which? Because they do seem to do things in a legal format. Like they'll say, well, there are no images. There are plenty of images of Earth from space. Well, they're not technically lying, because a crayon drawing is an image. A cartoon is an image. These are images. They fall under the umbrella of photographs. That's an image. Falls under an umbrella of kind of a blanket statement calling something an image, but they'll never say photographs. Try to get them to find them where there's photographs of the Earth from space. They'll say there's images. And we've emailed them back and forth. Vincent P. has called the ESA live on live hangouts. He's called NASA on live hangouts. He's had interactions with emails, and they'll return back with them. There are plenty of images of Earth. They're always using the I word, images. It's interesting, but we've been calling him because he calls them. He says, I'm an engineer. I have other engineers here. We sometimes work on parts for rockets and such. We want to know what we're working on. And some of these engineers think that some of the footage is fake. So I want to know what to tell them. And he approaches them like that. And they just say, don't look at those videos. It's nonsense. Oh, hey, Synthetic.
But yeah, it's interesting how so many times you look at these images that they're totally faking, and it says in the fine print it's a composite, but they don't make it obvious. So they're not lying. They're just kind of like not pointing it out, and they're letting you draw your own conclusions.
Exactly. And I was a 35-year NASA fanboy who turned flat Earth, and very quickly I had to let go of it all. But I was indoctrinated fully. I did think, I would watch space shuttle landings and cheer when they landed and came down safe and had a successful mission. I did the whole thing. Now I forget where I was going with it. Artist rendition. That was the key word. The key phrase I always saw, because I went through encyclopedias. I went to libraries. I was just looking for anything with photographs from space. I was fascinated with photographs from space, but I couldn't find any photographs from space, because I would look at I'm like, okay, that looks kind of funny. And you'd see in little tiny print at the bottom of the picture, artist conception.
honestly think that that's like something that I would say probably 98 to 99% of us have in common. All of us were obsessed with. I was a fucking nasty fangirl like you've never seen before. Like, what was I too loud? Because you turned me up earlier. Sorry, I forgot.
Oh,
Remember
sorry, you were too low. I turned you up. That's all. You were loud before. I turned you down. You're all set now.
Yeah. So I think that's like something. I keep trying to figure out what it is we all have in common. Because there's something that sets us apart from the rest. Something. I mean, there's a lot of things, but there's got to be like something. You know what I'm saying? Like something big. Like something in the way that we're made. Something. But that's one of the things I've noticed is almost everybody I've talked to has had like a huge interest in NASA and space and the stars and you know what I'm saying? Like my favorite place in the whole world would be with the planetarium.
A planetarium.
not NGT.
The main door to the flat Earth is to destroy the door that holds it, which is NASA, the Great Wall of NASA. I think we need to attack them collectively. So once they're discredited, flat Earth is not going to be such the absurdist, concept to people. But as long as NASA has credibility, it's really pulling teeth to get people to even conceive of a flat Earth. I think they're the main barrier.
Who's that?
Hello, guys.
Who is that?
Oh, yeah, I'm the guy who Big L invited. I'm cool, don't worry. I'm not a troll, right?
Oh, I know this guy.
Yeah, but I don't.
Yeah, we talked before. Yeah, we talked before on Big Dread.
From Earth Discussions, yeah.
Yeah. And we talked on Big Dread, yeah.
How'd you get the link, though?
How are you tonight, this morning?
Oh, I'm fine. It's the weekend, right? So I'm getting
Hold
a
on,
bit
hold on.
drunk.
Here's the weekend.
Sorry?
Hold on. How'd you get the link to get in here? Is what I'm asking.
Oh, Big L. I know Big L from back in the time. By the way, shout out to Big L. Thanks, man, for the link. Don't worry, I'm not a troll. I'm no fucking troll or anything like this.
So what did you want to talk about?
No, next time, come to me, please. Don't ask for somebody else.
Okay, sure. Sorry, no problem. Yeah, well, I wanted to actually mention something about the Quran, because I think this is a thing I can agree with you guys on. The Quran is talking about a flat Earth, definitely, most definitely. And I posted a verse that is most damning, I think, and it's the 1886, and it talks about Dulkarnain, which is Alexander the Great, and how when he reached a certain place, he saw the sun set on Earth itself, which is a non-sort of spherical Earth model, and you could say it's a flat Earth model. So it's definitely talking about some sort of flat Earth model there. So.
I don't. You want to talk how that relates to flat Earth? Is that what you said?
Well, no, it's just I don't know who it was who was talking about the Quran, and I think it was Tim.
It was IPS.
I personally try and keep.
It was
religion,
me.
Out.
Go ahead, Synthetic.
No, I was just saying that I usually keep the religion out of it. It's not about religion, flat Earth anymore in any way. It might have been believed by people in the past, but I don't think it belongs to them anymore, right? This is something that is evolving now into new information, right? So go ahead. That's all I.
Actually,
I understand.
We were actually talking on those lines. We were talking about how we need to separate, our religious beliefs from the scientific exploration of the facts that is flat Earth. And in the context, I said, before we can say that the Bible gives us the ultimate authority on flat Earth, we need to give equal consideration to the Quran, which has 4 times the number of verses about the Earth being flat and stationary, and the Quranic verses are far more definitively describing it as flat and spread out like a carpet with mountains like pegs.
Yeah, I was trying to support your point there that the Quran is more clearly talking about a flat Earth model there.
Now, I don't like religion itself anymore, whether it's Quran or Christian or Judaic, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. But I'm just saying, is like, just because your faith says one thing, you can't really invalidate someone else's. So I wouldn't even say that the Quran invalidates the Bible. I'm just saying nobody has a monopoly on this thing. Everybody's interpreted it their own way. But what we're focused on isn't some revealed text from an ancient book. We're looking for right now, how do we ascertain what we're on?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, guys, but I really don't see how you could separate the flat Earth from religion when vast majority of flat earthers seem to be some sort of religious persuasion, right? Be it outright Christian or
not us. Well, not all of us.
Sure, and I appreciate that. I'm an atheist myself, so I guess we can agree on that.
Well, I'm not an atheist. I was an atheist. I do believe that something put us here, but I don't believe in religion. I believe there is a creator, a grand designer, a higher life form. I don't know. But I see that it looks like evidence to me that we were put here. I don't believe in evolution, that we evolved from monkeys. I don't buy that story. So
I think even scientifically minded, non-religious atheists, I still saw intelligent design beyond rocks banging together in a vacuum. It's that you crack open a blade of grass or a twig or anything, you see intelligent design there. Very, very sophisticated human circulatory system, everything about the body. That is not just happenstance from rocks banging together. It's kind of like circumstantial evidence there, I think, for intelligent design at a bare minimum.
Well, if we're open to counterpoints here in this discussion, and you can tell me now that you just want to talk amongst yourself, that's fine. I sort of came in here kind of uninvited. But I would dispute, definitely, there's design. We have, for example, the laryngeal nerve in many animals. In giraffes, it is most obvious how inefficient it is, because what it does is, instead of it taking a short route, like a few inches between one part of the brain to the other, it goes all the way down the neck of the giraffe, which is a few meters, and then back again to just connect a few inches from where it started. Right? That doesn't seem to be an efficient design to me.
Yeah. Well, perhaps there is a random chaoticness to the grand design,
Oh, you're talking like chaos? The sort of
well,
because I have a friend who's a pagan, right, and he believes that chaos created everything. And,
well,
there's a degree
I'm talking more about, like, I could believe that a creator came here, created this place and left, and let things evolve and devolve as they may, right? Live and grow as they may. That's kind of what I was getting at. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, that's deism. You will find that
it's deism.
Yeah, you'll find that a lot of atheists are actually quite favorable to deism and have no problem with deists. So I'm cool with that. That's yeah. I understand why
it was easy transition for me.
Right. But yeah, guys, with Pillbox, I heard you talking about before about Pillbox, and I was saying in the chat that I know the guy for some years now, and he's a decent fellow. He's a good person at heart, good intentions, but for some reason he cannot have discussions. He just has to constantly talk over and
overpower. Yeah.
Overpower the discussion. There's no rational discourse with him, and unfortunately it got worse and worse. He used to be much more open and much more calm. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm really fascinated with what's happening with your movement, guys, here on YouTube, because I saw Big Dreads hangout with 400 views or something, and you guys all joined in pretty much, and you're like, let's start this movement.
Well, you know what, Arthur, I like to think that a lot of us are trying to be intellectually honest in the fact that we're trying to say just some things we don't see adding up properly. We just want to use the scientific method to look more closely at what we've been told. That's all. We're not trying to lie to people and get people into a cult. It's not about that. We're not trying to make money off of this. We have questions, that things aren't adding up. NASA's got a lot of answers to you know, a lot of things to answer to. I think that these questions it's a worthwhile subject, and it should be put on the table. It shouldn't be laughed off by so many others, you know, in your circle, Arthur, who just want to troll and cut people down. I know you're not like that, but it's sad that, you know, a lot of these people want to talk in circles, and they don't want to have a general, like an honest discussion of, you know, why we're.
Well, I don't think we're trolling there, and you know, speaking for the other guys, I don't think they're trolling either. But I get your point about NASA. I'm also not very trusting of you know, large governmental organizations, especially those that tie to the military. So, but the thing is, the shape of the Earth, that's independent of NASA, right? Even though you could say, well, NASA is the one who provided the pictures, which is the sort of you know, the nail in the coffin, or not nail in the coffin, but the sort of definitive evidence for the globe, right? And but you can throw out NASA, you can throw out every space agency, and just look at the sky itself and see.
That's what I want to do. Yeah, we want to start from scratch. Is kind of what the angle I'm coming from, and I want to start.
Sure.
I think a lot. You know, I think a lot of artists, for some reason, kind of see it as an infinite plane or a blank template to work from, right? And so we use the word infinite. I do, anyways. Infinite plane. I have been for a long time, because we don't know there's a dome. We don't know there's an edge. We don't know there's a barrier holding us in. Perhaps we can leave this place, and it is my inclination that they are hiding land. So that's where I'm coming from. And I don't want to be intellectually dishonest and lead people down a rabbit hole that is total bullshit. I want to lead them down the rabbit hole that's like, hey, listen, look at all these holes in the whole story they're giving us. There's no such thing as dinosaurs. We didn't come from monkeys. There's no missing link in 150 years. All this space stuff is being faked. It's so obvious. Come on, so we need to move on. And what I mean by move on, we have to start from square one. I think a fresh new beginning. Almost, you know, there's a lot of good research that's been done over the last couple of years. But you know, when it hits textbooks, right? When finally the rule, like the spaghetti monster rule, kicks in, that's when I'll be happy, right? If you're going to teach the heliocentric model, then you got to teach this model too.
Well, is there a flat Earth model? Because flat Earth was telling me there is no flat Earth model, so we cannot teach anything side by side.
I mean, if we have a model that works. Even as it works better or as good as the globe model is broken, and we're still teaching it. So, you know,
I don't think it is.
We're taking huge jumps, right? Huge jumps, leaps of faith, saying what's in the Earth's core. We're taking huge leaps of faith on gravity, this thing that we don't know what it is, but we know what it does. These are all faith, and faith is the mind killer.
Can I quickly, because you said okay, about gravity. What gravity is, that's up for discussion. It might be angels all holding us up, right, or something like this. It might be whatever you like, because no scientist right now knows and would ever say, I think, that we know what gravity in nature, in ontos, right? What's the ontology of gravity? We don't know that. What we know is there's this fact that object with mass attract other objects with mass relative to
do we know that, or could it be universal compression?
No, they use the Cavendish experiment for that proof.
Yes, and you have modern variations of that. You can do your own Cavendish experiment. And I was about to add to what you're saying, Synthetic. If you want to start from scratch, go ahead, absolutely.
You know what?
I want people to be scientifically minded. The thing is, you can do certain experiments to test what we're talking about. You can test the rotation of the Earth with the focused pendulum experiment. And on YouTube, you can find very simple examples of this, right? You can do this in your home with just $5. Just take a long string, right? Some heavy weight. You can fill, you know, like a empty sphere, plastic sphere or something, a bottle or something, fill it with paint, put a hole underneath it so that the paint is dripping consistently, and then swing it, right? So let it go and have it do its thing for a few hours, right? And you will see that it will paint you on the floor a pattern of movement, which is consistent perfectly with how much the globe model says the Earth is rotating. Right?
Well,
so that's just one thing. You can also do the Cavendish experiment, which shows gravity exists.
Interesting thought.
Well, the moon should have crashed into us a long time ago then.
Yeah.
The objects are attracting, and you can't just say it's speed. No. There's a lot of speeds to factor in. The speed of the sun, speed of the earth, speed of the moon.
GB, I understand you guys, because these are complicated issues, right? And I also scratch my head, about these things. Why doesn't the moon constantly, just fall down? Because you would think it would have to lose its speed, right? And so it has to lower its orbit, right? But there are so many things at play there, right? It takes
perfect elliptical orbit.
Sure. Well,
yeah.
Arthur,
there are answers to it.
Arthur, I'm listening to what you're saying, but one thing I think you're misunderstanding here is that the heliocentric system isn't a product of science. It's actually a religious paradigm called Roman polytheism, dressed up like science to trick people like you. And so you're not an atheist. You're actually a sun worshiper, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, I heard this sort of idea before from cathexis and some other people. And the thing is, it doesn't matter if Hitler himself came up with this idea, or whoever you think is the worst person, right? And his intent with throwing this idea out was to cause harm. What matters is, does this idea, does this hypothesis fit reality? And it does. We have experiments to show it. We have observations to show it, right? That it's reality. Yeah, we. Well, as
wait, you don't believe that Neil Armstrong walked on the moon, do you?
I do. Even though I'm a
you've taken a leap of faith. You've taken a leap of faith. You're not an atheist. You're not intellectually pure or honest. If you're saying, because that takes a leap of faith. That hasn't been scientifically proven, and the burden of proof would be on you that the lunar landing did happen and that it wasn't just a shitty B movie.
Sure. Let me give you the list of evidence. So the claim is, right, so let's establish the claim. So the claim is that the American Space Agency, NASA, sent people to the moon, right? Now, what evidence do we have to show this? Well, we have the remnants.
Telemetry data. You have the telemetry data, right?
No. Well, that's part of it, right? So let me go quickly through the list, right? So we have witnesses, right, thousands of them, seeing the rocket itself taking off. We have witnesses seeing the rocket being made, right? We have witnesses seeing the module being constructed. We, in fact, still have the module itself, right? Multiple
the homeless tweet shelter, yes.
Right. We have the photos, we have the videos, and also we have a hostile testimony.
That's not evidence. That's hearsay.
Well, can all of these things be fabricated?
Yeah. Everything can be fabricated. You can be fabricated yourself, right? So it's quite easy to do a voice modulator and create a hangout profile in the name of GB Jedi, right? And just copy your voice. What a technology! So should we be skeptical of you being you?
Absolutely.
Just because it's possible?
Until I prove otherwise.
Well, how would you prove it? How could you?
I got on camera and I proved that I was.
Well, that's CGI. That's going to be CGI, man. You're just the agent.
Well, we're not aware of CGI.
It's all going into water or into other swimming pool.
Into what, sir? Swimming pool?
Where the hell have you been? Wait a minute, I'm so confused. Because I did not see my picture go away, and Dan said, "No."
Yeah, your voice got pretty heavy there, Candy.
What? No.
Are you
saying that was Dan a while ago? Like, what the fuck?
No, well, like people saw a rocket taking off, and then it gets to a certain point they can't see it anymore because basically, the law of perspective, they can no longer see that rocket, so they don't know what it did when it went out of their range. Could you get people to build it for you? Well, of course you can. Can you get witnesses to see the building? Of course you can. Can you take pictures in a studio? Well, of course you can. Can you fake telemetry? Well, of course you can. Like, all these things are very easily fakeable, but let's look at what is likely. Did we likely go to the moon 6 times during the Vietnam War? mind you. Like, this is all during that war. We can have the money and attention to do this ridiculously incredible feat of going to the moon 6 times safely, landing, coming. Now look at just the likeliness of it on the concept.
Sure. Well, I think it's quite possible because it's not just a waste of money, right? So the same technology was used for putting the man on the moon. It's the same technology America would use to put nukes in your enemy, you know, the America's enemies' backgrounds. Sorry, not backgrounds, backyards. So this was a show of force, most of all, right? It's sort of it's the hype, right? It's the sort of PR sort of statement to say, oh, we went to the moon because not because it was easy, but because it was hard. That's the fluff. That's the political sort of thing. I don't believe for a moment that was the primary reason. No, it was the show of force, that America has the capability to, you know, put this much tons of explosives anywhere on Earth and even somewhere else, right? So the motive is there. There's a good reason for Americans to pursue this, but the motive is no longer there right now. And since then, because we already have the technology and there are better means of America sort of manifesting its force.
No motive to repeat what improve what they did before, and like talking about going to Mars, but not even repeating. Like, but what about whatever happened to? They've been kicking the can down the road for so long. I'm so sick of saying that, but it like, where's the moon base they were supposed to build, and all these other things? People going to space, like that was Branson.
Vinny, no, hold on, you gotta stop. Vinny, no. Like, I'll tell you why. Please don't unban him, like right now, and I'll tell you why in a minute. It's what I was telling you earlier. Like, unban him. It's okay right now.
Say what?
No, she was referring to the chat stuff.
Okay.
So we're talking to a person now who believes in dinosaurs, the Apollo lunar landing, the official story of 9/11, I would presume, and he probably believes everything global warming wise that Al Gore says. And these are all things that you've taken on faith. And so we're not having a faith-based argument right now.
Well, I don't think I'm taking this on faith, and I would like to add that even though I do believe all what you said, at the same time I believe that the American government and pretty much any other government in history is a corrupt, immoral system that caused enormous harm. Right? American government is guilty of supporting genocide on multiple occasions. Right? So I'm no government shill or government supporter. I'm just looking at the evidence. The evidence shows that we did kind of land on the moon, right? But so what?
The government provided evidence.
Well, also, sure, but then again, we see the physical evidence itself, and it's not beyond the realms of plausibility.
Evidence on a TV screen isn't evidence. That's hearsay. It's a movie.
Well, no. Well, photographic evidence is very strong evidence, especially video recordings, right? Especially back in those days. Back in those days, there was no credible or realistic way to fake video footage. It's not even here today.
Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, but you can see that. No, that's very easy to spot, right? The sort of painting in the background, and I know a person who actually is in the movie business, and he says there's no way, there's the backdrop there. There's a backdrop there, like what you see in the movies back then. It's
anonymous experts. You can't cite that. That's not
exactly.
Your case.
I'm basing my reality off some anonymous movie guy. Yeah, no.
Well, sure. Well, you don't have to know. But the thing is, the synthetic dropped out. I think he's on a mobile. But yeah, I think the evidence is really on the side of us going to the moon. But really, I don't really care. Honestly, I'm just as open to America not going to the moon, and I would not be surprised that they would lie about this. Not at all. I've seen American government lie about far greater things like genocide, and like I said before. So
right, exactly, and if it's not just the lack of actual tangible physical proof, we have the impossibilities of known physics that they claim they've done, like using a parachute to land things on Mars. When if what they tell us about Mars' atmosphere is what it is, then a parachute would not be capable of working on Mars. So it's contradictory evidence using their own facts.
But if you see it on a CGI model, then it will work, right? Drunk Russian atheist god. That there's a CGI that shows a parachute landing on Mars, so it's probably plausible.
But it's not just the parachute. Hold on a second. It's not just the parachute, right? The parachute is there to slow the vehicle down. It's not used solely as the means to get the object onto the ground. You use also retro rockets, right? And it's a technology we had for a long time. And I'm Russian, and Russian Air Forces, VDV,
right. No, that's true. But in their footage, in their description, those parachutes are basically deployed while they are at high altitude, where the thin atmosphere on the ground is even thinner at those high altitudes, and then when they get to a lower altitude, that's when they allegedly use those rockets to basically give it a soft landing with little help. But there's nothing there for the parachute to grab onto to slow it down.
No, there is. There's very little.
It's not enough, though. It really isn't enough.
Sure. Well, it still slows it down. It's still better than nothing.
No, it wouldn't. But it would be the same thing as if you were you parachuted down to the ground, and your parachute is on the ground, and now you're at pedestrian walking speed, dragging the parachute behind you. That's the level of deployment that parachute would have. It would fall like a hot brick. Like it would not expand because there's not a thick enough atmosphere to catch.
Well, okay, let's go through the calculation. So, GB, just to make sure, and we can talk about this maybe in ED. You might join if you want, but I'm going to bring this up and I'm asking some people, but just to make sure, you're doing an internal critique, right? You're saying if what NASA says is true, according to the globe model itself, according to what we say is the case on Mars, there's no point in deploying a parachute, right? Because the atmosphere is so thin, it would not slow down the vehicle significantly, right? And they're just wasting cargo space by bringing a parachute, right?
Yeah, it would be totally ineffective if what they say their atmosphere is true.
Sure, we can go through the calculation according to what we say, but I don't think that's the case. But yeah, mainly, it's the retro boosters, right? The retro rockets that fire, and the crane itself, which is amazing. It's amazing feat of technology, I would say.
It's amazing fantasy, because this is the realm of fantasy. We're not talking about real life, and you don't have any evidence that Mars even exists as a planet.
Well, we can kind of see,
from all you know, except for CGI.
Well, it kind of rotates. I'm pretty sure it rotates, and we can see sides of it. So,
well, we see topography or whatever it is that we're seeing, a gaseous color or whatever it is, and it does seem to shift around, at least on Jupiter and things like that, and maybe a couple of topography things of Mars seen through a really powerful, expensive telescope. It does look like there is some shifting of whatever the design or color it is, but this is no way near making such a leap that is a terrestrial solid surface. For all we know, these are just kind of fancy lights in the sky that we have to take their word for it, and they're the only ones who can tell us that these are terrestrial landing points.
Well, not just them, but there are other space agencies, but also we can tell what the thing is made of just by spectroscopy, because we know what frequency of light, what wavelength of light, when it is reflected from a certain element is, right? That's how you detect if you're gold in trinkets.
I like how you say we have these technologies as though we do, and not some elite priest class that we don't have access to.
Well,
like we didn't do that. We didn't land on the moon. Just so you know, we didn't win the Super Bowl.
Well, you can buy a spectrum. Wait a second. Spectra. How is it called? Spectroscope, I think it is.
Well, let me ask you one more thing. I'm drunk Russian atheist god. Do you believe in dinosaurs?
Sure. We have remains of them. I believe dinosaurs exist the same reason I believe there are dead bodies of humans in the earth, because we have remains of both in the ground.
Those are all made in China.
No, it's not true. They're real bone. T-Rex, for example. I think it's called, what is it?
Made up. It's fake. Dinosaurs are fake. Dinosaurs are fake. Space is fake. And you've been lied to about all this stuff. And so we're talking to you. You come out here as an atheist, but I'm like, you are a devoted believer in a religious paradigm that you didn't know was religious because you were born into it and it was dressed up to look like science. So I'm just saying that you're a deceived member of a cult, and having a discussion isn't going to be very fruitful because we're kind of like past a lot of these things. And I'm not trying to be condescending, but it just is what it is. We're not speaking the same language.
And a Big Bang is kind of a religious belief system to me to begin with. You're going back billions of years, and you're gonna kind of use that as a base foundation to build facts on top of. You're building facts on top of a theory that can't be proven, and you really have to have kind of a religious faith system to believe in the Big Bang. So, if anything, the Big Bang is not scientific; it's actually a religious belief, in my opinion.
I disagree. So while we don't have direct access to the events, right, we cannot go back in time and see it unfold. So we don't have that direct observation, direct empirical observation. But that doesn't matter. We don't have these things where a lot of the things that we believe are the case, right? For example, not all of, I mean, GB, were you in China at some point? Right? Were you in Italy at some point? No, but you're pretty sure you believe they exist, right?
Yeah.
Right. And do you believe that their murder is happening, right? Or imagine, God forbid, an atheist saying, God forbid, but somebody dies that right? The police is going to do an investigation, even though the police was never there at the actual event itself. They're going to make observations of the crime scene.
Well, yes,
and deduce based on what we see there that should happen, that should be there. If there was something, whether it be blood, there'd be signs of struggle. Right, there would be a murder weapon, and
the point is they can investigate it themselves. We could investigate a crime ourselves, but we can't investigate these fantastical NASA claims ourselves.
Well, you cannot investigate crimes. I challenge you to go and say to the police, "Hey, this crime you're investigating? I want to investigate it myself. Can you give me the evidence?" They're going to say, "No, hell no."
And they'll probably say, "Well, what's the motive of this crime?" And we'll say, "We don't know." And then they'll say, "Well, we're not going to investigate it then," because that's exactly what we get when we try to present flat Earth. They're like, "Well, why would they lie about it?" We say, "Well, we don't know, but we seem to have evidence here of mass fakery." And they say, "Well, if you don't know a motive, we're not going to investigate." But the police don't do it like that. You accuse somebody of a crime, the police automatically have to go and investigate it. Why won't people do this with something like a claim of mass fakery?
Well, no, wait. You're saying that nobody investigates the
No,
credibility?
this is how the general population treats a presentation of mass fakery. They're like, why would they fake these things? And we said, well, we don't know. And then that's when it ends.
No, actually, the big portion of Britain does believe that Americans never went to the moon.
Right, they are far more sophisticated than us.
Yeah, sure. But I think that goes against your point, right? Because you're saying the public doesn't respond like this, but the whole nation does.
The general population of the nation that claims to have sent people there are they're kind of programmed in a backwards sense of investigating a crime. They're going to the end first before going to the beginning.
Sure, well, there's bias there, right? So, unsurprisingly, an event that is used to boost national pride is going to be tough to challenge, and you're not going to just be able to convince people to have doubt in it, right? When first of all, they've seen it live on television back in the time when there was no technology to fake such a thing, right? Not even today, actually, it's plausible to fake such footage live streamed. Also, you have hostile witness testimony from USSR back then.
Well, for all we know, it was recorded footage just claimed to be live, though.
The thing is, if it was fake, then USSR would know, right? And USSR would have all the fucking motive.
Unless they're working together. Unless they're working
together. That requires a global conspiracy. You're saying that pretty much every scientist, every geologist, every biologist, everybody's in it.
Let me calm on this one. This idea that a secret is too big to be kept or too many people are involved is totally wrong because they compartmentalize knowledge. Like, you wouldn't go to a movie set where Steven Spielberg is directing and think that every single stagehand or lighting tech knows what the main character is going to say in the closing scene. It's compartmentalized.
But it's different. Stage tech doesn't know the intra workings of the whole scene. A scientist knows every interworking of every claimed evidence, right? So they would know if it's fake or not. So you have to propose that every scientist, every new student, right now who's finishing university, is taken to a room, and all of them say, "Oh, the Earth is flat, and we never went to the moon." I mean, I guess so. Sure, yeah, give me my check. And that there's no whistleblowers. That seems it is just implausible.
Well, no, there's no whistleblowers because all the math and everything checks out. Now, what we see is a rocket go up and then it vanishes from our perspective, and then we don't know what happens. But when we're watching it live, they switch over then to the digital version where computers have worked out all the science, all the math to be visually correct. It's just an interaction. It's like you're programming a video game. You want the plane to do this and that. When you hit the control button, it's all done by computer programming. The same thing is done here. So it looks and it all checks out. It does check out, but it's artificial.
Sure, but okay, you might say that in a few decades you can do this. You could fake the footage. But I like to challenge you. Well, I challenge you to show me technology back in the 70s that will allow, CGI.
Space Odyssey 2001. And by the way, drunk.
No, we're talking about live footage. We're talking about rockets disappearing, right, above the horizon, right? And then there's been footage shown of them flying from that point, looking back towards the Earth. All the continents look exactly as we see the clouds. But that's the thing. How can you? Well, that means they were in space anyway.
Well, we don't know that it was space. It's fake footage. It could be footage obtained from high altitude balloon flights, and then they add another layer to look like a rocket tail there. But my point here is that it's wrong to assume that there wouldn't be any collaboration between Russia and America, because all of the nations, all of their leadership have one thing in common: the globe deception, working together to keep you on the outside from recognizing that, yes, there is a secret cabal working in order to enforce this big deception. And if you don't see the deception, then none of this is going to make sense to you, because the whole purpose of the globe is deception, to hide land.
Well, again, but that requires a global conspiracy, because geologists would know if the Earth is flat or round, astronomers would know, and all the new coming students. You're talking about millions and millions of people all lying consistently without anybody screwing up, right? Doing some faulty thing and exposing themselves, and you're also saying that every new person who comes into there.
Okay, so you said you're familiar with the Quran, right? Well, look at an Islamic nation where the only book the people read is the Quran, and they're raised according to the Quran, and anything that doesn't fit the dictates of that book doesn't get entered into their worldview, because their worldview is filtered by the Quran. And I'm saying in the exact same way, you heliocentrists have had your sense of reality totally filtered, so you can't really consider anything outside of it. It's not hard to imagine how you could actually corral a whole bunch of people's thoughts, including the education, the entertainment, the media. That's how propaganda works. It's a big matrix of propaganda. It works.
Religious texts are far too vague, and they rarely talk about firm, objective things that science can probe. So there's no risk of people indeed knowing the truth and just lying about it. Unlike in science, where you are investigating things that we empirically know are the case, and if you're saying what they're saying is not the case, you have to say that they all are lying, right? So it's not comparable, right? The Quran deals with mostly metaphysics, right? The spirit, which is not empirically observed, right? People disagree on this. It's not about the shape of the earth, right?
No, but I'm talking about how dogma corrals your intellect, so you're not able to think outside a certain boundary. So it's not that they're lying; it's that they've never considered it. So if you've always started off with the assumption you're on a spinning ball, then you have a cognitive bias built into your worldview. Garbage in, garbage out. That's what I'm saying. That heliocentrism is not scientific. That's what I'm saying. It's not a science. It's a religion. That's the part you're missing.
What amount of dogma? Sure. What amount of dogma would stop me from seeing, let's say, I don't know, the South Celestial Pole? How can you dogmatize me? How much brainwashing would you have to do?
Well,
or what
that's an example of one thing that, yes, where you can confirm for yourself. But now we'll go back to focusing on the ceiling when you can't figure out what the floor looks like. Well, let's work on the floor first. Now, I think it's pretty. I mean, I hear the heliocentrists all the time say about the arc angle and everything, 69 miles, one arc, whatever, but yet claim at the same time to see boats go over this curvature from a ground view, which kind of is, it kind of debunks itself there. Like, we're not seeing boats go over curvature, and we kind of just ask, can we have at least that point that boats are not going over the curvature from a ground level view that's being observed, but yet was claimed for a very long time that that's what's making boats disappear, but it's clearly not.
I don't understand how are not boats going over the horizon?
Just the arc angle alone, what is it, 1 degree, 69 miles or something like that? Like, and we're only seeing these boats for 5-10 miles out, and then they're gone, but they're claimed to have gone over the curvature, but yet this curvature is, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going over the curvature.
What are you talking about, arc degree
The
over?
arc would be too big to see from ground level to see an object going over the curvature. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Not really. Can you visualize this? What are you saying?
I don't know if IPS could explain this. I don't know what I'm missing here. Like, it seems pretty.
We're saying arc degree over 69 miles, and
No, what we're saying here, drunken Russian atheist god, is that boats don't disappear over the horizon. They disappear from your line of sight. And if you have a telescopic lens, you can bring back into view the boats that supposedly went over the horizon, confirming your ball. So that's not even evidence of anything. It's just something that you're told as a little kid, and it's never challenged until you run into a flat earther in 2017.
okay, let's do this. We've been challenging flat earthers to show this, that you can have a clear image, right, of a boat going beyond the horizon, i.e. disappearing bottom up. You know, let's say you have a clear image of a mast of a sailing ship. And what you're saying is that if you zoom in enough, you can see the whole ship. Show me that footage.
Yeah.
I've never seen that footage. I've seen footage of blurry, you know, some haze and hail, and then you zoom in and you sort of see it a bit more clear. But that doesn't show that it was, first of all, below the horizon, as we are talking about, where you have a clear image of the horizon itself, the water, and a clear image of the mast, right, being just below.
Well, you're not going to get a clear image looking through the water vapor close to the water horizontally, but what you are seeing is that blur at the same height as the ship maintained its height, but that blur is still exactly at that height. It hasn't shrank over this 8 inches per mile squared,
because
kind
it's
of
not
dipping.
far enough.
It's at the same height.
Yeah, because it's not far enough, right? Well,
No,
look at the footage of.
You haven't seen it, Drag. I think you haven't seen the footage we're referring to. You haven't looked deeply enough. And
I've seen the
as
footage.
Matthew
I know what you're talking
Henry said, none are so blind as those who refuse to see. And I don't think you've looked at the best footage available to us.
I did. I've seen the footage of who was that guy on the beach there, and the road, and then he showed the ship, and the hazy, right? That's just not it, right? That's not what we're talking about. We see footage of seeing relatively clearly a ship, and it just disappearing bottom down, right? As if it's going beyond the sort of quote unquote curve. Now, if what you're saying is true, then you should just be able to zoom in on that mast and have the whole ship reappear. I've never seen that kind of footage.
See the whole ship, though. You can only see a small portion of it. The bottom actually vanishes, but the part that you see is still there, like it's hovering, and it obviously isn't hovering. Well, why can't you see the bottom of it? It's because of the just above the water layer, and it gets a little bit thinner above that, and that is the little piece of the boat that we still see 10 plus miles away. Now, even 10 miles away, the boat should be submerged below the curvature according to the ball earth math. Just 10 miles away, we should not be able to see that boat.
It is to some extent. Sure, no. A whole boat? No.
Well, it depends,
It
of course,
depends
on
on
the
the
size of the boat and whatnot. But for the most part, most of the regular civilian boats that we have the footage of, the bottom has disappeared. But if you look at the dot, and you compare the dot when it was, say, 2 miles away or 8 miles away, it maintains that same height. It is not going down like the tall ship, the fake video of the tall ship going down a staircase.
Jimmy, why are you talking about the
That tall ship
dot?
is still clearly in view. going down the curvature, yet we're seeing boats that go out of view. So which one is it? Does the boat stay in view when it goes over the curvature, or does it get all distorted and then it goes over the curvature? It's got to be one or the other.
Well, you show me, right? Because, like I said, we have footage of a ship, right? Ship's mast clearly appearing just above the horizon, with most of the boat obstructed by the water itself, right? Now, if what you're saying is true, we should see flat earthers zooming in and seeing the whole ship. Right?
No,
I've never seen that footage.
You cannot see. You can only see so far horizontally through the atmosphere. You can. That's is why we can't see extremely distant places across the ocean. For one, it shrinks in size because of distance perspective. So you're not, as the object gets away, it's also going to shrink in size as well.
But we can see the mast quite clearly.
No, we can't. I think that you're misunderstanding what we're talking about here, and it's clear to me that you're just in denial. Water's flat, bro.
And the mast,
it doesn't have a bump.
The mast is so far above that water vapor layer that it would still be visible, and from that vanishing point perspective, it may appear that it is coming up over. But that mast, you got to realize, as you get up from the water, now it is less and less dense, where now you can see through a less dense layer of that water vapor that's just above the water. That's why you start to see the mast first, and then as it gets closer and closer, you're getting to see more and more of the ship, but you'll see the top of the ship first because that's the less dense layer of that atmosphere up there.
So wait, so you're telling me, do you guys see my picture here?
Yes.
See what I'm screenshotting?
Now that
so you're saying
not distorted yet from the atmosphere horizontally.
But you can see the ship disappears.
It's clearly in view going over the curvature, which doesn't correlate with any other footage.
There it is. That is the fucking proof right there we've been looking for all these years. Damn it, you got it. We can stop and go back to our normal lens. Now, there it is. Oh my god.
So what you're saying is that if you zoom in this image,
I'll be back.
right, why is the bottom of that boat? Why is the bottom of that boat like? In all the other civilian footage that we see, it is like a mirage effect at the bottom of the boats as they allegedly are supposedly going over this curvature. And all the civilian footage, you don't see a actual connection of the boat with the water. It actually disappears.
Because it's obstructed
like
by
it's
the horizon,
hovering.
of course.
Well, this should
Because
look like it's hovering.
No, wait, what are you talking about?
Drunken Russian, what we're looking at here, that distance isn't consistent enough with the supposed curvature of the Earth to have that big of a hump anyway. We're looking at a swell here, and you're just being intellectually dishonest, and you're playing funny games. I almost think you're trolling us, and that you're actually just a really smart flat earther having a good time at 5 in the morning.
Wait. How do you know this is a swell? What are you talking about?
That is not like over a hump. That is not a hump of water. Water doesn't curve. If I had a rail gun...
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're looking at a picture, but the perspective makes it look like it's over a hump, but that's not over a hump. That is not what we're looking at.
How do you know?
Because of the size and clarity of the boat, it's not far enough for that amount of hump to be there in the first place.
Correct.
Clarity of the boat depends on how much you zoom, how good is your lens, right, and what's the conditions.
But there's a predictable amount of hump, and that's too much hump for that distance. For that amount of hump,
you would have to know how much far away this is to say that it's not enough distance for curvature to form an obstruction here. You don't know
would it
that.
be close enough for me to see the details that I can see on the sails of your little boat picture, and even the little...
The details you can see on a sail on a distance depends on your lens. You're going to have a very powerful zoom.
Yeah, lens does not affect. Nope. You can have a powerful telescope, and it will still render the same thing a P900 can see.
No way he doesn't see this. There's no way. I don't care who you are. My kids will see this shit. Like, there's no way he's serious. No way.
A telescope cannot make clarity out of a dense image. Like once we're still seeing it through a P900, let's say, and the bottom has disappeared, and you're seeing this little kind of blurry, atmospheric blurry distortion twinkle of an object that is still the boat. You can get the Hubble telescope out, and it's not going to all of a sudden bring the entire ship into now focus. like it's still going to be that atmospheric disappearance, that lensing.
Of course, there's going to be some haze. Yeah, sure. Just like you see haze from like a car that's being, you know, the sun is
Right, and we're not seeing that.
You have heat. Yeah, sure. We see that here too. Look, there's haze here. It's not a perfect, clear, sharp,
Well, where's
crispy
the miraging? We see the miraging affecting all of our footage, but we don't see it here.
Mirage doesn't happen all the time. It requires special conditions.
Yeah, at a certain distance, it does happen. It's basically the mirror image of the top of the boat. We see this in all of our footage of these distant boats.
You saying this is the mirror image?
No, I'm saying that this is like IPS said. This is like some kind of a swell caught perfectly or whatever, or it's the game of lifting up the camera up and down to create this false image of
lifting
what appears to be going over.
What do you mean lifting? Okay. I don't see how
there should not be this much detail of the boat visible at the point of going over that curvature.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. That boat's not far enough for that amount of swell, but you know, let's move a little past this picture because I don't think you're gonna agree on this one. What do you think about railguns, drunk Russian Thor? What do you think about railguns? Have you seen these? I saw a railgun that had a 115-mile level trajectory. What do you think of that?
Oh, can you demonstrate that? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it was on Popular Science. There's Navy videos where they're showing this thing hitting a target at 100 miles. A railgun, 100 miles. And they're not angling that thing up into space. That's a level trajectory.
What's its elevation?
The level trajectory, it's just from the deck of the ship going straight across.
Yeah, ships are elevated quite a lot.
Well, here's the thing, though. 100 miles would constitute 20 miles. I mean, that would be such a steep drop-off, like something like, I think it's like 11,000 feet of curvature. So how do you account for
but you realize they're ballistic projectiles anyway, right? They have a lot of power, a lot of speed, but they're still ballistic, right? They're gonna drop. They're still an arc, small arc.
Let me guess. They have to put the Coriolis effect in when they shoot you, right? They have to do that.
Right.
Fingers in here, but depends on where they're shooting at. So. Maybe.
No, but don't you get the point here though, drunk Russian atheist god, that a railgun shooting 100 miles an hour is very inconsistent with a curved Earth, because wouldn't it be shooting up into space?
No, that depends again on the elevation.
No, it doesn't, because 100 miles. Here's what I'm saying: the amount of curve between point A and point B, 100 miles apart. That big of a hump would require such an angle that you would be shooting that thing into space to reach the target. And that's not what they're doing. It's level trajectory.
I'm going to try and find
railgun.
Shooting
a railgun a railgun absolutely pops your ball Earth. It pops your globe. Railgun killed the globe. It's flat.
Let's look at this. So this is
water's flat.
A gun that can destroy an enemy 100 miles away and fire bullets at 8 times per second. Wow.
Railgun killed the globe tonight. The railgun killed the globe tonight. Dead.
So this was shot from the Naval Surface Warfare Center in Daglin, Virginia. Generated 3 megajoules. A single megajoule of roughly equivalent depth to 1 ton car traveling.
While you're investigating flat Earth, the rest of us are going to move on to the next topic.
Well, no.
I'm glad he's doing his research. You got to look into these things.
Tim, you made a claim. I'm trying to check if this is the case, right? Right. So let me.
I wish you were that curious about dinosaurs and the Bone Wars and the big fraud that is Jurassic Park.
Tim, can we not stick to one point? Give me the point, right? So can I check this? Can I check what you're saying?
We'll wait.
So do you know the elevation itself?
The elevation of what?
The gun.
Which one?
The rail gun that you're talking about, man. Come on.
The one from the Popular Science article? Yeah, just Google it.
I am, but the thing is, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, right? So I don't see Popular Science. Does the Popular Science article mentions the elevation? Because that matters a lot, actually.
Yeah, look in the referenced. It was a Navy demonstration video, but the point is, you could put a railgun on top of Mount Everest, and it still shouldn't be able to hit a target 100 miles away on a level trajectory.
Wait. You're saying that the projectile flew perfectly flat?
That I didn't say it. Popular Science and the Navy says level trajectory. And all the videos where they're being demonstrated, that thing is not arcing up into space. That gun is mounted flat, horizontal, level trajectory. The target is being hit, and it's perpendicular, and it's not being.
You think they can measure the trajectory of the projectile perfectly so that they can say there's absolutely no arc whatsoever to its ballistic
According to the Navy, the inventors of the thing, and Popular Science, I'm not the one making these extraordinary claims. They are.
From a practical perspective, there still might be a drop of a few degrees, which will matter at that huge distance a lot, actually.
You know what
need to take care.
Like, did you hear that word parallel that he said in that sentence when he had explained it to you? Parallel, do you know what parallel means? There's no curve of 1 degree, 2 degree, a half a degree, 6 degree, 12 degrees, no degree.
I heard him say that that's what the Navy said, but I'm pointing out that there's no technology that I know of for the Navy to be able to say for a fact that the projectile flew straight, and also it doesn't make sense because projectiles still fall. No matter how fast they are, they still fall.
This thing's going at Mach 7 or something, and what we're saying here is that they didn't say parabolic arc, they said level trajectory. They said it, I didn't, and now here you are trying to play with words to try to distract from something that might contradict what we're saying, that water is level and flat, and the railgun proves it.
No, it doesn't. Not at all.
Yes, it does.
Even on the sub, well, first of all, you haven't shown the data itself, right? First of all, I have to go look for it yourself.
Right, it can't be true until the drunk Russian atheist god has read it, right?
Hold on.
No, unless you can show that it's the case, right? Nobody has any onus to take you at your word.
Man, I'm gonna see Brian's awake. He's about to get on this call. You want to talk? You want to talk about guns in the military and how they shoot? I can give you somebody that'll tell you that the Earth is flat, and he is in the military, and he's a master gunner. And he'll tell you they don't use the Coriolis effect, no matter where they are on the globe, what direction they never use it.
Wait, what is he shooting from?
Hold on.
That was a good one. I mean, the Coriolis effect is kind of like an on paper only type of thing in the sniper manuals because they really don't account for it.
No, so snipers might not be even shooting that far for it to be noticeable.
But they claim that they have to compensate, so now they're lying.
8 inches per mile.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I also know people from the military, right? Pure, who's from our sort of hangout there. Yeah, and also Jared, who also was in the military. He says that there are cheat cards, right, that the snipers get issued, where you can just basically pick a card that matches your latitude and your direction of firing, and you can know how much you have to correct your sight to account for the Coriolis effect. Now, when we're talking about tanks and any other sophisticated artillery, they already have this data plugged into the computer. So the gunner doesn't need to take anything into account like this. The computer does.
But the computer doesn't either. They don't use it. They don't.
How do you know it does it on its own? It's automatically correcting this. That's the whole point. The whole point of having a computer is not to have the user input unnecessary data that the computer can calculate on its own. And the Coriolis effect would be such a thing. Because the computer can deduce it on its own. Of course it can. The Coriolis effect depends on the direction and your location and your elevation. A computer would know that. You have GPS, and you have the sensors to detect where you're shooting at, where you're from shooting, what elevation, etc., etc. You don't need to bother the gunner with this calculation.
Hey, drunk Russian, if you fly a plane from LA to New York and then from New York to LA, are there differences in the amount of time it takes to go one direction versus the other?
Why would there be?
Difference?
Holy shit, the Earth is spinning at 1,035 miles an hour, dude. What do you mean, why wouldn't there be? Why would there be?
Relative velocities, you understand that you're still moving relative to the surface of the Earth, and you're landing on the surface of the Earth. When you're going on the bus, when it's moving, right, forward or
we're talking
backwards,
about in the air.
do you need to take in? Do you need to take into the account of the speed of the bus? When you're moving backward, do you just need to jump up in the bus and it will move you back the speed that it's going forward, like 100 kilometers an hour? No.
You know why? You know why? Because the fucking Earth is flat.
Yeah.
That's why.
A bus? What are you
But
talking
if
about?
it was a ball, you would have to. Automatically, you would
No.
have to.
This is
You would
relative
always be going
velocities.
downhill. Always. In every direction you ever go.
Guys. When you fly on a plane that is moving 500 miles an hour, you need to hold for your life and fight, the speed of 500 miles an hour when you're moving, down the sort of the space between the seats. No, because you already have the speed yourself. When you're moving forward or backward, you're just adding velocity,
Well, let me
right, in the
ask you
same
this.
direction that you're moving in. The velocity of the plane itself doesn't add to that movement relative to inside the object you're moving in. So
But it
that's
does
why it
for
doesn't
bullets.
matter.
Okay,
Why
so
for
think about
bullets, not for
It
planes?
doesn't. Coriolis effect is something different. It has,
Well, what
that has
about
to do with
how does the plane
centrifugal
land?
and
Tell me
centrifugal
how a plane lands.
forces. That's something different.
Tell me how does the plane land on a spinning ball? Tell me how it would ever land. Ever. It would never
Well,
ever land.
See, it moves the same speed
The same
with
thing.
the
How?
fucking Earth.
How?
Just like you move the same speed where you're on a bus.
Jesus, help me.
You understand? Just like the bus, it's relative velocity.
Because you're fucking inside of it. You're not inside of the fucking Earth. You can't move the same speed as the Earth. What do you mean? You're in the air.
You're moving with the Earth just like you're moving with the bus when you're on the bus.
Oh, well, how? You're in an airplane, dude. You're not touching the Earth. Let
But
me guess,
you
gravity.
left the
Gravity,
Earth
all right,
and
gravity.
you're moving with the atmosphere. The atmosphere moves
Oh my
with the
God.
Earth too,
Yeah,
by the way.
that's what it is. Yeah.
Do bullets move with the atmosphere? Do bullets move with the atmosphere, drunk Russian God, or only airplanes?
Like, he's fucking with us, man. There's no way.
They're traveling through the atmosphere.
Oh.
So yes, of course. In a way you could say that, yeah.
This is doublethink from a dino believing, moon landing believing, NASA fanboy.
Do we have to do this insults? Have I not been cordial? Have I not been cordial to you guys?
Why is it
I'm
an
trying to
insult
answer
to call you a dino believer? Why should you be insulted that I'm
Well,
calling you a dino believer?
you're using it derogatorily. It's like
No,
me
he's
saying,
not
"Oh, you
saying that
flat
you
earthers."
You're not listening to us. That's what he's saying. He wasn't even saying it derogatory.
I can no. It is wait. So was it a compliment? So when you said that I was a dino believing whatever, were you using it as a compliment? Do you think it's a good thing that people believe in dinosaurs, or were you using it in a negative way? Right. So it was derogatory.
But you believe in it, so you don't. How can you think it's derogatory?
But it's still derogatory. You're attacking me.
Okay, I called
It
you a
doesn't
dino.
matter if it doesn't matter that I think that believing in dinosaurs is nothing to be insulted about. Your intent was to insult me. Was it not?
I just think it's funny that you call yourself an atheist and you think you don't accept things on faith, and then you believe in these children's tales that they call dinosaurs. It's like dwarfs and dragons.
Don't
It's
accept
fantasy.
things on faith. There are some things we need to accept on faith anyway. But I do try to be a skeptic. I do try to request evidence for my beliefs. But so far, you haven't shown anything that I believe on faith so far.
So really?
So far.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Stop right there. Don't even say another word. So,
Mhm.
have you ever been able to see one test that gravity is real or
Oh,
exists or making it happen?
Yes. Let me show you the footage right now. Yes, let me see it. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. How come Einstein couldn't do it? You smarter than Einstein? Holy shit, dude.
Einstein already knew there was gravity. He didn't need to test it.
Well, he knew it. He knew it. Well, how come then he said before he died that none of his theories could ever be proven? How come he said that if he knew there was gravity?
Oh,
You know
have
what
to
a
show
theory
that
is?
quote. Show that quote,
I don't
please.
care what you're showing me, and you're never going to make me believe it. It's
Okay,
not.
so if you're not-
So how do you test
I'm
for
trying. I'm
gravity?
trying to be. I don't understand why you're being so combative here.
Yeah,
You know?
Candy, like,
Because you're
give
not
him a
listening.
chance to come up with 50,000 pictures of the curvature that we should have in 2017. He might do it.
It's like you're
But the question was about a Cavendish experiment, so I'm showing that footage right now. Just a second. Cavendish experiment.
Okay.
So this is right in the fucking wiki, right? You guys.
Well, I mean, there are impassable lacks of evidence that should exist in 2017 that need to be addressed. But of course, then we'll argue, well, you'll say there are pictures and we'll say they're not, but the amount that we should have.
I'm not talking about the curvature right now. No, I'm talking about gravity. Because Candy asked me if I see the evidence for gravity.
I want to see a test. I want to see a test. The scientific method.
Test.
Producing
Absolutely. Here's one. I'm downloading the video right now.
He's going to show you the Cavendish, right? Is that what you're going to show?
Experiment from a professor of electrical engineering. Yes. Yeah, I've been showing this for a while. This is on a wiki, right? This is the source in a wiki for the Cavendish experiment. I don't understand why you guys still don't believe this. This is. Oh my God! You can do this yourself, by the way. It's not that hard.
It's an exercise in confirmation bias, and it's been debunked, and it doesn't prove anything.
How is it confirmation bias? Okay, please. Look. So, how is my confirmation bias? So let's say I believe gravity doesn't exist and objects with mass do not attract other objects with mass. How will it make this experiment false? Because it's clearly showing that objects with mass do attract objects with mass. Look, you see this?
I've seen it, dude. I've seen it already. We all have.
Then what is this, if not gravity? Let me replay this again, how we just presented it. Yeah, there you go. Not gravity. You have massive objects attracting other objects. By the way, these are lead spheres, each 15 kilograms. What interpretation? What is other plausible interpretation? Static electricity? Magnetism, you're saying? You're saying a magnetic field is formed here? Okay, let's say that's the case. This is why this professor of electrical engineering put the test rod.
Pseudoscience at its finest. It's pseudoscience piece of nonsense. It's never been replicated.
It is just right now being replicated. I showed you. This is not the original Cavendish experiment, by the way. In case
it's not the original.
Well, obviously, right. This is the repetition. And by the way, the Cavendish experiment has been repeated thousands of times in universities and in high schools, right? And your objection, right? Because I hear this a lot from flat earthers. Oh, it's the static electricity that is forming on these spheres and it's creating a magnetic field which attracts these balls. Well, ignoring the fact that the magnetic fields do not work like this and they would not be attracting an object that slowly. Let's say there is a magnetic field. Any magnetic field generated here would not have any effect inside of this box because it is made from a metal casing. That is how you shield from magnetic fields. The magnetic field would be absorbed and would be contained in the boxes, in the walls of this. This is how your coaxial cable, by the way, is also shielded from magnetic waves, right? Radio frequencies. Because your cable television, right, runs through a coaxial cable, which has a very sensitive signal, right? It's just a few volts, right? Even if I think fraction of volts. So any radio wave, right, would create a magnetic induction on a cable and create interference. You would hear crackling. Easy way to solve this is to just wrap the cable with foil of metal. That stops the magnetic field from interacting with anything inside. This professor put this experiment in a metal case to avoid any possible interference from the fields outside of it. And also it is encased with a top lid to avoid any drafts or wind causing the movement of the rod itself. So this is a textbook example of a valid scientific experiment showing a phenomenon.
But it doesn't measure gravity. It measures attraction, but it's not necessarily gravity. That's kind of a leap, and this has been debunked. There are many different interpretations for the same information. I don't know why you would have dragged this thing out of all things.
Right. Okay.
Not even Neil deGrasse Tyson would touch this.
Of course he would. He believes this is the case. I'm like, okay, what other plausible explanations are this for this attraction?
How do you know that this is gravity? How do you know this is the force that is holding everything on your magic ball? How do you know that this experiment right here, with how does this prove that all the water's held on in a circle? Show me the bendy water. Show me the curved water. How about that?
Wait, you're jumping.
How is this experiment showing you that that is gravity doing that? How?
Oh, it's quite simple, right? So gravity is the phenomena of objects with mass.
Phenomenon, you heard that?
Other objects with mass. Well, how would we test this idea?
All right. Well, here's a metaphor. Well, here's a metaphor for this. If you want to compare this to gravity, let's say the person who invented the first light bulb turns the knob, and now it gets bright. Now they're going to come to a conclusion. Well, this must be what the sun is made out of, a filament.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big jump because you're seeing something.
We're not talking about what things are made of here. That's disanalogous. We're simply talking about a phenomena, right? In your analogy, it would just light. What about the phenomena, right? Objects with mass attract other objects with mass. How would we test this?
I give up.
Well, let's have a really big object with mass, right? Very heavy object. These spheres, by the way, these balls, each are 50 kilos, 30 pounds, right? We should see, if the theory of gravity is true, we should see they be able to attract something very, very small on a very sensitive balance. And that's exactly what we see here.
Okay, well,
and it's exactly the force. Wait, just a sec. And it's exactly the force gravity should have, right? That these spheres should have if gravity exists. It's the exact amount of force.
But you said balance, and speaking of balance, you don't have a very balanced perspective if you haven't looked into the other analyses of this particular experiment showing why it doesn't prove gravity definitively, and it's just something.
I talked to a lot of flat earthers, and I've seen a lot of things written about this from flat earthers, and it's still the same. It's static electricity, or it's pressure of the atmosphere, which is nonsense. Go ahead, sorry.
The original experiment had to let the ball suspend in the air. So this is not a true representation of the experiment.
I never said this is the original. This is a variation of the Cavendish experiment. Yeah.
And wouldn't the size of the objects increase the pull? Can we do this experiment with, say, a couple of garbage trucks being floated, and we'll see if the garbage trucks attract each other faster, and then we can up it? You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's the claim, is the size of the object creates the pull.
Well, sure. How would you measure this, right? How would you measure if a truck is attracted to something else? That's really impractical, right?
It can be done. We can duplicate it if we're serious about it.
No, we sure could, but they would require a lot of construction, a lot of protocols to be implemented. You have to have it enclosed. You have to correct for possible magnetic interference, right? This is much simpler. I mean, if you want, you can do the truck one, sure. But I don't see how this invalidates this, right? The fact that we haven't done this with other things doesn't make this false. Doesn't make this not a demonstration of gravity.
Well, the problem is that a scientific experiment has to be repeatable, and the Cavendish experiment hasn't been repeated since what, 1798? Like it's
this is the Cavendish experiment itself, dude.
No, this is not the exact same thing.
It's not the exact same. It doesn't have to be the exact same experiment.
You can't.
Sure, it was replicated at some other time, actually. I'm pretty sure. Well, actually, it is a torsion balance, so technically you could say that it's the same. It's just a different configuration. Well, actually, more modern means of doing this, and it's more compact. But like I said, I'm pretty sure the exact same experiment of Cavendish was replicated at some point. I have to look it up. But regardless, right? Let's say this is a completely new experiment. Oh, by the way, yes, and also not only does it show that the attraction, right, the force applied to these spheres on a torsion is exactly how much we would expect would be applied to by these balls, right? Is also and exactly the amount of relative per unit of mass we would expect if gravity was true in general, i.e. gravity on Earth, right? So this is not just a confirmation by just looking at it and how it attracts things, but how much attracts it, right? How much force is applied, and was it applied relative to the mass of the objects. And we can see that, relatively speaking, it is exactly as if gravity was true. I hope I'm making sense here.
This experiment is about as quacky as the e-meters that Scientologists use, which only makes sense if you accept the premise set forth in Dianetics, and it's pseudoscience. No serious scientist would say, yes, the e-meter is measuring emotional trauma. It's just not measuring emotional trauma they say it is.
What assumptions
and
do you
I
have
think
to
that
take in this experiment? Do tell.
With regards to this experiment,
what unjustified assumptions do you have to take? Because the e-meter requires unjustified, unsupported assumptions that you have to make, that the amount of resistance in your skin, right, is correlated to your distress or whatever your state of mind, right? That's unjustified assumption. We don't have that strong correlation to support that. What unjustified assumption do you have to take here? In fact, I would say that we do take unjustified assumptions here, which is that can be statically charged, which I don't think is the case. So the assumption being made here is actually in favor of the negative result. And against that assumption, there is a protocol made, i.e. the metal box. Even the remote slight possibility that the lead spheres can be statically charged and emit a magnetic field. Right. So the only assumptions made here are for the opposite of the experiment, against the experiment.
I see incredible assumptions of like apples and bowling balls, though, to apply whatever type of force is claimed to be going on here, to apply to salt water sticking to rock, and then lights in the sky, and their hold on the other little lights that are their moons. It's just taking one thing and taking this alleged force and applying it to things that are not relative. Like, I want to see the one where salt water and a rock attract each other. Can we see that one? where the salt water
mass.
stick to
The
that
salt water has mass, GB.
Okay, cool. Can I see salt water stick to a rock sideways?
Does salt water has mass?
Salt water? Does salt water have mass?
Yes.
Of course it does.
Right. What this experiment shows is that any object with mass will attract another object with mass. Now,
okay, well, but will it get
salt water has mass. Wait. So salt water has mass. Does the plane that we live on, not saying if it's a sphere or Earth, does it has mass?
Yes.
Of course it does. Now, deductively speaking, if objects with mass attract other objects with mass, it follows deductively that this plane would attract water to itself. Hence why things fall down. Hence why water has been held to this plane. Hence why gravity.
Now, if only we could see a photograph of it.
Now, what about the fact that the ground is
we see a video footage of this.
No, I'm saying of the water sticking to this wall.
No, don't we have to
How
account
would you
for,
see?
Don't we have to account for seismology? Seismology. Doesn't that count?
What does seismology have to do with gravity?
No, what seismology has to do with this experiment. Like, for example, in South America, you have the plates that are moving measurably. There's these oscillations that could account for what you're showing right there. So, and this could be different in different parts of the world. And so for this to be a scientific experiment, we'd have to try it in different places and correlate it with the known.
It has been. It has been done in high schools and universities throughout the world.
And it
but
gets
if what you're
different
saying is true,
results.
how is it? No, it doesn't.
It gets
Not at
different
all.
results depending on location.
Okay, you're saying that because tectonic plates move, they're going to affect this experiment. How? Is that what you're saying?
Oh. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that your explanation is that it proves gravity, but no, this proves other things. It suggests that maybe there's other things you haven't considered apparently, such as
there's always a possibility. We can even speculate that angels are what are moving these rods. Sure.
We know tectonic plates are there, so it's not.
Sure. How would tectonic plates movement affect this experiment?
It's interesting because whatever the movement is moving below this, what you're thinking of above. Well, what's below the ground here that could be affecting this experiment?
Well, good question. How would it show this movement?
Lava flow.
How would it show? How? Because you see,
lava flow, magnetic, any magnetic tectonic plates below may over time have an effect on such things like this.
How would it do that? When we have this experiment in 3 stages. Wait, there's 3 stages to this experiment. It has the balls in this position, right? When we see this, the torsion balance moves to an equilibrium position. right? We have done this experiment in this position, and we see the torsion bar moves closer to each ball, as if they're being attracted. Now it takes the opposite position, and again, they move exactly towards the direction of the spheres, as if there's an attraction force. Now, that is a very strong correlation. So you have to say that coincidentally, the tectonic plates moved at some fashion that caused this movement.
Correlation is not causation, obviously, but no, if you do the same thing, go do this in Tokyo and then do it in Chicago, and you're going to see the results will be determined by the tectonics, and it has nothing to do with gravity. And this is pseudoscience at its worst.
No. How is tectonic plate movement going to affect this experiment?
It's a jiggling motion. Everybody knows that.
It's a balance. It's equal on all sides. You understand? When you have nothing here, it would stay straight. Now, the Earth moving in one direction, right? Let's say it moves from. You might say, well, it's going to swing, right? Well, we don't see this swing, right? Let's say it's moving from bottom up to down. Well, we see a swing in that direction. We don't see that. We see it rotate, right? How would the movement of the tectonic plates cause this very specific rotation, right, towards these spheres, towards these very heavy lead spheres? And when they're in a middle position, it moves into an equilibrium. How would the tectonic plate movement do that? And what a coincidence, right, that it happened to move in such a way that it caused the motion of this torsion balance to act and move as if the spheres have an attraction force.
Well, you're giving a lot of credence and weight to something that has long been considered wish fulfillment, fairy tale, and pseudoscience.
No,
and that's on your reputation, buddy.
By French people, sure. There are always people who disagree with reality and truth, sure. The vast majority, the lion's share of people for centuries.
Majority has nothing to do with science. If 97% of scientists say that the global warming thing is true, it's not true.
Why were you appealing to people disagreeing with this? If even a majority doesn't matter, what does it matter if some people disagree? That has no validity. That has no.
No, it does. What I'm saying is that experiment that you're using has been falsified time again. Its validity has never been established. And here you are swinging your balls around, trying to hypnotize us into believing.
Show me when it was falsified. Show me when it was falsified. I showed my
on the internet.
I should have
been falsified. Google it.
Show me one link. Show me one link.
I'm not going to spoon feed you. I'm not a mama bird. I'm not going to pre-chew your food.
No, I have looked at this. I have looked at this before. I've been in Flat Earth for a year. I've talked to J48. I've talked to Hank Hill. I've talked to James Richards. I've talked to Paper Organist, Pete Spruskima. I've talked to so many Flat Earthers. None of them have shown that the Cavendish experiment is falsified. None. And I've read through the links. I googled for this.
Any evidence for dinosaurs or for heliocentric?
That's a different topic. Why you run away from a point?
What I'm saying is that the burden of proof is on you for your assertions, and you've come over here with a lot of stuff.
How Team Search and Reception, but how have I not shown? How have I not met my burden of proof?
I don't think any of us said that it was not accurate. We said that it doesn't prove gravity. Yes, it could prove electromagnetism or static electricity or something like that, but how does it prove gravity? How can you prove gravity with that?
But that's what I'm saying, Candy. Of course I can. I just showed how it's shielded from any possible magnetic interference, whether it be natural magnetic properties of an element or electromagnetic. It's because it is a metal casing.
You can't take away from the electromagnetic field that of the electrons and neutrons that are inside of them.
But why is it moving? Wait, Candy, so what are you saying? You're saying that, what are you saying here?
The stuff that, those balls, the metal or whatever, I don't know what kind of metal that is, whatever it's made up of.
Lead.
Lead, okay. How do you know that the lead is not reacting as it's moving with itself?
I think she's trying to say like the electrons could be just joining to each other.
But that's speculation. That's speculation, Candy. You can say this about any experiment.
But it's speculation to say that whatever force this is the force of this gravity that's being applied to both space and
Jimmy, guys, you're misunderstanding. When we say it's gravity, we're not proposing a nature to it. We're not saying, oh well, this is the special thing we call gravity. No. When we say gravity, we are merely talking about exactly what I showed here, that objects with mass attract other objects with mass. As to what is the nature of this force, what is it made of, what is actually the true cause of this, is not known, and it's not even proposed yet in science.
Well, if you don't understand
this phenomenon.
If you don't understand the nature of something, you don't understand what something is. How do you come up with so many complex equations to use to explain something as a fact when you don't even know what
simply,
you're
we can see the
using?
phenomena. We can see the manifestation of this, right? So imagine a mysterious box drops on Earth for some reason, and every Sunday it jumps, right? And every year it jumps twice as high. Now, does the fact that we have no clue what's inside the box stop us from making a description of what it does? Right?
But the thing is that science is supposed to know what's inside these things. Every part
it tries to, but it still can describe the fact itself, right? That, oh, this box just does this when this happens, right?
It's a mystery box. These are not mystery objects. They've been broken down to the very atomic level, and each of the atomic level all the way back up to the whole macro of it should be understood at this point, according to what they tell us. So they should know what each charge does, how it attracts to this, compared to this weight. All of this is known. So they should understand this force at this point.
Well, no, that doesn't follow. There might be even a unsurmountable barrier to our understanding of the true nature of the universe. As far as we know, there might be God somewhere buried deep inside the Earth, and He's the one who's truly manifesting gravity and makes objects attract other objects with mass, right? But that's a different question. Describe the phenomena itself happening, i.e., that objects with mass attract other objects with mass. Like I said again, it might as well be angels. As far as we know, perfectly every time, right? Angels just swoop in, and whenever there's a mass of an object, a certain amount of angels relative to the mass of the objects pull in on other objects towards them. As far as you know, that might be the true mechanism, the true nature of gravity.
All right. So this type of experiment then, based on the relative size of the objects, this has been reproduced on a macro level to a significant size, because then if it's based on a relative size of the objects, then we'll go back to the dump truck thing, the attraction should be much faster. And then if you go bigger, it'll be even faster than that. And we should have some kind of experiment that shows this to make that kind of an assertion.
Well, we do. It's not a laboratory type experiment, because obviously such masses would require.
Well, then it's a thought experiment based on a thought. It's not based on actual tangible, repeatable.
No, you have natural experiments as well, right? You can observe nature itself and see if it fits your hypothesis of how you think nature works. That's exactly what we observe, right? So from this experiment, we deduce there is a sort of fundamental force, right? Gravity, big G, right? You might have seen this term, big G. And big G basically says that relative to the mass of the objects, there is certain force exerted by this object. We can test that on a massive scale, no problem. We can say, okay, if our hypothesis is true, that relative to the mass of the object will exert a certain force. We can see if this is happening in our vicinity with the moon and the stars. And we see exactly that. We do.
But you're assuming these things are comprised of solidness. Like, just because a light can appear to be a solid object doesn't mean it is. So you're making like assumptive conclusions there of the skylights above. Let's work with what we have and what we know on the ground here. And if it's a measurable thing, then this should have been repeated on a macro scale that is very repeatable. And it should be relative to the size difference. Like when you go up one size more, it should be that much quicker. And now you can get a measurement from there to a point where you get, say, 2 dump trucks, and you'll know that they'll connect in 5.6 seconds to the relative size to these small objects. This should be done out there, published data, without a question. But I would like to see that.
Sure. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom. It's been a long time. Just a second.
Yeah, on the stuff that I've read on the subject, it goes into electromagnetism, plate tectonics, and other things that, if they're not ruled out, then it's not actually a scientific experiment. They're just being conveniently ignored.
That's exactly what I
away?
was trying to say. He's not listening. It's like he's doing it on purpose or something. Like he's not.
No, I mean he's being very civil and you know, at least he's trying to be very descriptive of what he's trying to show us, and it just seems like extreme leaps of faith and applying an unknown force to other mediums that you know what I'm saying, like they're taking something like the light bulb thing, like this is the first time anybody's seen a light besides the sun and the moon, for instance, and you generate a very bright light bulb. Well, now you're just going to make the assumptive conclusion this must be what the sun is made of. It's just a giant light bulb. See, it's kind of like what they used to do to just extend a new understanding and apply it to all these different mediums.
Well, I was engaging with them because, as I've also contended, there are no atheists on flat Earth. And when you find someone who calls himself an atheist, you'll find someone who has taken 5, 6, or 7 major leaps of faith when it comes to our origin, the timelines involved, the nature of the world itself. I mean, these are leaps of faith. And so how can you call yourself an atheist when you've been indoctrinated into what we know to be a religion, a Jesuit religion, basically Roman polytheism dressed up as science, and born into it?
Don't hear it. It's on mute.
Yep.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Like, I don't want to believe anything. I want to know. I want that difference. And there's a lot of belief in this gravity. It is a belief structure, as the Big Bang is a religious concept. As far as I'm concerned, it has to be a religious concept to be given such validity. It's all based. It's faith-based.
How is it faith-based when I show you the video footage of this? Right?
I'm saying like the Big Bang is faith-based.
Well, no, it's not. We have evidence for it, right? We have
all you have evidence for the Big Bang is that allegedly the stars are and a galaxy and the universe is expanding outward based on what spectrometry,
spectroscopy.
Yes.
Oh, no, it's not. It's literally spectroscopy. It's
right.
It's the radar.
Because it appears by color shift that everything is moving outward.
Spectroscopy or something like this. It's the basis on which radar works. If an object moves away from you, the waves are going to be less packed, and thus will have a lower frequency. If the object is moving towards you, it's going to have a much higher frequency because the waves are more closely packed, and that's higher frequency. In light, because we know light is also just waves of electrons. Sorry, not electron photons. We can apply the same principle and deduce what's the speed and the direction of movement of an object based on a wavelength of light that it emits towards us. Right.
Okay.
So the same principle as radar.
All right.
I forget what's the phenomenon called. Damn it, I have it in my tongue.
So the claim has been made that all these stars are moving at these rates of speeds based on, like you said. So with then where is our clear proof of parallax over the course of time? Star parallax.
Well, that's the thing. So see, because the distances are so vast, it's really hard to see.
Okay, well, we're also moving too. We're going the sun speed. We're not moving just one speed. We're traveling with the sun. The sun is the parent vehicle, bringing us all around with it. So we're going that speed.
You have to realize it's really slow.
That's quite significant.
In terms of sure, the thing is, you have to realize it's really slow relative to revolutions, right? Not the distance on the sort of angular, or how to say it, the angular velocity, right? The angular velocity is quite high, right? So on Earth, we're moving on the surface of it, of the speed of sound, or even more than that. But the rotation itself is incredibly slow. You would not imagine how slow it is, right? Imagine moving an object, right, or rotating the object once every 24 hours. It's incredibly slow.
Well, you're just talking about a rotation. I'm talking about the sun's trajectory through the Milky Way.
Through the galaxy, that's even slower.
The stars have their own movements as well. And
it's even slower. That's millennia per rotation.
It's a 3D perspective of different distances away. So as we move the sun's direction, say sideways, in conjunction with the center, and the center stars around there, all of these constellations should lose their cohesion over time. Orion would lose its cohesion. Certain stars in the belt would move faster than others that are further away. We should be seeing these constellations would definitely not hold their cohesive shape over thousands of years. And we do have what appears to be artifacts that do depict the constellations like Orion thousands of years ago. There is no parallax in thousands of years of these. Calculate how the distance all these things traveled over thousands of years, and you're going to say there's no movement at all in the constellation shape?
It's no movement that a human can observe in his lifetime, or especially.
But it's not a lifetime; it's thousands of years.
In a moment. But sure, well, in that amount of time, I'm pretty sure some objects did move. And we did.
All I've seen that's been argued is this double star thing. It's like a two stars near each other, and all I've seen is still photographs of a slight movement. And this is the only proof I've seen of parallax so far.
But isn't that enough?
No, because this should apply to all the stars, not just. You're looking at thousands and thousands of stars. Distance. You pick two, and you go, there you go. There's your parallax out of 2 stars out of thousands and thousands.
If they were incredible vast distances away, such that any motion would create a unperceivable parallax, right? Would you not expect not to just be able to see this, right? You would expect to see parallax in only the closest objects.
For those in chat who may not understand parallax, it would be like you're driving down the road and you look out your driver's door window and the objects closer to you are whizzing by really fast, where the further objects away are moving at a slower rate as you travel down the road. So that's parallax, in case anybody wasn't following. So what I'm saying is that you have a star 1 trillion miles away, you have a star 1 billion miles away. As we move down the road like that car, passing by those stars, for one, is the star moving up, down, left, or right from our perspective. So from what I understand, they're moving kind of like all different directions here. So the one that's 1 billion miles away, we'll see moving by us a little bit quicker than the 1 trillion miles away, and that this will change the shape of a constellation. And we're not seeing any of this over thousands of years. That to me says there is no parallax. And so this is not moving. It's a 2D perspective that we're seeing, because if it's 3D, then these things would be moving. If the color distances is all correct. I mean, it is kind of an assumption, because if these lights in the sky are set there and they are just set as that color, that could be also a working model too. And this is what the flat Earth basically is saying, is that, well, you guys have this that you call a working model. We have this that also seems to work, and you guys just won't even. This is what scientific method is. It's about testing the current science and challenging it. And if the challenge is halted before it even begins, that's halting the progress of science.
We'll do the science, GB, absolutely. I'm all for this. Let's do. You guys can come and do the science, do the calculation. I take the globe model.
We are doing the science and the scientific experiments on the ball.
Where the calculation? No, wait. Regarding parallax, regarding the last point, right? I'm all for you doing science on this, right? So what you have to do is make some calculations based on the model. Since you're saying that we don't see parallax when we should expect parallax there to be on a globe model, then presenting mathematics of the globe model, right? Show the distances between the object, draw the perspectives, and show how much parallax we should see on the globe model and how much we actually see.
We would need.
Then you can have a case.
We would need a pretty high-end computer to factor in all that.
No, well, you can take just one of the objects. You can just take a few objects. I know a person who did this on its own.
How many satellites have you seen? How many pictures of satellites have you seen in orbit?
I haven't been really watching that much. I've
None.
seen maybe one, but it's
And
more
so
of a light.
If you wanted to prove that there were satellites, how would you go about doing that? Because there are no pictures of satellites in orbit. None.
Well, they are from a space shuttle placing it there.
Have you seen them?
Yeah, I've seen the photos.
You've seen pictures of
You're
satellites?
gonna say it's fake. Well, yeah.
No, I'm not
the-
going to say it's fake. NASA's going to say it's a CGI composite. Do you believe that those CGI composites are real photographs?
CGI composites. Is that a thing?
Yes.
Why would you composite CGIs?
They're computer-generated composites where they put a fake picture on a fake picture and say it's real, so people like you think it's real. Do you think that these composites of satellites that they show you are real photographs?
I really don't. Not to be rude or anything. It really just doesn't matter for me, right? I really don't care. As far as I'm concerned, everything that NASA did is all fake. Everything that the Russian space agency is all fake, right? It doesn't matter to me. We can all throw it out. I can all concede, yeah, that's bullshit. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? I can argue the shape of the Earth without, right? The gravity and focus pendulum and curvature and south celestial pole.
The pole that you going back up to the sky again. If you don't want to discuss the sky, you can't just bring up the sky again. Let's discuss the floor and where is the curvature? Why would we be asking for 2 years to show us the curvature if there was clear evidence of curvature? Like we're not mentally retarded. We have thousands, if not millions, at this point of people looking for a curvature. You're telling us we're all retarded.
No,
we all don't know the difference between a GoPro lens and a regular lens. Where is this curvature in 2017?
Well, no, you guys are obviously not, some.
We're very intelligent people. Anybody will tell you. Even some of the Globers out there. Like we can distinguish between a GoPro lens or manipulating. Like we're looking very critically here because after 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, we're getting more and more serious. Like no, look, seriously, where is it? We're getting more and more like upset here. Like where is this?
Well, if I could just clarify my position, right? Because I don't think you guys are, retards or anything like this. Although in some passionate moment, I perhaps may have said this on 80, I simply think you're misinformed, right? Which is okay. I'm also misinformed in many things.
Like dinosaurs.
Sure, right. I know you. And I also agree with your one point about the, let's say, powers that be really screwing us up. I think it's for a wholly different reason than what you think. I think the shape of the Earth is not relevant to this. I think it's really something else, but I don't want to get into that.
We don't know motives yet. We can only guess at motives, but we just know that yes, this crime, this deception has occurred. Why we don't know. We don't know until we get our hands on them, interrogate them.
Sure. I disagree on the nature of the deception and the motive for it, definitely. But I agree there is a deception, definitely. I agree even that we're being poisoned, right? You guys, I'm pretty sure you guys believe in chemtrails, right? I don't, but I think there still is a poisoning going to happen.
Okay, well now listen to what you're saying here. You're saying that you do agree that the government lies. You're saying that you do agree they're poisoning us. Yet you're willing to believe the people that are doing this to you. You understand, like the Stockholm syndrome mentality at work here.
I see what you're saying, but there's a distinction, right? So the deception is going on a field of science that is very, very, I guess you could say, soft. I'm talking about economics, right? I'm a communist myself. The deception is happening from the sort of capitalist perspective and the capitalist motives. But even I don't think that people in government are just evil, horrible people. I think they're just acting their roles as part of the system. They have to do these things because that's what the system demands, that they created and their fathers created. And the reason why I believe some things from the government and authoritative sort of positions and authorities is because there are some fields that are not as prone to such a bias, such a political bias, and that's in the realms of hard science like physics, right? No matter what persuasion you are, communist, socialist, capitalist, feudalist, monarchist, it is the case that objects are accelerated at 9.89 meters per second, undisputable. Right? So there is very little room for bias there. That's why I still believe that physicists are indeed correct about the shape of the Earth and our
well, no, they may be correct about the speed of forces that they don't understand or know or what they're made of, but they can measure a speed. Now, if you don't know what you're dealing with, but you could just measure a speed, how do you kind of apply that to everything and call it kind of like a solid fact of science?
But again, you're going into what the force is, right? Nobody knows what gravity is. Nobody knows what magnetism is. We simply don't. We see very strong correlations. With gravity, it's objects with mass. With magnetism, it's the alignment of, I think it's, what is it? Electrons moving in the same direction. Because with magnetic ores, we see that their atoms have electrons moving in the same direction, the nucleus in the same direction. And with these kind of ores, we see a magnetic field, right? So we can only see the correlations. We have no fucking clue at all what's the mechanism for magnetism or gravity or many other phenomena, right? Or nuclear, these phenomena. We can only observe the sort of meta-emergent phenomena of this. And we can state it's fact because we can all observe this, right? But to go to your previous point about, the South Celestial Pole, and because I heard you say this before, right? You cannot deduce what's the shape or the nature of the floor by looking at the ceiling. And I think that's flawed. I really do.
Well, I was a DJ for 10 years, and I'll tell you, it's pretty solid logic here because I'm looking at a mirror ball's actions on a ceiling, and I assure you, I could study those movements for a long time and come up with many imaginative scenarios to apply it to the floor, but it does in no way at all tell you the shape of your floor. It's just lights on a ceiling moving in a specific fashion.
Mm-hmm. But what about, right, so okay, so let's talk about this, right? So let's say the Earth is flat, and you have a spherical ceiling. How can you have a South Celestial Pole, right?
Or have two mirror balls, maybe? I mean, I could invent an answer to explain that using just an object that could create lights on a ceiling, or you could just establish some kind of a mechanism to make let's say you have two black that you can't see, two black spinning disco balls up there with lights that come out on poles, let's just say, to a certain extent. Now you spin these black mirror balls that you can't see because they're black, and now you have two lights move. Like this can just be some kind of I mean, obviously somebody built this place, or well, from our perspective, somebody built this place so they could build lights on a ceiling. Yeah, see there, I don't see any proof for a slant on this alleged dome above. I don't. So I'm kind of a flat ceiling type right now. Of course, we're working with a zero budget to uncover this or to do all this.
You don't need much of a budget today. You can download pirate software for free and just construct yourself. But okay, so let's talk about this, right? So, okay, wait. So you said you're a flat ceiling guy. So how would that work? So it'd be just like a cube thing with a cube glass dome or something? Because the way, so a South Celestial Pole on a dome could sort of work. You can have stars on it, or sort of be on it somewhere, and you could say that the sky itself is rotating, and you couldn't see the South Celestial Pole. But the problem is that we also see a North Celestial Pole, right? You can have that on a flat Earth model, but a South Celestial Pole, which is a completely different set of stars, going seemingly around a point in the sky, which is again different from the north.
If I could pause you for a sec, are you turning in IPS?
What?
IPS.
Yeah, I've got a bounce, and there's a new Danzig song on Spotify I want to check out. It's called Last Ride. All right, hey, good talking to you, drunken Russian alcoholic Thor.
Thanks. I mean, don't. That's my name. Don't overuse it, man.
Yeah, and I won't chide you for being a dino believer. Good night.
You
We
can
appreciate
just
your
call me
time.
Thor's, by the way.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Tim.
Thanks for coming by.
See you, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, anytime.
8 hours.
Yeah, but I was sorry, guys, for sort of ruining your sort of discussion. I hope I didn't interrupt you.
We didn't have a specific direction. We were going in a discussion, so.
No,
I've
been dying to do this because I've been so worried about somebody coming up here, so it's hard to do it anyway. And then if there ain't no sense in doing it nowhere else, but there was nobody here. We were just kind of goofing off. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to get in bitch mode, but I get aggravated when people don't.
Why is it so rare to find a heliocentric proponent to entertain our questions without hostility, without silencing us, without muting us, without ridicule? Why is this such a thing? Like, I don't understand why the emotional hostility comes from a heliocentric proponent over simple questions, basically saying we have another working model. Well, it for certain aspects of it, because we're still building it, but these things also, and plus we've debunked what appeared to have been like things like boats going over a curvature. Well, that's no longer a thing anymore.
Well, GB, I've been around for 6 years or so, like online discussions, live discussions, hangouts, and stuff. And I noticed that this is a phenomenon that you can see everywhere, no matter what group it is, be it Christians, Muslims versus atheists, or Democrats versus Republicans. Everybody has this reaction when you attack something that they believe, right? It's because usually people associate their beliefs with their identity. And when you challenge their beliefs, you challenge their identity. Although I would say that in addition to why quote-unquote are so, you could say, hostile, is because to us, you're really flying in the face of reality, right? It's just ridiculous to us. It's like, what? Gravity doesn't exist? We have all of these experiments and all of this and that, right? And also, although maybe it doesn't apply to you because you're not religious, but from most of the other flat earthers, it's a attack on their religious beliefs because they believe that the earth being flat is attached to God existing. So when you attack the earth being flat, you're attacking God's existence.
In a scientific type discussion, though, confidence in your facts should be a factor to the point where if you're confident in what you're saying, why is it invoking an emotional hostile response, and why would it even remotely invoke a response of muting, silencing? You know what I'm saying? Like, the helio side should be the ones acting calm, cool, and collected. The flat earther side should be the ones kind of hostile, and it's actually completely the other way around.
Yeah, I disagree. Actually,
no, I don't. There's no. Every flat Earth video usually starts with something calm, and every flat Earth debunked video starts with insults and berating comments. It should be the other way around.
You sure, to some extent, perhaps, but that's because you're the minority, and you realize that.
No, I think it's because on a subconscious level, I think on a subconscious level, you guys really aren't that sure about your model, and you know on a subconscious level that you have a lot of faith-based aspects of it, and this is what's making a destabilization of confidence when pushed on certain areas, because there's a lot of faith in there, and you got this gravity thing out there which produces a lot of faith. Like, you guys even say you don't understand what this force is, but you can kind of measure a speed of something. So that's not, that leaves a lot of insecurity, a lot of unknowns.
No. It doesn't matter, really. We see the phenomena anyway. No, it should be really, I don't know. Okay. With my experience, I see hostility from both sides, right? No matter what the position is. Because we also have different positions, right, in that sort of discussions. I'm a communist. All the people there are against communism. So, and we had heated discussions about this, and we all defended it passionately, right? So it's not really about any ideology per se. You cannot really say, oh, look, this ideology is hostile, and so therefore it must be that their case is weak because they're being hostile. It's really just people when they're being challenged in their views, they take it personally. That's more of a psychological phenomenon. That's more of our ego.
Well, I mean, it may apply to some who are on both sides of the argument, but they are insecure. Like a flat earther still has some insecurities because they haven't gotten to maybe a certain level of confidence with it yet. But the flat earthers that I've seen who are quite confident in their facts wear a smile and never back down from a challenge. They want their beliefs to be challenged. Well, they want their knowings to be challenged, or their new facts, I should say, or this new evidence. They want it to be challenged. I did right away. When I came upon this, the first thing I wanted to do was have these things challenged. And it took, I don't know, it took months before I could find somebody low hostility to sit down with and to have a discussion with. And this was Flat Earth Math Charles. Like, it took months and months and months to find somebody because it was too much hostility. I couldn't even just get to like the 5th question of something without being berated and insulted 100 times to the point where I'm responding back. Like, why can't we have a sit down like gentlemen and have a discussion here? You seem fairly confident in your established facts, so I'm not getting any hostility from you. It's few and far between. This shouldn't be the case on such a established fact. You know, it shouldn't be 1% or calm. I don't know. That's my perspective, but I'm pretty confident in my abilities, and I don't insult the baller unless I'm insulted first. But I'm pretty confident in the things that I've seen and tested myself to show the helio model has so many holes in it. There's the clockwise rotation of the sun and the moon in the sky versus the helio model that shows us, like, say, sunspots moving left to right. We don't observe the sunspots moving left to right when we document this ourselves on the ground. What we see is a clockwise motion of both topography of the moon around a central point and the sun, the sunspots around a central point, as if we have like a polar perspective of these objects, like we are at the pole of the sun and we are at a pole of the moon. And if we were at the pole of these objects, let's just say, thought experiment, we're at the pole of the sun. We look up at the sun. The sun will move in, say, a clockwise motion because we are at the pole. It's like spinning the basketball on your finger, and we are at the finger perspective looking up. Why are we looking at a pole perspective of topography of the moon and sunspots on the sun? It shouldn't look like that at all.
Well, it depends how the objects are moving relative to you, right? So we can go really in depth into this, although I'm not really
on any place on the Earth. Looking at these objects, you're going to see a clockwise motion. It's not just
that's because
at
you're
one area. It's every area. It's clockwise. If somebody over in England right now looking at the sun, somebody where I'm at in America, we'll look at the sun at the same time. We'll both see a clockwise motion, but we're on a vast difference of the arc angle of the wall. You know what I'm saying? It seems like an impossibility here. If they're over here at this latitude, I'm over here at this one, and we both look up at the sun and we both see sunspots moving clockwise, what is that? How does that work on the helio model?
I really don't see the contradiction, but to be honest, this is not my thing. I'm kind of confused by this myself. But from what I'm told, it's just the natural byproduct of the fact that the object is going over above your head to the opposite direction. So it's no different.
Right. That's why I gave the example of multiple locations looking at these objects around a vast difference of the arc angle of the ball. It should be this clockwise.
No, but you're relatively looking at it. But you're relatively looking at it from the same sort of direction, right? I don't know how to explain this now, really.
Because the Earth is turning. A lot of people want to say that this is. What do they call it? Like land perspective, or, you know, when you're looking at something. I can't remember the name of it. It's a certain type of perspective.
Well, sure, I can see that. Yeah, it depends on where you are on the Earth, and if you're, right. But we have to draw some diagrams or maybe do some 3D model to do this. But I've heard people answer this thing.
Yeah, this is a very long session here. I'm surprised my brain's fairly.
By the way, Jimmy, about the NASA rocket launches and the cameras there, did you move on from this?
move on from it. I'm about to carve the STS name on a headstone.
Are you okay?
I barely got
touch with Kara.
I already talked to Kara about this, and Pillbox, MG42 Pillbox, what he did is he got a couple of pipes or whatever, and he showed me on camera. We're going to try to do it live very, very soon. And Kara showed this perspective debunk using a software program. And the way I saw it is, if anything, she just proves that the STS footage that with the rockets was software. Pillbox did it in real life with a camera perspective, and he didn't quite get the same results. So I just want to compare a software version versus a real life version, and we'll go from there with that. But that's just that little rocket perspective there. There's the white dot anomaly, and then there's other anomalies that I'm going to bring out that I didn't really get a chance to get to before, but I want to make it a nice kind of a short video. But there's catches that I found they're pretty shocking that pretty much prove that they're kind of all right, well, we used this on this mission, and we're going to use it 10 missions later, let's say. Maybe nobody will notice that it's the same exact sputtering of the exhaust. Let's just say the way the sparks move, I'll show this. I just got to get it right on a slow-mo, but the way the sparks move on a couple of them are identical. It's like you took a cartoon from one and you just put it in another episode, and you think nobody notices, but I've always noticed these things all my life. When somebody is replicating something. There was an incident in a Star Trek movie where they recycled the explosion of a Klingon bird of prey, and they did it in another movie, and I noticed it immediately. I said, that's the exact same explosion from that other Star Trek 2. They recycled it and used it again in Star Trek 6. And I noticed it, and a lot of people noticed it. This is the same thing. They just took something because probably laziness. They just didn't want to do another explosion of the thing, so they just used it. And this is what they did here. They just took something and they reused it, hoping nobody noticed. Sometimes they speed it up a little bit. Sometimes they mirror it, but they recycle it, which shows it's not a genuine, unique, individual mission.
Sure, I understand. I understand what you're saying. But just keep an open mind, and I might invite you to Jeremy's Hangout in the future, where maybe
I've been on his Hangouts before.
Yeah, he's kind of good. He's
well, at least at Jeremy's, your Earth Discussions friends are a little bit more civil, but we're a little standoffish about going over to that, because as soon as we step into the chat, it is instant hostility, and people sit on the panel and they curse us out, and they won't let us get on the panel to defend ourselves, but they'll make slanderous accusations of us out of nowhere. And, do you see how off-putting this is for an intellectual, honest debate, gentlemen? You know what I'm saying?
I do. I'm not exactly a fan of that sort of behavior, but I understand perfectly where it's coming from. I have to resist the.
Yo, hold on. You got the link over there? Or, okay, look, I'm about to screen share something. So, hang on. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I thought it was something about what y'all were talking about. Now I see what it is. Never mind. Gotcha. Sorry.
Candy, how long do you plan on keeping this going? We're at the 8-hour mark. You should have, I don't know how long you have left. It says 8 hours here, so usually that's less than a half hour usually.
Yeah, well, it's got like 20 minutes left. I'll put you a message. I'm starting another one.
Starting another one? Don't you need sleep?
I'm gonna sleep. I can't sleep today. Yeah, I shouldn't have stayed up all night. My daughter's at home today.
Well, it's up to you. If there's only like 20 minutes left, I can keep going.
No,
I got plenty in me. No, seriously.
But I'm here. No worry.
I was about to say, what?
You got to really regulate your hormones, Candy. It's getting out of control here. You got to take the right dosage. But yeah, Art, is it Arthur?
You can call me Thor.
I call you Thor. Okay.
Sure.
Thor's hammer is destroyed in the upcoming Thor sequel. That's going to be so. Just letting you know, Thor, you're about to lose your hammer.
Shit. Am I not worthy of the hammer anymore?
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do without the hammer. It's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of occult coincidences in this movie as well, because they just like a storyline from the past. They don't incorporate these in everything. Nickelodeon cartoons, Disney cartoons, NASA. This is just Mount Coincidence. None of this.
Oh, you're talking about the upcoming Thor's video movie.
What's that?
Sorry, you're talking about the upcoming Thor's movie.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about somebody making.
It's called Ragnarok, the new movie that will be coming out.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about a flat earther movie that's going to
No. It is funny though how we're seeing the basically they're using the gods now. They're incorporating them in.
Well, it's money. Really, it's just money. I mean, Marvel took a shot. Spider-Man, and it turned out good. People liked it, so they're like, "Yeah, sure, let's do more."
Well, we've established boats aren't going over a curvature.
No, me and you did. He didn't.
There's so much flat earther P900 style footage out there that I really don't even know where to begin. Wide Awake has some good stuff.
Reds did it.
Kofo 72, I believe, has some really great footage. Phuket Word.
Hey guys, do you know Reds?
I really can't put up more than 30 seconds of his voice. But I've seen Red's little SpaceX rocket thing. I saw Red's SpaceX rocket thing, and if you want to go to cartoons, I'll be happy to deal with that. There's so many anomalies with the SpaceX rocket landings. One being that they always seem, well, not always, but a majority of the time when we're seeing a whiteout shot, not over the ocean but over land, they emerge from a cloud. And then they're on the ground in about 5 seconds from the emergence of a cloud. Now, how high do clouds form? What's the lowest clouds usually? It's around a mile. You'll get clouds to start forming. So basically, just going by that, what we are to believe is that this rocket is going from cloud height to on the ground safely, securely, and standing in a secure landing in 5 seconds.
Well, it's not that easy, right? That's why they failed so many times.
But I've seen like successful landings though of this emerging from a cloud thing. Even Red's Rhetoric has a footage of this thing, and I see it looks like a silly Disney hologram that you're watching from a distance emerging from a cloud, and we see it, on the regular footage, non-civilian, and it's on the ground in 5 seconons. I don't, and this thing doesn't have any directional.
It might be spit up.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's using like waffle grates to steer it.
I
don't know.
Well, waffle grates are used in military things. They're more effective fins than your normal fins, apparently. But no, have you considered perhaps the military footage, as you think it is just sped up to save people time? Because
is Red's Rhetoric footage sped up because it's the same rate of descent?
Oh well, if it's Red's Rhetoric, I mean, do you think Red's Rhetoric?
Oh, if it's Red's Rhetoric, it must be true.
No, because he doesn't strike me as an NASA shill. I don't know.
He strikes me as a shill, and not necessarily an NASA shill.
Well,
Spurs Timo had a little debate with him yesterday.
He had an argument with Jeranism for like an hour over the distance of stars. Like, seriously. I mean.
About what?
Have you heard him and Jeranism's debate?
I've seen a few of them, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't know some of the fundamentals, basically.
Well, if we're talking about who didn't know fundamentals,
it was Red. Red didn't know certain fundamentals, but I mean, some flat earthers don't know fundamentals either. So
It wasn't that he didn't know. It was that he argued to where he embarrassed himself, saying that he did know. Well, he was wrong.
I mean, sure. Let's say Red's embarrassed himself somehow, but I'm pretty sure Jeranism came out even lower than that, even far worse than that, I would say.
Actually,
but I don't think
a really good job.
Okay, but regardless, so because he showed himself filming this right now, so not only did he film it with a P900, which is the camera that you guys have liked, right? The flat earthers like, he filmed himself filming himself, and then somebody else filming himself, filming rhetoric. Right, very hard to fake, especially for an average guy on the internet. And I can testify he's just an average guy on the internet. He didn't know about flat Earth, right, a few years ago. We were just talking about religion and creationism, atheism, and all this stuff, right? And you can see this. He's recorded on YouTube, right? He has multiple hangouts.
But do you really think they can land a rocket backwards on a bouncy barge in an ocean?
He did.
No. They allegedly did.
Before.
They allegedly did. You didn't see this yourself.
I see footage.
You see
sure not. I don't have
footage of a monkey on a building too in King Kong. It's footage.
Well, I haven't seen China myself either, but I believe it exists.
Okay, well then we go into belief systems, and I don't want to.
No. It's evidence based. We have photographic evidence, video evidence. We have
imagery evidence. We don't have photographic evidence.
Well, that's what
imagery. A photograph falls under the umbrella of images. And they use the word game of images from space as satellites, images. Well, look, I can draw in a crayon, piece of paper. That's an image. Comic books. Those are lots of images in comic books, but they're not photographs. They play a word game.
They're obviously not realistic.
Did you know?
I mean,
on the NASA website, every single image they have no longer says photo. They all say image now. They changed
it. Okay. But no, the thing is, GB, you can apply the skepticism to anything.
Image. Just saying.
Sure. But GB, you can apply the skepticism to anything, right? I can apply some skepticism to a photo of your family. I can say, well, that's not really proof that GB has a family because it's just an image. Right? This is global skepticism. This is a untenable position.
Right. Well, I mean, I also know like the difference between like photography and self-illuminated graphics. It's quite noticeable. Now you can have artificial shadowing and artificial like light sources. That's on consumer-based free programs. So you got a government version here. It's really not that much better, I don't think. But it's clearly like self-illuminated graphics on a lot of these. Once the rocket gets out of range, the shuttle, even SpaceX, they cut to this kind of graphics rendering of now you have a camera perspective on the rocket. And the SpaceX ones that are focused on the exhaust port, I mean, I got to tell you, it's some of my favorite cartoons as an adult. It's really silly looking to the critical eye, or to one who with experience, a lifetime experience playing graphics, just working with graphics in every way. It's like saying I can't recognize something I've had my hands on for 30-something years, and it's going to be put on a television, and I'm not going to be able to recognize it. You know what I'm saying? I'm recognizing graphics when I see it. Now, because people can't understand like what they're seeing as graphics, now you got to find loopholes in the physics that the graphics aren't compensating for, and that's what I did with the STS rockets at 15 seconds after separation with the white dot crossing at about a 45-degree angle across the exhaust port in 42 separate rocket booster perspectives over 21 missions. This is an impossibility of statistics. 15 seconds after the release. Now, each booster was boosting at different levels in every mission. They're boosting at different levels, so you're not going to get the same kind of pitch and yaw and rotation 15 seconds after a separation with variable boosting booster, and people can say, no, they have the exact amount each time. Well, we'll look at the visual evidence from their footage that will show you one booster in one mission spouting like a foundry and another one sputtering. And 15 seconds later, there's the white dot crossing at a 45-degree angle. So you're telling me like the different levels of still active boosters going on has no effect whatsoever on that kind of tumbling away with a distant object?
GB, consider that it probably is some kind of ideal window to launch these things, right? You're going to have an ideal time of year, time of day, and the angle and the trajectory.
Okay, well, these are all done at day and nighttime. The daytime rocket release, the booster releases with the same result as the nighttime
And because I was like, is that the sun? Is that the moon? And then it would be a nighttime version, and the daytime version, but it's the same
thing. If it's bright white, it's probably the sun. If it's bright white, it's probably the sun. Because the sun is actually
it wasn't the sun, because in the daytime you clearly see the sun as it spins around and tumbles, but that white dot is a separate thing in the daytime launches. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. I don't have to look deep into this, but I think Kara looked into this, and I would refer to her issue there. But regarding the fake footage, right? So you were sort of appealing there to your expertise, and that's fine, right? You might be experiencing this, and you might actually have some expertise, but you have to understand that on the side of the globe, far more experienced people, far more qualified experts, and far many of them, right? So if you're going that route, you should concede that the Earth is round, because we just have more of that type of evidence.
Well, then it's me taking somebody's word for it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, then you're asking the same thing of us when you say, well, you have this experience as, as a graphics designer.
Oh yeah. I'm not establishing like that's proof. I'm saying like I can find the errors in the physics because you can't. Most people can't tell the difference between cartoons and reality anymore, unfortunately. So I found a statistical impossibility in that footage, and that's what I have to point out, because the obvious is not being seen. So that was my problem. Like, why can't people see the obvious here? Let me pull it up real quick before Candy's thing ends here, just for a quick brief thing.
I just want to say quickly that it might be actually the case that they are using stock footage for some shots. Because why not?
Because why not? Because they're supposed to be individual launches that they're claiming this is all 100% real footage. That's why not. Because
Are they? Is there
somewhere? Yeah. See, these are all separate STS missions here, so they're trying to establish that this is real. Here we come with the white dot.
Sure. Well, let's say well, it's not exactly in the same spot, is it?
Well, if you look at it carefully, it's. All right, let me get a kind of a larger. There we go. It's in terms of the exhaust port, the booster. I mean, right here, like it's approximately the same height above, and it comes in approximately at the same trajectory angle. See what I'm saying?
Don't you see? But there's a very different look at. Pause it there. But you see how it, dude? Come on, just get it back. Let it.
Well, I don't have these lined up 100% in sync. I just threw this together quickly for my debate with Charles, but we'll just watch its trajectory over the top of the booster. It's the same. Now, for this to occur in just these 6 missions is incredible statistical possibilities, but it's on both left and right boosters. On all 21 missions, both left and right.
Well, okay.
Let me get this is the wow shot right here. This is the wow shot of all 21 missions, all 42 perspectives. There's a white dot 15 seconds after release, crossing a 45-degree angle over the top of the booster. Not quite 100% in sync. I threw this together quick. But if somebody could be really OCD about it, line it up perfect. But this white dot crossing like that with different boosters. Look at the boosters here. Look at all of them are at different levels of boosting. This one's out over here. This one's still going. It doesn't affect anything. It still crosses the same. The boosters are all reacting different. They're not all sputtering at the same rate. This one's out over here on 132. This one's out over here. The others are still going. It's the same thing. It should be like tossing. You have a deck of cards in both hands. You throw them up in the air 42 times. Are they all going to land the same each time?
No, this is not random, right? So boosters eject in a specific fashion, right? And also the rocket.
All the boosters are doing something different. All the boosters are doing something different in each mission.
To some extent, but to
some extent that would affect the timing, would affect the approach angle. For instance, why wouldn't this little white dot come in sideways, or bottom to up, or top to bottom? Why is it always diagonal?
Well, it probably has to do something with establishing a. So wait, what are these resupply missions for the ISS?
Some were. These are all various different missions over the course of like 10 years.
Mm-hmm. You say some of them are night and some of them.
Yes, some are night and some are day. But this white dot always comes in at a diagonal trajectory. Why not side to side? Why not up and down? The rotation of the rockets as they separate will vary.
Sure, but I think it's just really because it's the optimal trajectory and a place to sort of.
It may be set up for that, for the optimal or whatever, but each booster is absolutely doing something different in each one here, as you can see. They're not
That
all.
kind of shows that it's a different footage. If
And all sputtering at the same, and plus for the fact that each one of these looks like this is G.I. Joe, this is the Transformers, this is SpongeBob. These are cartoons. And one of my favorite is the shadow you can see from space. Let's get to the shadow you can see from space. Right here. I fast forwarded it, but by the time this thing separates, this thing is supposed to be in space. Are you telling me you can see this shadow right here from space? See, it's just a shadow from the smoke. You're going to see this from space? Look, they're in space now. Okay, we're in space. You can see this shadow this fat and thick from space? I don't
think they're in space yet.
Shadows don't get smaller as you get further away.
Well, like
It kept the same thickness, the same width from ground to space. It didn't even change its relative size. It's basically the same shadow as it was on the ground.
It's thinner here.
It's thinner? It's thinner? Yeah. Okay, let's get to the ground. And you're going to tell me there's a significant change in its thickness. Okay, right here maybe, but now right here. We're barely at airplane height here.
Well, look, you have to also consider that the exhaust is dissipating, right? And it might be also.
That's
so I'm not
true.
sure.
So it should be thickening. Okay.
But
maybe
we're
not
seeing a shadow
it might
from
be
actually
space?
expanding.
Are we
Right? It might
really
be actually
seeing a shadow
expanding
from
because it's
space that runs across
Why
the
not?
ground? Really?
Well, if it's a long shadow, sure. If it's a shadow from a long obstructed
Have you
thing, like
really
a very
studied
thick
high
smoke,
altitude balloon footage in depthly? You
do
can't see
high
anything
altitude
like that from a
balloons
high altitude balloon. But yet this is
But
higher.
high altitude balloons, do they leave like a smog of exhaust from rockets? They don't, right? Because they're not rockets; they're balloons.
Always the same
I mean,
angle.
this doesn't. I mean, maybe this is some kind of an anomalous reading, but it's not really anything that. Oh wow, this is fake. Obviously,
A shadow from space. I just would like to see this.
well, we're not exactly in space. This is like, what is it, 10 kilometers, maybe 20 kilometers up? It's not exactly space.
Early space. It's enough space to see this much curvature. Well, wait. There is no curvature.
It's not really that
Sorry.
much. You see, that's about like 30 miles, not 30,000 feet or something.
Oh, so you're saying that they're well under the influence of atmosphere still? So wouldn't that have an effect on this as well if they're still in the atmosphere?
Like what?
They're still dealing with atmospheric winds, turbulences, day and night. Same exact atmospheric conditions in the atmosphere for 21 missions?
It would be
Don't make excuses now. Just try to think logically here. What's more likely? That this is fabricated or that this is an incredible miracle of statistics?
I don't see this as a miracle. I mean, we don't even know exact height of this, right? Objects. We're just guessing by
sure that data's
how
available.
the ground looks far away.
They're in the atmosphere
Sure.
because we're seeing an arcing of the exhaust. The exhaust is arcing, like it's still being pulled down by gravity. They're
Sure.
still within the atmosphere. So the atmospheric conditions are going to play a factor.
So is this when it starts to angle up? 45
yes.
degrees?
Yes. But I was told that this white dot is the shuttle. This is what I was told, that it's the shuttle in each and every shot. Otherwise,
Yeah, but it's
an
still an atmosphere.
impossibility
I know
for it to be the moon, to be at that angle on every single thing. So the only way to explain this, I heard, was that this was the shuttle. Okay, well let's think. You're on the booster right now, and the shuttle is taking off behind you. Okay, and now you are tilting upward, and okay, well, wait. The shuttle's the other way. How is that the shuttle? See what I'm saying?
Well, it kind of would be.
But the shuttle went the other way.
No, the booster went the other way.
Well, see, the booster is on its way up to point at the curvature right here. And the shuttle.
Well, no, booster is meant to fall down. So yeah, it's going to be.
I know. But where did the shuttle go here? See, here's the shuttle. We're still looking. Say we're the boosters. We're looking down at our shoes here, and now we're tipping upward as the shuttle's taken off over where the top of our heads are. Do you see what I'm saying? This is not the shuttle. The shuttle went the other way.
What does NASA say about this camera? I'm pretty sure they have descriptions of the camera footage, right? So what is this camera that show? Wait, what's the description for this camera? Where is this camera placed?
It's placed at the top of the booster, and it's kind of a zoom camera.
Right. So this is right, of course. So yeah, that makes sense that thing would be the shuttle itself.
How it makes sense.
Well, yeah. Well, actually, I've seen this footage before, and I assumed this was the still on a shuttle thing.
I'm sorry about
Well, why not?
When the shuttle takes off, just like even Charles, when he first saw this, he was like, "Well, that's the moon." But then that can't be the moon in all those shots. Once I showed him how many shots that was in, he changed his mind and said it was the shuttle, because that is the only way you could explain it. It could not catch the moon like that each time. So now you're saying it's the shuttle. Well, the shuttle went the other way.
We're going by limited evidence, right? So we're going by the select footages of select cameras that you're showing us. So we're going by
the shuttle's not moving away from the bottom of the booster right here until the booster has done a complete flip, which it has not done yet.
Well, it is. Wait. STS 120. Roll it back a little bit.
Okay.
Roll it back a little bit. I think you can see the actual shuttle disconnecting from this.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the camera on the main fuel tank, the large fuel tank.
No, not the fuel tank. These are all boosters only.
Oh, these are boosters. Oh,
These are only boosters. That's it. I haven't even got to the fuel tank stuff yet. That's another set of reruns. No, I didn't even get started, really. He caught me before I even got past the first lap.
Well, here's a simple explanation for it again. Yeah, I think it will. Jimmy, you have to understand that these boosters are meant to separate in a specific way.
I know that, and this is where I was just talking about that whole time. All the boosters are boosting differently. So
no. They might have.
You're still in the atmosphere.
Precise engineering.
No, they might have a different burn, sure, but it doesn't matter. They made to separate from the object. There are specifically set charges, right, on these things.
Okay, but there's still atmospheric conditions to consider. Then you have to consider the atmospheric conditions that will affect the way that this thing tumbles away.
This is like 2 or 3 times higher than commercial flights.
You're really struggling to try to come up with a logical explanation.